Main body, you've gone too far. The will of Wang Bao's clone was enraged. He wanted to struggle, but he had no strength to do so in front of his main body. Answer me. Do you want freedom? Wang Bao's main body remained unmoved. He stared at the will of the clone in his hand and spoke slowly. Freedom is bullshit. Freedom is something you create yourself, not something someone else gives you. The will of Wang Bao's clone growled. Knowing this means that you are not hopeless. Now, do you need to think about it carefully? Wang Bao's main body narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. As soon as he spoke, the will of Wang Bao's clone trembled violently. He stopped struggling and fell silent. He understood what his main body meant. He recalled his previous experience and spoke suddenly after a long while. Are you saying that they're putting on an act? I don't know if they're putting on an act or not, but I think... Is the listener too hasty in coming here? Also, it seems like she didn't succeed in summoning the Guardian, but her other two main bodies aren't isolated. Even if they didn't come to the City of Appetites, it doesn't seem like it's impossible for them to summon the Guardian. Listening to the words of the main body, Wang Bao's clones will fell into deep thought. So, is there a possibility that this is a trick performed by the Master of Appetites and the Master of Appetites? You are the audience, and that Guardian is also the audience. Wang Bao's main body's voice was calm. However, the words that he said caused his clones' will to waver slightly. If this is really a trick, then their goal is actually for me to take the initiative to head to the City of Listening. Wang Bao's clone thought. Under the guidance of his main body, he tried to recall carefully. He had to admit that there was still a possibility. You'll know once you get there. Wang Bao's main body smiled. Isn't that what you came here for? You need me to give you the Tao seed of listening desire and help you suppress the law of appetite so that it won't devour your listening desire in the first place. That way, your listening desire will grow to be on par with your listening desire, achieving balance and coexistence. I'll help you with that, Wang Bao said in his true form. He suddenly raised his right hand, and the tip of his finger shone in an instant. There seemed to be a beautiful sound that came from the tip of his finger, gradually turning into a rune that resembled a musical note. As the rune shimmered, it emitted a tinkling sound, like the sound of water dripping onto a bell. It made one's mind move. As it appeared, it attracted the attention of Wang Bao's clone's will. His main body flicked his finger. Immediately, the musical note charged straight for the clone's will, fusing with it in an instant. It also contained a suppressive force within it. This force allowed Wang Bao's clone's will to temporarily suppress the law of appetite once it returned to his body. Furthermore, this suppressive force didn't have any control left behind by his main body. Once it existed, there was a risk of being exposed. Then, is the plan still the same? Wang Bao's clones will sent out a telepathic thought. Everything is the same as before. Wang Bao's main body nodded. He looked at his clone's will and instantly retreated. He gathered the fog that had dispersed around him and disappeared into the cave. Even though I'm cautious enough, my thoughts are still not as good as mine. If I want to become a great being, I still need to temper myself. Wang Bao smiled as he watched the will of his clone disappear. He was about to close his eyes, however, in the next moment. He opened his eyes abruptly and looked at the spot where the will of his clone had left. That's not right. The tricks of the two desire masters may seem ingenious, but based on my understanding of myself, it's impossible for me to completely believe them at the first moment. Then why do I trust this independent clone so much? Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. After a long while, he laughed again. Interesting, really interesting. This independent clone actually came to act as me. At the same time, the nightmare of desire of Wang Bao's clone, which had flown out of the ground, suddenly erupted with speed the moment it left the ground. It burned itself in exchange for extreme speed, as if it was fleeing for its life, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After 80% of the nightmare of desire had dissipated, it finally flew out of the desert and crashed into Wang Bao, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating outside the desert. He touched the center of his brows and entered within seconds. Very quickly, Wang Bao's clone trembled. He opened his eyes abruptly and let out a long breath. The main body is too dangerous. However, this time I have achieved my goal as I wished. As he muttered, a deep glint flashed across Wang Bao's eyes, in reality regarding what the main body had said. How could he not have noticed it at all? However, he could not think about it previously. From his point of view, the main body seemed to be indulging himself. However, based on his understanding of himself, that was impossible. A clone with an independent will had both advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, when he met the main body, he had to keep a low profile. He had to show that his thoughts and calculations were not as good as the main body's. Only by doing so could he not touch the main body's bottom line. However, with the main body's intelligence, this method can only be used once. Wang Bao's clone stood up silently and looked at the desert. After a long while, he turned around and left. It's best if I never come here again. I will naturally complete the main body's plan if that's the case. With my understanding of myself, it's not impossible for me to allow the independent clone to be completely free, as Wang Bao pondered. He distanced himself from the desert. Only when he reached a place that he thought was relatively safe did he find a place to sit cross-legged and spread out the suppressive force within his will. It instantly enveloped the law of appetite. Instantly, the law of appetite in his body was as active as a wild horse that had been reined in. It gradually calmed down as it struggled. This process continued for several days until Wang Bao had completely suppressed the law of appetite. He opened his eyes. Although there was a hint of weakness in his eyes, they shone brightly. Next, it's time to fuse with the Dao Seed musical note. Wang Bao carefully sensed the musical note in his will. He slowly sent his divine thoughts into it. When all of his thoughts had completely fused with the musical note, ding-dong sounds rang out in Wang Bao's mind. The sound was extremely beautiful and mesmerizing. As it reverberated in the air, Wang Bao's expression softened. Even the area around him seemed to have changed. Faintly, ding-dong sounds seemed to come from his mind and spread outwards. They turned into waves of emptiness that didn't dissipate for a long time. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. On the morning of the 8th day, when the sun rose in the world, and the sunlight dispelled the darkness and spread to Wang Bao opened his eyes. The world before him was the same as before, but for some reason what Wang Bao saw didn't seem so clear anymore. It wasn't because of his eyesight, but because a clearer way replaced sight. It was hearing. Looking at everything in front of him, Wang Bao heard the sound of the clouds moving in the sky, the traces of the wind, the music of the swaying plants, the sound of growth, and the clear sound of the soil. The movement of some small bugs brought about a clear sound. Even the entire world seemed to be emitting sounds. It was just a little blurry, and Wang Bao couldn't hear it clearly. However, he could feel that the world had changed. His eyes slowly closed again. However, everything that appeared in his mind didn't change much. It was a type of information that could be obtained without relying on sight or divine thoughts, just by listening. All of this came from a musical note that appeared in his dantian, where the crystal of the law of appetite was originally located. This musical note was the source of everything. Because of its existence, Wang Bao's hearing had improved considerably. It was as if he had reached another level. If he wanted to, he could make his surroundings fill with musical notes. Within the range of the musical note, he had a feeling that he could completely control it. Is this the law of listening and desire? Wang Bao muttered to himself. He opened his eyes and sensed it carefully. Only then did he stand up. In a flash, he rose into the air. With my musical note, I can be considered to have stepped into the long river of the law of listening and desire. Then, it's time to go to the city of listening and find out what's going on. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. His purpose for going to the city of listening and desire. Other than finding out the truth, the most important thing was to find a way to raise the law of listening and desire to the level of a glutton. He really wanted to know if he, who had mastered the 2 laws, would be able to complete his original plan when that time came. If that doesn't work, I'll find a way to master the 3rd law. Wang Bao's eyes flashed, and his body sped off into the distance. I've seen the law of listening before. After a certain level of cultivation, it can turn into music. I don't know when I'll be able to achieve such an illusory state. There's also the law of happiness. Wang Baol thought of the 7 emotions. His memories were the same as his original body, so he knew what had happened. He also understood the battle between the law of listening and the law of happiness. The elder of the Joyous Pulse tribe had guessed that the missing Joyous Lord had been suppressed in the city of listening and desire. A thought flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He was thinking of a question. If the 6 desires came from the emperor, then the 7 emotions must be the same. That being the case, why were the 6 desires and 7 emotions in such a state? As he flew, Wang Baol's thoughts made him think of the information he had heard about the other desires after becoming the Glutton Lord during a visit to the other Glutton Lords. There were 7 cities in the 2nd level. Other than the Ancient Age city, the other 6 belonged to the 6 Desire Masters. There were the City of Desire, the City of Desire, the City of Touch, the City of Desire, and the City of Desire. The 5 Desire Masters in the 5 cities were the current rulers of the 2nd level. As for the Ancient Age city, the Gluttonous Master didn't know much about it, so he didn't say much. Instead, he focused on introducing the 6th Desire City to Wang Baol. That was the Desire City. The reason why it was listed as a priority was because in the 2nd level, the Desire Master existed but didn't exist. The reason why it existed was because the laws of desire existed. This was a fact that the other 5 Desire Masters acknowledged, and it was inevitable. The reason why it didn't exist was because no one had ever seen a cultivator who cultivated the laws of desire. Even the city of will rarely appeared in this world. It was as if the city would only flicker in this world at certain times. This made the city of will extremely mysterious. There were even many people who speculated that perhaps the reason for all this was because the Lord of Will might not exist. However, the Glutton Lord didn't know much about the specifics. The veil that covers the origin universe Dao space will eventually be lifted. Wang Baol retracted his thoughts and sped up in the world. He didn't know the direction of the City of Desire, nor did he need to know. The guidance of the law of desire in his body was the best direction. As he flew, his appearance and aura slowly changed. He gradually transformed into a handsome youth. At the same time, the aura in his body gradually assimilated with the law of listening. Even if he met the glutton from the City of Listening, he wouldn't be able to stay with him. He felt a sense of familiarity. Just like that, time passed. A day passed quickly. As night fell, Wang Baol's speed didn't decrease at all. Based on his estimation, with his current speed, he would probably need a month. Only then would he be able to reach the City of Listening. However, he was not in a hurry. He could use this time to familiarize himself with the law of listening in his body. However, just as Wang Baol was about to do so, as night fell, his eyes suddenly contracted and his ears moved. He heard a sound. The sound was similar to crawling. It was as if countless legs were moving. They flew past him, causing Wang Baol's body to flash. He disappeared from his original spot and reappeared in the distance. His divine thoughts spread out and locked onto his surroundings. However, no matter how much his divine thoughts spread out, he did not sense anything unusual. The crawling sound was still there, but it had changed from being near his ears to being far away. What's going on? Wang Baol was alarmed. Even the original body's consciousness had spread out a little. However, the strange thing was, he still did not see anything different around him. His vision and divine thoughts were as usual. The only thing he could hear was the crawling sound. Even though it was far away, it was still there. This made Wang Baol's eyes shine coldly, and he had the thought of undoing the suppression of the law of appetite. Fortunately, the crawling sound was gradually weakening. According to Wang Baol's auditory senses, the other party should be right in front of him. He couldn't help but construct an image in his mind. In the image, in the area he was looking at, there was a gigantic caterpillar-like being with countless legs that was gradually moving away. This origin universe Dao space. Wang Baol was silent. He realized that this world always gave him pleasant surprises. Every time he thought that he had understood something, something that was difficult for him to understand would appear. For example, at this moment it was exactly like this. Wang Baol had also guessed the answer. All of this came from the law of listening. It was this law that allowed him to sense the other side of this world. If it was the third watch today, there are some different laws. Wang Baol raised his hand and swept it across the void in front of him. He felt what was in that strange space that he couldn't touch with his senses. His body didn't move. He remained standing in mid-air. However, as he extended his right hand, his fingers moved slowly. From afar, his nimble hands seemed to have transformed into a butterfly that was dancing in the void. Time passed slowly. An incense stick burned quickly. Wang Baol's expression remained the same, and his fingers continued to move. In the next instant, his eyes shone brightly, as the sound of wings flapping rang in his ears. The sound was right before his eyes, but it was the same as before. There was nothing in his eyes or his senses. However, the power of the law of listening told him that a flying creature was slowly approaching. From the sound of the wings, he could tell that the creature wasn't very big. To be more precise, the creature was very small. The area of the wings was larger than its body. When it flew over, there seemed to be some dust scattered, causing Wang Baol to gradually picture the appearance of a butterfly in his mind. The butterfly was clearly attracted by his right hand and was slowly approaching. In the next instant, it gradually landed on his finger. Feeling the slight touch from his finger, Wang Baol's eyes shone with a strange light. He slowly brought his hand before him. The finger looked normal, but the sense of touch was obvious. The sense of hearing was even stronger. I don't know how I can see, Wang Baol thought, but he didn't have an answer. The only thing he could think of was to learn the law of desire in this world. Is it possible that after I cultivate the law of 6 desires, I can truly feel the truth hidden in this world? Wang Baol thought. Suddenly, he heard a special voice. The voice gave him the feeling that it was an existence that had revealed its fangs and was about to attack him. A glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. The moment he heard the voice, the 2 fingers of his right hand pinched the empty space. His sense of touch told him that his 2 fingers had successfully pinched the other party. His sense of hearing also told him that he was pinching. It was the butterfly that had landed on his hand. The butterfly had fangs. However, the moment its teeth reached out, they were already between Wang Baol's 2 fingers, along with its body. It turned cold and lost all signs of life. It can still be killed. Wang Baol waved his hand and threw the invisible butterfly away. He looked at his fingers carefully and realized that there was a black bruise spreading on them. It was like a poison. As it spread, it was accompanied by numbness. Fortunately, the poison wasn't strong, and Wang Baol himself was strong enough. With the influence of the law of listening, the visible bruise gradually faded. Eventually, it disappeared. Interesting. Wang Baol raised his head and looked in the direction of the city of listening. He thought that the next month of traveling might be more interesting. With that thought in mind, Wang Baol's body swayed. Under the cover of the bright moon in the sky, he faced the night sky and sped off into the distance. The dark night behind him seemed to have turned into a cape. The bright moon on the cape seemed to have become an embellishment. He, on the other hand, wore the bright moon cape and whistled forward in the night sky. This was the first night he had encountered since the formation of the law of listening. It was destined to be a night that was not only different, but also extraordinary. Wang Baol, who was flying in the sky, quickly sensed this. That was because his eyes and divine thoughts couldn't see the truth. However, his law of listening and desire gave him special senses all the time. He sensed the sound of wings. That was normal. After all, he was flying in the sky. However, he also sensed the sound of waves in the sky. It was as if there was an ocean in the sky in a world that only the law of listening and desire could sense. He could even hear the sound of waves. He could also hear the sound of fish rushing out from the surface of the sea, drawing an arc. Then they fell back into the ocean. All of this was far inferior to the sound of breathing that he could perceive with the law of listening and desire. The sound of breathing came from the side of the ocean. It was huge and vast, like a storm. In the beginning, Wang Baol had thought that it was the sweeping of the storm. However, he soon realized that it was different. The storm usually did not rise and fall. To a certain extent, it continued. There might be many choices if one could pause, absorb, and absorb. However, Wang Baol's sense of hearing and desire reflected his intuition, which was breathing. It was the breathing of a gigantic beast. The sea that he sensed through the law of hearing and desire seemed to be just the saliva in the mouth of the gigantic beast. This thought shocked even Wang Baol. After imagining the size of the gigantic beast, he didn't hesitate at all. He quickly lowered his body. Avoiding the sea and breathing from afar, he landed on the ground. He no longer sped in the sky, but on the ground. However, it was a pity that this unusual night brought Wang Baol an experience that was not limited to the sky. The ground was the same. As he sped on the ground, Wang Baol heard the sound of something dragging. It seemed to be something. It was dragging a heavy object as it raced with Wang Baol. There were also sounds of chewing and gnawing. They had appeared 5 times, and each time, they seemed to be very close to him. What made Wang Baol's scalp tingle the most was that he heard the sounds of breathing in the sky again. He also heard countless crawling sounds. It was as if the strange existence in the sky had changed its direction and was speeding toward the ground. It was getting closer. The existences that he had heard on the ground did not disappear either. They followed beside him, emitting a malicious intent that could be sensed even though they were not in the same world. It was as if they were all waiting. Wang Baol was their prey. To a certain extent, he could be likened to a torch that existed in the dark night, attracting the attention and approach of all existences in the dark night. Although the law of appetite had been sealed, Wang Baol could still sense the invisible existences around him through his senses of the law. His appetite was almost impossible to suppress. This appetite was extremely rich. Wang Baol couldn't help but want to open the seal a few times and release the law of appetite to absorb it. However, he restrained himself. That was because there was an existence that appeared out of nowhere beside him. It seemed to be leaning against his ear. It blew softly, emitting a faint sound. "Little brother, why don't you have any music? I really want to hear it. Hurry up and play your music. Okay? If you don't play, according to the agreement, I'm going to eat you up." Wang Baol remained silent. He looked at his surroundings, which were clearly empty but clearly lively. He thought for a moment, snorted coldly, and ignored the other party's words. With a sway of his body, he charged forward. His speed was so fast that it was as if he had broken through the barrier in an instant. He charged forward. However, as he charged forward, the noise in the surroundings grew louder, and the breathing in the sky grew closer. He could even hear the distant. He could hear the sounds of crawling from afar. All of this was telling him that the situation was very critical. The faint sound became more shrill at that moment, and it continued blowing into his ears. "Little brother, don't tell me you don't have any music. If that's the case, then I won't be able to control myself. But I can give you another chance." His voice was clearly filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. Wang Baol had no choice but to stop in his tracks. He could feel that there seemed to be another gigantic creature in front of him. Forming a wall, it was blocking his path. Seeing that, Wang Baol sighed. He didn't continue to harp on the other party's intentions. After all, it would still be a little troublesome if he were to unravel the law of appetite. It didn't seem like it would be very difficult to successfully resolve the crisis before him. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was his main note. In reality, ever since the main note was formed, he had been storing it in his body. He hadn't let it out in the slightest because he had felt it once, and the answer he had obtained would affect his mood. He even suspected that his main body had deliberately given it to him. However, it wouldn't be good if he didn't let it out now. Therefore, after Wang Baol fell silent, the law of listening in his body moved slightly. As it circulated, the gorgeous main note in his body seemed to resonate and let out a faint sound. The sound penetrated Wang Baol's body and spread to the outside world, turning into a single sound. PFFT. The moment the sound was released, Wang Bao's face turned dark, but he managed to hold back his discomfort. However, the countless creatures that surrounded him in his sense of the law of listening were also stunned. What kind of music is this? Very quickly, the faint sound from before rang in his ears. However, it was clear that compared to just now, this sound was filled with confusion. I didn't hear it clearly. Can you play another one? Wang Bao's expression turned even uglier. After remaining silent, he vibrated the main note in his body again, causing the voice to be played again. PFFT. The surroundings fell silent instantly. The silence turned into a strange atmosphere. It was as if all the existences in the world that could be sensed by the laws of listening were silent. Play it again? The faint voice seemed to be very persistent as it continued speaking. The veins on Wang Bao's forehead were gradually bulging. His impatience had reached its limit. He had already endured the discomfort and cooperated by releasing his main note twice. However, the other party was demanding endlessly. This made Wang Bao feel as if he had violated his own principles. He had always thought that he was different from his original body. His original body was unreasonable, bloodthirsty, and aggressive. What was wrong with him? He was only passively fighting back every time. Now he felt that it was time for him to retaliate. Release your sister. Wang Bao was instantly enraged. In the next instant, the law of appetite in his body was activated by him. In that instant, his body exploded and rose to more than 6,000 feet. A violent aura, a terrifying pressure, and dozens of nightmares of desire. At the same time it spread across the ground. His body grew larger. The moment the law of appetite in his body exploded, his huge right hand was raised and grabbed at the empty space on his right. It was as if he had grabbed onto something and pressed it onto the ground. A deep pit appeared on the ground. It seemed like he still hadn't vented his anger. Wang Bao raised his hand and clenched his fist. He punched hard at the ground. The ground shattered completely, forming a deep pit. Only then did he stop. At the same time, the power of the law of listening, which was being rapidly devoured, spread out its senses. Wang Bao could sense that, in the process, a large number of sounds of retreating could be heard. It was as if the beings that were originally surrounding the area had fled in fear the moment they saw Wang Bao's law of appetite turn into a glutton. Wang Bao's expression turned ugly, and he immediately sealed his law of appetite once again. His body instantly turned back into an ordinary person, and his face returned to the appearance of the youth he had transformed into previously. However, what made his heart ache was the fact that the main note formed by his law of listening desire had already lost 10% of its original appearance. He didn't know if the loss of 10% would cause the sound to change. However, in the end, he still felt uncomfortable. This was especially so when he had endured the discomfort and compromised. However, the other party wasn't satisfied and kept making him make that sound. And that word. It made Wang Bao's anger rise once again. It was one thing for him to think of his original body making a bad joke. But in this world that he could sense through the law of listening and desire, an unknown entity was actually making fun of him. He felt even more uncomfortable and walked to the area where he had hammered the ground earlier. He stepped on it a few more times, and only then did he feel better. However, as he stepped on it, Wang Bao suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. He noticed that there was a strand of black hair that seemed to be slowly gathering there. There was an obvious power of the law of listening on the strand of black hair. Wang Bao's mind stirred. He raised his right hand and grabbed. Immediately, the strand of black hair flew out, entered his palm, and entered his body, fused with his main note. Could this be a way to cultivate the law of listening? Wang Bao's eyes lit up. He weighed his gains and realized that the strand of black hair only made up a portion of what he had been devoured. From the cost-benefit ratio, it wasn't worth it. However, if the first thing I did when I unleashed the law of listening was to target all the strange existences in the area and suppress them, I should be able to gain more than I would have to pay. Wang Bao was eager to give it a try. After pondering for a moment, he moved forward at a steady pace. As he activated the law of listening and paid attention to everything in the area, he tried his best to maintain a harmless appearance. He tried his best to turn himself into a torch to attract the strange beings in the unknown world. More. Wang Bao's eyes were filled with anticipation as he walked. At the same time, he regretted being too rash previously. He was afraid that he would scare the other party, causing the beings that could provide the law of listening to fear to come. I hope they won't communicate with each other, Wang Bao muttered to himself. Time passed, and soon more than half of the night had passed. At that moment, Wang Bao's eyes lit up. That was because he had finally heard the voice from that world approaching him. It was daybreak. As the first rays of the morning sun shone down, Wang Bao walked out of a forest in the second level of the world with a satisfied expression. As he walked, he rubbed his stomach as if he was very full. Behind him, the trees in the forest were swaying from side to side. It was obvious that they had been struck by a huge force. Last night, he had been in the forest. After gathering enough nomological creatures from the law of listening, he had let go of the suppression of the law of appetite and enjoyed a feast of gluttony. It had to be said that although the nomological creatures from the law of listening were strange and powerful individually, after all, it was not very difficult to deal with them after Wang Bao had transformed into the glutton lord. After all, the law of appetite and the law of listening were on the same level. The glutton lord was one of the origins of the law of appetite. In comparison, when he transformed into the glutton lord, he could basically fight against it. Only the singer-cultivator who had complete music could fight against it. Therefore, to Wang Bao, this was indeed a feast. Even though his law of listening was devoured by the law of appetite, the black hair that was absorbed not only made up for it, it even grew a little at that moment. He was only half a step away from forming his second main note. However, Wang Bao had only mastered a simple and crude method of cultivating the law of listening and desire. He believed that he should have a better understanding of it in the city of listening and desire, so that he could know his progress. What made him even more satisfied was that the law of listening and desire itself had benefited greatly from this grand feast. His body of listening and desire had now reached 6,900 feet, and he was not far from 7,000 feet. 7,000 feet was the height of the number one glutton in the city of appetite. Satisfied, Wang Bao welcomed the sunlight and flew through the sky. He still looked as if he wanted to attract the existence of the world of listening. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and his ears were perked up. The law of listening circulated, and he paid attention to his surroundings. However, when noon arrived, Wang Bao was surprised to find that there was no movement from the world of listening. This made Wang Bao think, could it be that I went too far yesterday? That's not right. To be precise, I didn't sense anything during the day yesterday. The first time I sensed the existence of the world of listening and desire was at the first moment when night fell. Wang Bao's eyes revealed his thoughts. He already had a guess. Perhaps the creatures of the world of listening and desire were isolated during the day in this world. Only when night fell would they overlap and appear in the perception of the cultivators of the law of listening and desire. This matter is easy to verify. We will know when night falls, Wang Bao thought to himself as he continued on his journey. Several hours later, as dusk dissipated and the bright moon appeared, he activated the law of listening and desire. Wang Bao heard the whistling of the wind. This was not the wind in his world. It came from the world that could only be felt by the law of listening and desire. It was the wind that blew past. The wind seemed to carry some sort of catkins as it landed on his body. It seemed to have turned into spores that wanted to take root in his flesh and blood. However, Wang Bao's body seemed to be too hard for the spores to penetrate. Hence, they left with the wind. As he felt all of this, a smile appeared on Wang Bao's face. He realized that he preferred the darkness of the listening world to the day. This liking of his lasted for more than 20 days in the following days. During these 20 days, Wang Bao traveled as he endured the day, waiting for the night to descend. In the dark night, he transformed into a torch, attracting the existence of the world of listening and listening time and time again. He transformed into a glutton again and again. He absorbed and devoured time and time again. His main notes had already formed 5. His body of appetite had also broken through 800 meters, reaching 860 meters. He had become the true number 1 glutton. However, danger had appeared twice. The first time was 11 days ago. The torch that he had transformed into had attracted the attention of a terrifying existence. Wang Baol couldn't sense the true appearance of the existence from the world of the law of listening. However, with the power of the law of listening, he could still vaguely picture what it looked like in his mind. It should be a corpse that grew on a harp. Wherever the corpse passed, music that caused flesh and blood to collapse would be played. Even though Wang Baol had transformed into a glutton, he had paid a heavy price. He had managed to escape from this crisis. Based on his analysis and guesses, he felt that this wasn't a native of the world of the law of listening. There was a high probability that it was an unknown singer-cultivator who had died for an unknown period of time. When this cultivator was alive, his cultivation should not have been weak. However, he had died in the world of the law of listening, and his corpse had undergone some unusual changes, turning into an existence similar to the source. Although Wang Baol's law of listening had reached the level of the glutton lord, it could not last for too long. Otherwise, his law of listening would continue to be devoured. This was also the main reason why he had no choice but to escape. Once he was trapped, he would need to maintain the glutton lord's state continuously. Eventually, his law of listening would be completely devoured. By then, he would have won, but the losses would be too great. It would also affect his subsequent arrangements. This time, Wang Baol, who had been devouring his superiors, was much more awake. The second time was 3 days ago. He had encountered a dangerous situation. It was the sound of a whistle. As soon as the sound was heard, all the existences in the law of listening could no longer control themselves and ran towards the source of the whistle. Wang Baol was even more shocked to discover that his body was in the same state. It was as if the whistle possessed the power to shake his soul and control everything about him. At the critical moment, with the suppression of his original body and the power of the glutton lord, he had once again escaped danger. The 2 dangerous situations had finally made Wang Baol gradually give up on the idea of continuing to devour the world outside. He wanted to strengthen the law of listening. He felt that what he needed now was to rush to the city of listening as soon as possible and understand the secrets of the law of listening. At the very least, he needed to understand the world that only the law of listening could perceive. That way, it would be the most convenient way for him to cultivate this law. If he continued to stay outside, even though he had successfully avoided the 2 dangers and increased the number of his main notes, he knew very well that if there was an accident, all his gains wouldn't be for naught. However, the law of listening would either be depleted by more than half or completely gone. Wang Baol could not afford to pay such a price now. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he sped up. Finally, 5 days later, from afar, Wang Baol saw a city appear on the horizon. The shape of the city was very special. It looked like an ear. It was as if there was a giant's head lying on its side, buried under the ground, with only 1 ear sticking out. This was the city of listening pleasure. This was the first time Wang Baol had seen the city of desire to listen, but it was not the first time he had heard of its appearance. In fact, there were many rumors regarding the city of desire to listen. During his time in the city of desire, Wang Baol naturally had some understanding of the contents of the rumors. For example, there was a rumor that a huge head was buried beneath the city of desire to listen. The exposed ear of the head had been transformed into a city. There was also a rumor that there was no head under the ground. It was the ear of a mighty figure that had been chopped off by a god countless years ago and thrown here. At that moment, standing outside the city of listening desire, Wang Baol saw something different. To the naked eye, the huge ear seemed to be carved out of mud and stone. However, as the power of the law of listening desire permeated the air, he heard the cries from the city. The cries were mournful, as if they were being tortured all the time. However, as the cries fused with the law of listening desire, the power of the law of listening desire became more active. It was as if listening to the cries could stimulate the law of listening desire. Something's not right. Wang Bail's expression changed quickly. He observed carefully. He felt that there was something wrong with his earlier judgment. The cries from the city of listening desire sounded like that at first, but if one were to look carefully, he could sense that there seemed to be countless sounds contained within the sobbing. All the sounds gathered together, and for some unknown reason, they formed the sound of sobbing. At the same time, the sound seemed to come from the city of listening, but in reality, it was not like that. Instead, it came from all directions. The city of listening sounds is like a huge receiver that receives the sounds of all living beings in the entire second-level world. Wang Bail took a deep breath, and his expression turned grave with this discovery. More accurately speaking, what is listening here is the strange world that only cultivators of the law of listening can experience. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes and looked at the city that was shaped like an ear again. From where he was, the city was blurry and could not be seen clearly. It seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. Wang Bail knew that it was probably caused by the city's own array formation. He didn't pause in his thoughts. He sped towards the city of listening desire, which was at the end of his line of sight. Unlike the city of eating desire, the city of listening desire didn't have a city gate. It gave off the feeling that the city was completely open and that anyone could enter and leave freely. That was indeed the case. Wang Bail's arrival was unimpeded, and he didn't sense any fluctuations from the array formation. He also observed the other people who entered the city. As one of the few major cities in the second level, there was an endless stream of people coming and going from the city of listening comprehension. Wang Bail was one of them. His entry into the city didn't cause the slightest ripple. Wang Bail was a little surprised that he could enter the city of listening comprehension so easily. What surprised him even more was that the moment he stepped into the city and entered the fog, he heard a familiar noise. The noise was loud, and there were sounds of buzzing. There was even a wave of heat coming towards him. All of this, coupled with what he was seeing with his eyes, immediately stirred up a strong wave in Wang Bail's mind. The first thing he saw was the tall buildings in the city, as well as the flying cars that sped past on the road. Wang Bail was stunned by what he saw. Previously, he had been outside and couldn't see clearly, but now that he saw this familiar scene with his own eyes, his eyes subconsciously widened. Everything here was very similar to the Federation, or more accurately, almost exactly the same. High-rise buildings, flying cars, and colorful lights filled the air with the combination of modern technology. The impact caused Wang Bail to almost think that he had returned to the Federation. If it weren't for the pedestrians on the road, whose clothes were somewhat different from the Federation's, Wang Bail might not have been able to distinguish them clearly. How can this be? Wang Bail's breathing quickened slightly as he walked along the streets. He looked at the pedestrians, at the familiar architectural style, and occasionally heard the whistling of flying chariots. All of this was completely different from the City of Appetite. It was as if this place and the City of Appetite were two different civilizations. In his confusion, Wang Bail suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his head and looked at a tall building in the distance. There was a huge projection on the wall of the tall building. It was a woman dressed in clothes made of feathers. She was beautiful and sexy at the same time. She was singing, and her voice spread in all directions. It was very pleasant to the ears. The huge projection was no different from a real person. As she sang and sang, she walked out of the tall building in the background and stood between heaven and earth. It was as if she was real. She walked and sang on the streets, as if wherever she passed by, it was her stage. As she walked, she passed Wang Bail's body. Wang Bail watched everything silently. He raised his head to look at the sky and continued walking forward. He was prepared to find a store to stay in for the time being before looking at other things. Not long after Wang Bail walked, the light screen on the wall of the tall building in front of him. It changed suddenly, as if the source of the signal had been suddenly picked up. What was projected was a huge concert hall. On the screen, an orchestra was walking onto the stage one after another. At the same time, the sound of the background filled with excitement spread in all directions. Ladies and gentlemen of Listening Desire City, I would like to solemnly inform you that after our hard communication, the Chord sect has finally agreed to arrange for their chosen disciple to bring her orchestra to perform a heavenly song for us. Look, the first person on stage right now, wearing a long purple dress, is the Chord sect's favored disciple, Moon Spirit Child. As the sound of the background reverberated, the light screens outside the tall buildings gradually turned into the background of the concert. The pedestrians in the city of listening desire stopped in their tracks and raised their heads to look at the light screens closest to them. Wang Baol was among the crowd. It was the same. As they looked over, an uproar soon reverberated in all directions. It's actually a public performance by the Chord sect. As one of the three great sects in Listening Pleasure City, there are very few disciples of the Chord sect who perform in public. This is a rare opportunity. To us, this kind of performance can be said to be a fortuitous opportunity. If we can gain some insights from this performance and gather our own musical notes, we can rely on this musical note to enter the Chord sect. Discussions and exclamations continued. Wang Baol's gaze was also focused on a light screen, looking at the orchestra within, especially the purple-robed woman who was walking at the front. The woman was beautiful, but she was cold. Her figure was there, but if one looked closely, one could see that she seemed to be in between reality and illusion, as if she could turn into a melody and spread out in all directions at any moment. Compared to her, the people behind her were clearly like green leaves. The core of the orchestra was clearly this woman. Most importantly, Wang Baol could sense the aura of a Tao seed from the purple-dressed woman when his true form first met the white-dressed actress. Another Tao seed? Wang Baol frowned slightly. Before he had arrived in the city of listening comprehension, he hadn't been too suspicious. Now that he was here, he had some guesses. Logically speaking, it's impossible for too many Tao seeds to appear. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He was prepared to observe again. If there were more than 3 to 5 Tao seeds in the city of listening comprehension, then there must be a problem. If it was any other cultivator, due to their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to form an accurate judgment. However, with Wang Baol's actual cultivation and experience, he could easily tell that if this happened, someone must have deliberately set it up. The purpose of setting it up was nothing more than to borrow the bodies of others to nourish their own Tao. These Tao seeds were most likely cauldrons. It would have been fine if the person who had arranged the arrangement didn't need them, but the cauldrons were safe and sound. Once the other party had a thought, the bodies of these Tao seed holders would instantly wither, and the Tao seed would fly out and return to their original bodies. I'll see if there are any other Tao seed holders, and I'll know all the answers. As he pondered, the concert began. As the beautiful melody reverberated, the entire city of listening pleasure was filled with a feast for the ears at that moment. Even Wang Baol had to admit that the melody was beautiful. It made people unable to help but feel happy when they heard it, and a smile unconsciously appeared on their faces. That smile also triggered the joyous aura in Wang Baol's body, causing him to wake up in the next instant. A hidden glint flashed across his eyes. Happiness and listening are indeed related. Wang Baol focused his attention and looked over. The orchestra on the light screen was slowly becoming blurry. It was as if as it played, the bodies of all the cultivators on the stage gradually became illusory. It was as if everyone was turning into musical notes, surrounding the purple woman and playing her accompaniment, making her music more vibrant and infectious. In Wang Baol's eyes, the woman's body had also become more than half illusory, turning into a nearly complete piece of music that floated in the city of listening pleasure. Everyone who heard it was intoxicated. There were even some who chose to sit cross-legged at the beginning of the performance, as if they were comprehending something. Is this also a way to cultivate the law of listening? Wang Baol was curious and looked around. Soon, he locked onto a young man who was smiling foolishly not too far away. He slowly walked over. The crowd did not notice him. They gently patted the young man's shoulder, and a joyous aura spread into his body along with his palm. Although the use of this joyous aura could not achieve the effect of fighting an enemy, it had a certain effect in increasing their favorability and trust. The young man's mind was clearly filled with the music, as if he was unguarded. This allowed Wang Bao's joyous aura to smoothly fuse into his mind, forming a hint. Under the influence of this hint, when the young man was disturbed by Wang Bao's slap and woke up from his immersion in the music, he turned to look at Wang Bao. He should have been slightly unhappy, but he suddenly felt that the person in front of him seemed to be very friendly. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and asked patiently, "Fellow Taoist, what's the matter?" "Fellow Taoist, I'm Xian Mingzi. It's my first time in the City of Desire. I noticed that everyone was listening to the music and seemed to be enlightened. After hearing the performance, my heart was filled with joy. I danced and couldn't help but touch you. I hope you don't mind." A warm smile appeared on Wang Bao's face. Under the influence of the joyous atmosphere, he exuded a sense of joy. The youth was first hinted at and then influenced. He didn't mind Wang Bao's interruption. Instead, he and Wang Bao chatted while listening to the performance. An hour later, the performance came to an end. Both of them looked satisfied. As the crowd dispersed, Wang Bao took the initiative to invite them. The youth happily agreed. Soon, the two of them sat in a restaurant. It was as if they had regretted not meeting each other sooner. As they chatted, Wang Bao also found out about the other party's identity. He was an official resident of the city. However, due to his talent, he didn't join any of the sects in the city. He could only work as a waiter in a music hall. However, as he had to face many people every day, he knew a lot about the various news in the city. For example, from him, Wang Bao found out that there were 3 major sects in the city. The Chord sect was only one of them. The other 2 sects were the Hengqin sect and the Tao of Music. The 3 major sects were the largest factions in the City of Listening. Above them was the Lord of Listening Desire. Other than that, Wang Bao also learned a few basic theories about the cultivation of the law of listening desire. The comprehension of the law of listening desire took up more than half of the cultivation. The previous performance was an entrance test for the Chord sect. Anyone who could gather their own musical notes from the music played would be qualified to join the Chord sect. They would be qualified to join the Chord sect. It's a pity that such comprehension depends on luck and aptitude. I've listened to the performances of the 3 great sects many times, but I haven't succeeded yet. The young man was filled with regret. Under Wang Bao's persuasion, he gulped down the wine in his glass. "Fellow Taoist Shenming, this is your first time in the City of Listening. If you possess the aptitude to join the 3 great sects, you will definitely soar. Therefore, I suggest that you establish yourself here first, and then listen to the performances of the 3 great sections. The cultivation of the law of listening pleasure is extremely important." The young man also had a good impression of Wang Bao, so his words were sincere. Wang Bao nodded and asked a few more questions. Gradually, he gained a general understanding of the basic cultivation of the law of listening pleasure. For example, the cultivation of the law of listening pleasure was to create a complete song. However, it was not limited to just one song. According to the young man's description, the elites of the 3 great sects had created 2 or even more songs. However, no matter what, the main note was very important. Only with the main note could one be considered to have the prerequisite to perfect one's own music. After that, one would continuously add notes and change them from time to time until they created a piece of music that was the most suitable for one, the final refinement. The final refinement here was different from the 3 sects. For example, the Chord emphasized on adding lyrics to form a song. The Hengqin was different. It emphasized on expressing one's emotions through music and did not need any lyrics to help. As for the Tao of Music, it focused on nature. It focused on the sound of all things, not limited to music. Anything was possible, and the goal was to create the sound of nature. Regardless, the 3 sects would eventually allow the cultivator to transform into music and fuse with heaven and earth. According to the legends, there is another realm that will allow the world to produce a sound that has never existed before. It is said that this realm is the closest to the realm of desire. Wang Bao had gained a lot from this communication. Apart from having some understanding of the 3 great sects, he also knew how to enter the 3 sects. He also had an overview of the cultivation system of the law of listening and desire cultivators. Since they were both in the 2nd level of the world, and all of them had 6 desires. They naturally had something in common with the cultivation system. For example, in the city of listening and desire, the vast majority of cultivators were known as the murmurs. They were on the same level as the starving ghosts in the city of desire. The murmurs were the lowest level of cultivators, and there were many of them. They didn't have the main notes, but they did have murmurs that couldn't be considered murmurs. For example, the young man who had introduced everything to Wang Baol was one of them. He dreamed that one day he would be able to join a sect, but there were very few who could achieve it. Those above the realm of murmurs were known as the music notes. These cultivators had condensed their own main notes, and they were basically qualified to continue and perfect their cultivation. Even if they couldn't join the 3 great sections, they could still have a place in the music workshops of all sizes in the city of listening comprehension. At that moment, even in this realm, Wang Baol only had 8 musical notes due to his hunting outside the city. He was considered the pinnacle among the musical notes. Further up, the young man who had introduced everything to Wang Baol gave him a name, the melodious one. Melody was the literal meaning of a piece of incomplete music. Cultivators in this category usually had the qualifications to open a small music workshop in the city of listening desire. They were considered powerful. Even the middle-tier music workshops could be considered the main staff. However, in the 3 great sects, this was just the beginning. As for the higher levels, it was already very difficult for small and medium-sized music workshops to have such cultivators. Only the 3 great sects had such people. They were known as musicians, from a melody to a complete piece of music, and then, in different sects, according to different methods, to walk the special path of the sect. This was a musician. Generally speaking, at this level, one could be considered a powerhouse in the city of listening desire. Even within the 3 great sects, most of them had a certain level of authority. Further up, there were 2 more levels. These 2 levels were considered high-level performances of the law of listening desire. One was known as a movement and the other was known as a band. The former had a complete movement, and the movement clearly didn't contain a single piece of music. It was usually composed of multiple pieces in a sequence. There weren't many powerhouses like this in the 3 great sects. For example, the performance that Wang Baol had heard earlier, the purple-robed lady who was known as a prodigy, was at that realm. There was also the white-robed female singer that she had met in her true form, as well as the tall figures that had appeared in the City of Appetites. Even the youth that Wang Baol had killed outside the City of Appetites was at that level. Their main performance was to have their own band. The same was true for the latter, but it was more difficult. Not only did they have to have a complete and luxurious band to form their own band, they also had to have the ability to release all their music scores. There was only one person in each of the 3 great sects who could achieve this. These 3 people were second only to the Lord of Desire in the City of Listening. After the youth had finished speaking, the sky outside slowly turned to dusk. The sky was bright red, and the glow of the sunset shone on the ground. It looked beautiful, but Wang Baol noticed that many people in the restaurant were standing up in a hurry. The pedestrians on the streets outside also sped up. In the distance, one could see figures leaving the city at high speed. Only the people staying in the restaurant or the residents of the City of Listening were left behind. Wang Baol was lost in thought. The young man who had finished his last glass of wine laughed when he saw this. Xianming, you might have just arrived at the City of Listening, but you must know how strange the City of Listening is. Everything in this city is beautiful during the day, but at night, don't ever leave your room. No matter what sounds you hear outside, remember, don't open the door. Don't walk out, the young man said. He stood up, smiled at Wang Baol, and left the restaurant. Wang Baol stood up and watched the youth leave. After a while, he sat down again, picked up his wine cup, and took a sip. When he put it down, a shimmering rune-like musical note appeared on his right hand, which had loosened his grip on the wine cup. With a light touch, the musical note produced a rumbling sound. It was deep, and it gave off the feeling of falling to the ground. Looking at the musical note in his hand, Wang Baol had a strange look on his face. It was a new musical note. It had unknowingly gathered in his body when he had been listening to the performance. It seemed to be something that was difficult for others, but for him, it was very simple. The sound was a little unique, but it wasn't a PFFT sound. This made Wang Baol feel a little comforted. Should I use this musical note to enter the chord sect? Wang Baol hesitated. He quickly put away the musical note in his hand and returned to his residence. The restaurant he had chosen was the place where he would stay. It didn't take long before he returned to his room. Dusk passed outside, and the sky gradually turned dark. Standing by the window, he looked out at the streets outside. There were very few pedestrians. Most of them were in a hurry. When the sky turned completely dark and the light faded, Wang Baol, who was standing by the window, didn't see anyone outside. The entire world seemed to have quietened down at that moment. Even the restaurant he was in was dead silent. Not only that, even the lights were extinguished at that moment. The entire city was silent and pitch black. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He thought of the youth's advice to him. Amidst the silence and pitch black, as time passed, Wang Baol's eyes slowly lit up. He heard a special sound. It was as if someone was speaking quietly. He couldn't hear it clearly, and the sound of whispers and the friction of the ground reverberated outside. This reminded Wang Baol of the wilderness outside. Every night, when night fell, it was a world of listening. Therefore, he approached the window and looked outside carefully through the window. The moment he looked out, suddenly, a cold and sinister feeling spread in front of him. He heard clear breathing. The breathing was outside the window. Through the window, there seemed to be a face leaning against the window, looking at Wang Baol. The surroundings were still quiet and dark. However, the sound of breathing became clearer in the silence. Huff, huff, huff. Scram! As the sound of breathing grew louder, Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. He looked out the window, where he could not see anything unusual, and said calmly, "There was more." After Wang Baol spoke, the sounds of breathing suddenly stopped. However, in the next moment, a piercing sound came from outside the window, as if fingernails were scratching the window. Wang Baol frowned. As he was in the city of listening, he was not as free as he was outside. His law of appetite was sealed by himself, and it was not suitable for him to expose himself too much. Therefore, after looking at the empty window, Wang Baol turned around and ignored it. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. However, as time passed, the sounds of slapping from outside continued without end. At the back, there was even the sound of slapping. It was as if the persistent existence outside the window was very dissatisfied with Wang Baol's attitude. He was trying his best to slap the window. As he slapped, the sound that came in shook the entire room, causing all sorts of sounds to reverberate in the room. It was so noisy that Wang Baol found it difficult to meditate. All of the sound rushed into his body. It caused the laws of listening to him to tremble. Finally, Wang Baol opened his eyes and walked over with an unfriendly expression. He stood by the window and stared coldly at the empty space outside. As he approached, the slapping and breathing sounds grew stronger. "You're courting death, aren't you?" The corners of Wang Baol's mouth suddenly cracked open, revealing his Nathan's teeth. He suddenly raised his right hand and opened the window. He grabbed forward and pulled it back instantly. Without even looking, he threw it into his mouth. As he chewed, he closed the window. Cracking sounds, accompanied by waves of shrill screams, reverberated in the room. Wang Baol was expressionless. He chewed hard while returning to his original position. He continued to sit cross-legged. After a long while, the screams by his ears gradually weakened. When they completely disappeared, the surroundings returned to normal. There were no more slapping sounds, no more rattling sounds, and no more breathing sounds. In the silence, Wang Baol was satisfied. He closed his eyes and meditated. Just like that, the night passed. Wang Baol opened his eyes and looked out the window. Everything outside had returned to normal. There were tall buildings and countless noises. Music could be vaguely heard from afar. It was very lively. This made Wang Baol recall his life in the Federation once again. While he was filled with emotions, he walked out of the room in the restaurant. The moment he walked out, he realized that something was amiss. There were many people living in the restaurant like him, and there were also many employees. However, as he walked out, the guests were still normal. However, when the employees in the restaurant looked at Wang Baol, they were clearly nervous, as if they were in awe. "Did you hear the screams in my room yesterday?" Wang Baol swept his gaze across the employees. All of them lowered their heads, and very quickly, before Wang Baol could walk out of the restaurant, a middle-aged man appeared. He was escorted by a few employees. The middle-aged man was well-dressed, and he looked neat and meticulous. He addressed himself as a butler and was very polite to Wang Baol. He was even a little enthusiastic. After a few conversations, he even upgraded Wang Baol's room. He changed to a bigger residence. Wang Baol didn't refuse, nor did he probe into the reason for the middle-aged man's actions. He already had an answer in his heart. After accepting everything, he walked out of the restaurant under the middle-aged man's respectful gaze and strolled around the city of listening pleasure. As the flying chariots whizzed past, Wang Baol was in a daze. It was as if he wasn't in the Origin Universe DAO space, but in the Federation. Occasionally, he would see groups of people holding up signs as they walked past. Everything was peaceful. It made him feel comfortable. But at the same time, he couldn't help but immerse himself in it. It wasn't until noon that Wang Baol made his decision. He was prepared to use the runes he had comprehended to join the Cord sect. However, at that moment, Wang Baol was surprised to find that he couldn't find the position of the Cord sect in the City of Listening. He couldn't find the position of the Cord sect in the City of Desire. The youth from yesterday didn't mention this point, and Wang Baol didn't ask about it. After all, according to his understanding, the City of Desire wasn't particularly big. Naturally, everyone knew about the positions of the three great sections. However, he had searched for a long time, but he hadn't found the location of the sects at all. This surprised Wang Baol, especially after he had asked a few people with a joyous air. No one knew this surprised Wang Baol. Everyone in the City of Listening Comprehension knows about the existence of the three great sects, but very few know their location. Could it be that the Cord sect and the City of Listening Comprehension are not in the same space? Or could it be that the Cord sect cannot be seen during the day? Wang Baol pondered. When he returned to the restaurant where he was staying, a waiter immediately greeted him respectfully and sent him to a new room. The moment he stepped into the room, Wang Baol suddenly spoke. "Ask your butler to come over." When the waiter heard that, he quickly nodded and left in a hurry. Before long, Wang Baol, who was standing by the window in the room, heard a knock on the door. He raised his right hand and waved. Immediately, the door opened. The well-dressed butler stood outside the door with a smile. "Senior, may I come in?" "Please." Wang Baol turned around and spoke with a smile. The middle-aged butler smiled as well. He walked into the room and closed the door. Then he stood there waiting for Wang Baol's instructions. This posture was very comfortable. Wang Baol swept his gaze across the room and nodded. He spoke slowly. "How do I join the Cord sect?" Wang Baol didn't say anything else and asked directly. The middle-aged butler was visibly moved when he heard that. He looked at Wang Baol carefully and said respectfully, "We need the Cord sect's exclusive voice." Just as he said that, Wang Baol raised his right hand, revealing the glowing musical note in his palm. The musical note immediately made the middle-aged butler's breathing quicken, and his eyes lit up. "Tell me the location of the Cord sect," Wang Baol said calmly. "Senior, the Cord sect is in the City of Listening Desire, and it is not in the City of Listening Desire. The reason it is said to be here is because its location is here. The reason it is not here is because the space is different. The three great sects only exist in the dark of the night. The dark of the night is a taboo for others, but for those with the desire to listen, it's a holy land. Therefore, Senior, if you wish to join the Cord sect, you only need to go out at night. With the musical notes in your hands, you will naturally be attracted to the place where the Cord sect is located." Wang Baol was deep in thought. This was similar to his previous judgment. He nodded and was about to end the topic when the middle-aged butler hesitated for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Senior, do you need a sound servant here? According to the rules, Every cultivator who successfully joins the three great sects will be given a voice servant slot. As a sound servant, they will be able to take care of you while also having the right to cultivate in the three great sections. Our boss is very willing to give our children to powerful cultivators as sound servants. For this, we are more than willing to give you a price that you are satisfied with, the middle-aged butler said softly. In the city of listening pleasure, with such a restaurant as a business, does your boss still lack powerful people who need sound servants? Wang Baol looked at the middle-aged butler. Our boss has many children in every room, the middle-aged butler explained awkwardly. Wang Baol didn't agree to the voice servant's suggestion, but he didn't reject it either. After all, he hadn't joined the Cord sect yet. It wouldn't be too late for him to weigh the pros and cons after he joined. After sending the butler off, the sky outside gradually darkened. Wang Baol sat cross-legged in his room. He waited silently, deep in thought. The three great sects that only exist in the dark. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the sky outside the window. Dusk was about to pass. The night didn't seem to want to be late, and it was approaching with quick steps. Silence. It became the main theme of Wang Baol's room. Just like that, as time passed and the room grew quieter, as the pedestrians in the city outside the window became less and less hurried. When the light was completely engulfed by the darkness that blotted out the sky, the night fell. Just like yesterday, everything inside and outside the house was quiet. Amidst the silence, Wang Baol raised his head and opened his eyes that had been shut for a long time. He stood up and walked to the door. He didn't push open the window to go out, as there was no need for that. The night in Listening Pleasure City might be a great danger to many people, but to Wang Baol, who had come all the way from the wilderness to hunt for the strange existence in the dimension of the law of listening pleasure, it was no different from walking into his own backyard. There wasn't much of a difference. Of course, the prerequisite was that he wouldn't encounter such an extremely high-level existence. Fortunately, such an existence wasn't common in the world that only the nomological dimension of listening comprehension could sense, and it was also rarely seen. Therefore, even though Wang Baol, who had pushed open the door, heard waves of laughter the moment the door opened, his expression didn't change at all. He casually raised his right hand and grabbed towards the right. The laughter immediately stopped. I don't like this kind of laughter. Can I not laugh in the future? Wang Baol looked at the empty right side and at his hand. There was clearly nothing in his hand, but the vibration that transmitted to his right hand seemed to have an existence. He nodded frantically. Wang Baol released his hand in satisfaction. He felt that he was not a bloodthirsty person. At the same time, it was not because the other party was too small to fill the gaps between his teeth that he let him go. I'm a reasonable person, Wang Baol told himself. Then he walked forward. He walked out of the main door of the quiet restaurant. He passed by many rooms along the way. He could feel that there were cultivators in every room, but without exception, no one dared to open the door. It was as if the restaurant had become a taboo and Wang Baol. He walked through the taboo until he exited the main door and stood on the street. He looked at the empty space around him and felt the silence that came from the dark night. He could hear the whimpering of the wind. The wind was cold and bone-piercing. It was as if there were countless cold hands caressing Wang Baol's entire body. This should have been a beautiful scene, but now, in the dark and silent background, it appeared strange and eerie. Wang Baol didn't pay it any attention. He even strengthened the seal of the law of appetite that was restless in his body, as if it wanted to burst forth and devour everything. After a moment of peace, Wang Baol took a step forward. As he walked through the city in the dark night, he heard many strange sounds. It was as if more and more gazes were focused on him in the dark night. They were coming from all directions. As they neared, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He raised his right hand and flipped it. Immediately, a musical note appeared in his hand. The musical note emitted a weak light, and faint rumbling sounds reverberated. Under the light and the sound, the strange beings that were gathering around him seemed to be afraid. They didn't rush forward immediately. Instead, they lingered around him with malice, waiting for an opportunity. Wang Bao's expression remained the same, but he laughed coldly in his heart. If he hadn't wanted to enter the Cord sect and didn't want to expose himself, all the beings around him would have become his food. He didn't pay attention to the increasing number of voices in his ears. He lowered his head and looked at the notes in his hand. After he integrated his divine thoughts into them, he sensed something. It was as if there was a beckoning from somewhere far ahead. It was pulling him. The Cord sect. Wang Bao was deep in thought as he headed towards the direction of the beckoning. He moved quickly, but the strange beings that were gathering around him didn't disperse like ghosts. They followed him. There were more and more of them. It was as if Wang Bao had become a torch here, attracting the attention of the dark night. The musical note in his hand was rapidly dimming. Amidst the dimness, Wang Bao heard the sound of breathing. It was as if countless figures around him were blowing at the musical note in his hand. It was as if they were treating it like a candle flame, about to extinguish it. Malice grew exponentially as the glow of the musical note gradually dimmed. It was as if the strange beings that had gathered were waiting for the moment when the glow of the musical note was completely extinguished. If it had been anyone else, they would have been extremely alarmed. However, Wang Bao only narrowed his eyes for a moment. His expression remained the same as he continued walking forward. As he walked, he heard more breathing and footsteps around him. The musical notes in his hands grew dimmer as well. This caused a cold glint to slowly rise in Wang Bao's eyes. He weighed the pros and cons in his heart. If this continued, it would be a small matter if the musical notes were extinguished. Without the credentials to join the Cord sect, it would be a big matter. Wang Bao stopped in his tracks. He was about to put away the music notes in his hand, but at that moment, Wang Bao's expression changed slightly. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Soon, he saw four lanterns swaying as they approached in the dark night. As they approached, four skinny figures appeared. They were carrying a red sedan chair and a jade-white arm that extended from the cover of the sedan chair. The arm swayed irregularly, as if its owner was in a good mood. As they walked over the bridge, Wang Bao could hear the humming of a musical tune. A black night, a desolate city, a red sedan chair. This scene made Wang Bao's eyes shine. As the sedan chair arrived, he heard countless sounds of retreating around him. It was as if the existences in the night were afraid of the sedan chair. Wang Bao didn't sense any aura of a cultivator in the red sedan chair. It's not a cultivator, and the four people carrying the sedan chair aren't human either. Wang Bao thought to himself as he made way, allowing the sedan chair to float past him. The four people carrying the sedan chair didn't even look at Wang Bao. The person in the sedan chair did the same. His arm that reached out of the curtain was still shaking. However, as the sedan chair floated past Wang Bao, the wind created by the interaction blew the curtain up slightly. Wang Bao turned his head to the side and saw an empty seat in the raised curtain. Only the arm was left hanging out from one end and suspended in the air inside the sedan chair, leaving drops of purple blood behind. The moment Wang Bao saw all of this, the sedan chair suddenly stopped. It stopped right next to Wang Bao. Could even be said that it was very close to him. When it stopped, the jade-like arm that stretched out from the curtain lifted slightly. Its 5 fingers were like scallions. It looked very beautiful, especially the red color of its fingernails, which added to its charm. It lifted slowly, like an orchid in full bloom, and slowly approached Wang Bao. Wang Bao's expression remained the same, but there was a cold glint in his eyes. He did not want to expose himself too much in the city of listening, which was a world where the laws of listening and desire touched. However, regardless of whether it was the strange beings that had been attracted to him previously or the arm in the sedan chair before him, they all seemed to be extra interested in him. For example, he had already avoided the sedan chair previously, and he had no intention of exploring the secrets of the sedan chair. However, it was clear that he wanted to avoid it, but the sedan chair did not agree. Therefore, at that moment, Wang Bao was already feeling a little impatient. He did not try to hide the cold glint in his eyes. He just stared coldly at the finger in front of him, which was getting closer and closer to him. The scallion-like finger was not only beautiful, but it also gave off a delicious feeling. At the very least, that was what Wang Bail thought at that moment. The corners of his mouth slowly parted. He was no longer like an ordinary person, but like a malicious ghost. The cracks gradually reached an exaggerated degree, and the cold glint in his eyes grew sharper. He stared at the finger that was about to reach his face. However, when the finger was less than a centimeter away from Wang Bail's slowly opening, the finger suddenly paused, as if weighing it. Then it slowly retracted until it was under the curtain. It returned to the same posture as before. The sedan swayed once again. It was lifted by the four figures and continued forward. Gradually, it disappeared into the distance, disappearing from Wang Bail's eyes as well. Wang Bail stared at the figure as it disappeared into the distance. However, the corner of his mouth that had split open did not recover immediately. That was because he held his right hand and completely covered the musical notes in his palm, causing the glow to disappear and the rumbling sound that came from it. He stopped as well. With the sedan leaving into the distance, the countless strange existences that were initially scattered due to the musical notes and the appearance of the sedan immediately let out heavy breaths. Vaguely, they seemed to rush forward in unison, pouncing on Wang Bail from all directions. They charged at Wang Bail. At that moment, the dark night became even darker. It seemed to merge with the strange existences, wiping Wang Bail out and enveloping him in darkness. However, in the next moment, the darkness that enveloped Wang Bail suddenly began to churn. It was as if something was struggling within, trying to break out. The struggle didn't come from one place, but from all directions. However, it was clearly too late. The struggle became smaller and weaker. Finally, there was no more movement. Another half an incense stick had passed. In that area, Wang Bail, who had been wiped out by the night. His figure was like clear water that had landed on his body, washing away all the black ink. Gradually, he reappeared. After a few breaths, his figure completely reappeared. The corner of his mouth had returned to normal. The only thing that remained was the licking of his tongue, as if he was reminiscing. Not bad. Wang Bail wiped the corner of his mouth and continued walking towards the location that the musical notes had sensed. His footsteps were not fast, but they were different from before. His surroundings were completely silent. There wasn't a single sound that could be heard. It was as if his footsteps were the only sound that could be heard in the darkness. None of the existences in the darkness appeared at that moment, because the area was empty. Time passed just like that. It was unknown how much time had passed. When Wang Bail heard the sound of new footsteps and breathing, he saw 3 volcanoes before him. Each of the 3 volcanoes was vast and astonishing. They stood between heaven and earth in the distance. Thick black smoke occasionally erupted from the crater of the volcano. As it connected with the sky, a large amount of lava flowed down the mountain. It formed a river. From afar, the 3 volcanoes seemed to be very close to each other. However, in reality, there was a considerable distance between them. The one that gave Wang Bail the feeling of summoning was the second volcano. Vaguely, with his eyesight, he could see that there were a large number of buildings on the second volcano. However, these buildings were all black and looked very strange. The cord sect. Wang Bail raised his head and looked at the second volcano. These 3 words appeared in his mind. Even though this was the first time he had seen it, he could clearly recognize that the 3 volcanoes were the 3 great sects of the City of Listening. Judging from the distance, I should have left the City of Listening a long time ago, but in reality, I'm still in the city. Wang Bail retracted his gaze and scanned the streets and buildings around him. He had been to this location during the day and knew that this was almost the central area of the City of Listening. He didn't think for long. Wang Bail's body flashed and he headed towards the second volcano. At the same time, he heard low growls and whistling sounds coming from all around him. It was as if there was a strange existence in the world of the law of listening. It was rapidly approaching him, unwilling to let him step into the range of the volcano. It was not suitable for the law of appetite to be activated here. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, Wang Bail took out the note that he had used up more than half of its energy. With its weak light and sound, it exploded with speed, getting closer and closer to the second volcano. As he got closer, the light from the volcano shone on his body, causing a shadow to appear behind him. This shadow distorted, as if there was a great terror in it. Fortunately, there was a seal in Wang Bao's body that came from his original body. With the reinforcement, the distorted appearance quickly returned to normal. At the same time, the fire was clearly lethal to the strange existences in the law of listening world. Wang Bao soon heard screams and the sounds of fleeing. Just like that, Wang Bao only needed a few breaths of time to reach the second volcano. As he stepped in, the noises in his ears instantly disappeared. Wang Bao stood where he was and waited for a long while. His expression gradually turned strange. He didn't sense any sound in the dark outside, nor did he sense any strange presence approaching. It was as if this place was a pure land in the dark. That wasn't the main reason for Wang Bao's strange expression. What really made him feel strange was that he had been here for a long time, but there hadn't been any sign of any disciples from the Cord sect. He could sense that there were a large number of cave abodes inside and outside the volcano. About 30% of them had the aura of cultivators. No one is interested. Wang Bao hesitated. Could it be that as long as I enter this place, even if I join the Cord sect, I can cultivate here as I please? Wang Bao pondered. He waited for a while, but no one paid any attention to him. Then he decided to head straight for the volcano. Soon he saw an empty cave abode at the foot of the mountain. He pondered for a few seconds outside the cave abode before stepping into it. The moment he stepped in, a calm voice rang out beside his ear. "Congratulations! You have become a member of the Cord sect." The moment the voice was heard, Wang Bao suddenly turned his head and looked coldly behind him. In his eyes, an illusory figure slowly materialized at the entrance of the cave abode. The figure was a woman. She was dressed luxuriously and had no expression on her face. The light in her eyes didn't seem to be very lively. With Wang Bao's attainments in artifact refinement, it was almost the first time he had seen her. We already know who we're dealing with. Spirit. The woman was indeed not a real person. She was the artifact spirit of the Cord sect's Grand Array formation. As the words left her mouth, the artifact spirit waved its hand, and a storage bag flew out and landed in front of Wang Bao. This is what an entry-level disciple of the Cord sect should have. Leave a mark on the identity token and you can enter and exit this place. After calmly saying these words, the body of the spirit gradually blurred and disappeared. Wang Bao didn't say a single word from the beginning to the end. He frowned slightly. He felt that the Cord sect was very strange. His arrival hadn't been checked at all. To Wang Bao's knowledge of the other sects, this didn't make sense. After a moment of thought, Wang Bao picked up his storage bag and examined it carefully. After confirming that it was very ordinary, he opened it. There were 3 items inside: a black and white robe, a jade slip, and a crystal token. He scanned the 3 items. Wang Bao first picked up the jade slip and flipped it around in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and sent his divine thoughts in. In the next moment, a large amount of information flowed into Wang Bao's mind like water. Time passed slowly. There was too much information. Even Wang Bao took half an incense stick to fully comprehend everything inside. When he retracted his divine thoughts and put down the jade slip, a dark glow appeared in Wang Bao's eyes. I see the information in the jade slip cleared Wang Bao's doubts. This volcano was indeed the headquarters of the Cord sect. The number of the Cord sect disciples wasn't very large, only less than 10,000. Most of these people rarely communicated with each other. They either traveled outside to seek inspiration for music, or they spent years in seclusion within the headquarters to create their own music. That was why the entire mountain gate looked so empty. After all, this was where the night was. Even though the light from the volcano isolated the dangers in the outside world, as long as they left the range of the fire, not everyone was like Wang Bao, who was qualified to devour those strange things. At the same time, although there were mortals here who were like music servants, their strength determined that they could only live in their cave abodes. Once they walked out, even though the light from the volcano isolated the dangers outside, There were even more dangerous things. They would often come from within the mountain gates. The cultivators here were all people with a certain level of strength. The sounds they made when creating their own music were mostly lethal. Therefore, to the music servants, the cave abodes were the safest place. Furthermore, the Chord sect didn't have many sect rules. Overall, it was very loose. Wang Baol's initial doubts had also been answered. For the Chord sect, there was no need to take the test, nor was there a need to take the test. That was because condensing the notes that belonged to the Chord sect was already part of the test. To be able to come all the way from the Dark Night to the Chord sect and not die on the way was also a test. With all that, those who reached the Chord sect's mountain gate were already Chord sect disciples. Strange sect. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Other than answering Wang Baol's doubts, the Jade Slip also contained cultivation techniques that belonged to the Chord sect. Different from the cultivation techniques given by the other sects, the cultivation techniques of the Chord sect were actually one of a kind. This technique was called nourishing sound. As the name implied, it was to nurture the existing musical notes, keeping them in a state of fullness at all times, allowing them to produce the greatest amount of sound. As for other cultivation techniques, they did not exist. Everything required one to comprehend and obtain from all things, until they formed their own music. As for the final outcome of the music, even though cultivators had a direction, everything depended on luck. Therefore, comprehension was especially important here. To use the words of the Federation to describe this place, is it a group of composers who can perform on their own? Wang Baol thought of this term. He felt that it was a perfect match for the Chord sect cultivators. However, unlike the composers in the Federation, the composers had mastered all the musical notes. They needed inspiration, and their musical notes were produced using instrumental music. As for the cultivators of the Chord sect, they needed to try their luck and obtain the sound of all things. And in the sound of all things, it wasn't just ordinary musical notes like the sound of thunder, the sound of rain, and so on. It was the sound of all things, and what the cultivators of the Chord sect needed to do was to turn these sounds that they had comprehended into their own laws. The former was created through the musical notes that they had grasped, while the latter was mostly created using the few sounds of all things that they had comprehended. The former was played through other methods, while the latter was created through the use of music. At the same time, in this world, music scores were extremely precious. It could even be said that music scores were the way of listening to the cultivators of Desire City. However, the music scores here weren't just ordinary music scores created by the composers of the Federation. The sounds of all creation determined the contents of the music scores, which were ever-changing. The unique characteristic of the Chord sect was that it possessed the power of lyrics. This was slightly different from the other two great sections. Through the Jade Slip, Wang Baol had a simple understanding of the gist of the Hengqin sect. The cultivators of this sect focused on killing, and their voices were mostly sharp and long. They were famous for their ancient songs, and they had almost no lyrics. As for the Tao of music, it was the most mysterious sect among the three sects. There were very few cultivators from this sect, and it was considered the core. As for the specifics, the Jade Slip didn't say much. Wang Baol sorted out what he knew in his mind. He thought for a moment, then picked up the crystal token. Without hesitation, he branded his own divine thoughts on it. As he branded his divine thoughts, the crystal flashed a few times before slowly returning to normal. However, Wang Baol, who held the token, could clearly feel that with a single thought, he could leave the mountain gate with the token in his hand. He could also do so with a single thought. He used the token to return to the mountain gate. A fixed teleportation token, Wang Baol played with it for a while before putting it away. Then, he put on the black and white long robes of the Chord sect and walked out of the cave abode. He wanted to observe the Chord sect for a while. The moment he walked out, he heard waves of sorrowful sounds. The sounds pierced through his soul, causing Wang Baol to stop in his tracks. When he raised his head, he saw a figure not too far away. There was a figure covered in blood and tied to a large number of metal chains. He was walking slowly towards the peak of the mountain. Wherever he passed, the sorrowful voice filled the air, causing many cave abodes on the volcano to tremble. As the cave dwellings in the volcano shook and figures appeared one after another, the man in the iron chain slowly walked away until he reached the top of the mountain and leaped into the mouth of the back mountain. The law of the mountain let out a sorrowful sound. It just fades away. Senior brother Shi Lingzi's power of law is stronger. A deep voice came from beside Wang Baol. It was from another cave abode not far from his cave abode. A middle-aged cultivator walked out. His eyes were filled with mixed emotions and yearning, and the words he had spoken were spoken. The cultivator's entire body was surrounded by wisps of fog. There seemed to be a faint clanging sound accompanying him. It was crisp and clear, and it made one's mind rise and fall with the sound. He had clearly noticed Wang Baol as well. As he sighed with emotion, he withdrew his gaze from the mountaintop and landed on Wang Baol. He didn't say anything. He just nodded and returned to his cave abode. Wang Baol didn't say anything either. He thought for a moment and continued walking forward. The night passed. Wang Baol had basically finished inspecting more than half of the cord sect. When he finally returned, the sky had clearly turned white. As the night gradually faded, the entire world seemed to have changed. The volcano gradually became blurry. The city that had been pulled infinitely because of the arrival of the night rapidly shrank before Wang Baol's eyes. In the end, the moment the sun officially appeared on the horizon, the city of listening comprehension suddenly changed. The volcano disappeared, and Wang Baol, who was standing in front of his cave abode, was surrounded by the streets of the city. He was in the center of the city of listening comprehension. Looking at the buildings around him, Wang Baol was in a daze. The way the three great sects existed, and the uniqueness of their existence, moved him. After a moment of silence, Wang Baol took out the crystal token. He scanned it with his divine thoughts, intending to activate it. He could feel that the token had been activated, and the power of teleportation had spread. However, there was no movement for a long time. It was as if he couldn't lock onto the location of the teleportation. It seems like I can't use the crystal token during the day. I just don't know what would happen if I stayed in the cave abode at dawn. Wang Baol was a little curious. He walked along the streets, heading towards the restaurant where he had stayed. As he walked, and as dawn broke, the people in the city gradually woke up, and the number of pedestrians gradually increased. However, almost everyone's expressions changed when they saw Wang Baol. They lowered their heads respectfully. Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. He lowered his head and looked at his clothes. He already had an answer in his heart. When he returned to the restaurant, his clothes made the eyes of the restaurant staff shrink. They became even more respectful than before. After sending him all the way to his room, the butler of the restaurant quickly came to pay his respects. When he saw Wang Baol's black and white robe, the butler took a deep breath. He was even more enthusiastic than yesterday. Not only did he waive all of Wang Baol's room fees, he was also asking Wang Baol if he could choose to stay here for a long period of time. After obtaining Wang Baol's approval, he immediately gave one of the 3 rooms on the highest floor of the restaurant to Wang Baol. Of the other 2 rooms, one is also an immortal elder from the Cord sect, and the other is an immortal elder from the Hengqin sect. Also, this item is prepared by my owner for all immortal elders who choose to stay here for a long period of time. If you need anything from now on, you can call me anytime, Immortal Elder. The butler was warm and respectful. After introducing Wang Baol, he gave him a storage bag before leaving. Wang Baol was very satisfied as he looked at the room that had been changed again. The room was much larger than the previous one, and it had everything. It even had a secret chamber for seclusion and cultivation. There were 2 items in the storage bag. One of them was a jade slip. This jade slip had the function of consumption. With this jade slip, one could purchase items in the city of listening desire. Wang Baol didn't have to spend a single cent. The restaurant would pay for all the expenses. That wasn't all. The most important thing was another item. It was a music score. Music scores were extremely precious items in the city of listening desire. From this, it could be seen that the owner of the restaurant had shown sufficient sincerity in order to rope in the disciples of the 3 great sects. With such sincerity, Wang Baol naturally wouldn't choose another place to stay. His main focus now wasn't the restaurant, but the chord sect. Next, I have to think about my future path to the law of listening. Wang Bail sat cross-legged in the secret chamber in his room. As he pondered, he waved his hand, and 9 musical notes appeared in front of him. Looking at the 9 musical notes gave Wang Bail a headache. He scanned them with his divine thoughts, and a strange sound reverberated in his mind. PFFT, 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 PFFT. Gulp. Other people's sounds are either crisp or long. It's also very beautiful when heard alone. Why is it like this with me? Wang Bail frowned as he thought about how he should revolve around the main note. He should create his own music. However, the sound was too unpleasant to listen to. Wang Bail racked his brains, but he still had no idea what to do. Perhaps I should change to another main note. Wang Bail thought to himself as he took out the music score that the butler had sent over. After scanning it with his divine thoughts, the sound of the music immediately reverberated in his mind. That was how the music score was used. Cultivators who possessed the power of the law of listening could listen to the music score with their divine thoughts. On one hand, it provided a reference and direction for the cultivators to create music, if they had the ability. It was possible to imitate the exact same music score with a large number of notes. To a certain extent, it was like a divine ability. Another function was to allow cultivators to comprehend their own musical notes. It was precisely because of these two functions that the music score was extremely valuable. As Wang Bail listened to the music score, he was also shocked by his comprehension of the law of listening. That was because a 10th musical note had appeared in his body. It didn't end there. Soon, the 11th note had appeared. When the entire score was completed, Wang Bail was shocked to find that he had 5 more notes. From the previous 9 notes, he had 14. However, after the shock, his expression became extremely strange. There was even a hint of helplessness. That was because the 5 notes were all one sound. I can't go on like this. Wang Bail couldn't help but imagine a scene in his mind. In the scene, he had successfully cultivated the law of listening, and his body had turned into a strand of music, wherever it passed by. The scene was too terrifying. Wang Bail quickly dissipated it and sat there, deep in thought. However, even as the sky gradually turned dark and the moon appeared, and the night slowly spread across the land, Wang Bail still couldn't think of a solution. It doesn't matter. I need to comprehend more musical notes. There will always be other sounds. When that happens, it won't be too late to create music at this stage. What I need to do is to accumulate musical notes. Wang Bail raised his head and looked at the dark night outside. He took out the crystal token and activated it. As the power of teleportation appeared, it was very easy this time. The teleportation was activated and enveloped Wang Bail. In the next instant, he appeared in the mountain gate of the Chord sect. The mountain gate remained the same, but it was a little more spacious than before. It was clear that Wang Bail wasn't the only one who had returned to the mountain gate as soon as night fell. Figures appeared around him one after another. A few blurry figures could be seen on the mountain in the distance as they flashed past. However, even though there were more people than when they had arrived yesterday, the Harmony sect cultivators were mostly reclusive and rarely interacted with each other. Most of them left with cold expressions after they appeared. Wang Bail had the same expression on his face. He walked towards his cave abode and continued studying the law of listening. Time passed slowly as Wang Bail cultivated and gained enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Wang Bail wasn't always in his cave abode. He was also walking around the mountain gate. Even though the Chord sect cultivators were cold and aloof, Wang Bail's joy filled the air. He still had some interactions with his neighbor next to his cave abode. His neighbor's name was Chun Ling. In his cultivation of the law of listening comprehension, he was at the lower middle level of the Chord sect. Through his communication with Chun Ling, Wang Bail finally gained a deeper understanding of the Chord sect. He learned that there were 2 people in the Chord sect. One was Moon Spirit Child, and the other was Sure Spirit Child. Wang Baol had seen the former perform in the City of Listening Comprehension, and the latter was the middle-aged cultivator he had seen walking forward coldly, covered in blood, after he had entered the mountain gates. These two were the favored sons of heaven of the Cord sect. They had cultivated the law of listening desire to an extremely high level. In terms of cultivation, they had reached the level of music scores, and they were well known throughout the City of Listening Desire. Above them was the sect lord of the Cord sect. The sect lord's law of listening desire had reached the pinnacle, reaching the level of heavenly music. However, he was in seclusion all year round and rarely appeared. Yu Lingzi was usually in charge of the sect's affairs. In the entire Cord sect, the three of them were considered the upper echelons. Below them were the 5 great elders. Each of them possessed a complete set of music, and each of them held a portion of the authority of the Cord sect. The people below them were considered core disciples. There were several hundred of them, while the music talisman cultivators were only considered entry-level disciples. They were the most numerous, accounting for more than 90% of the total. Wang Baol and Qin Ling were the same. As for the noise, there were very few in the Cord sect. These people were either quickly promoted to music talisman, or they weren't qualified to walk through the night and enter the sect. Understanding the structure of the sect might not be of much help to cultivation, but Wang Baol's understanding of the level of the sect allowed him to establish a better direction. However, what made him depressed was that during the month of cultivation, he had managed to comprehend 14 musical notes, which added up to nearly 30. Other than the earliest gulp, the rest were all musical notes. This made Wang Baol feel helpless and at a loss. He felt that he should be considered extremely talented in comprehending the law of listening. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess so many notes in such a short period of time. However, this talent seemed to be a little crooked. I really don't believe it. Wang Baol's expression was ugly, and his eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness. If I want to obtain more musical notes, I'll have to enter the world of the law of listening. After a moment of thought, he walked out of the cave abode without hesitation. In a flash, he flew out of the volcanic region and disappeared into the night. The world of the law of listening was Wang Baol's last hope. He thought that in that world filled with strange existences, he would definitely be able to comprehend other musical notes. With such determination, Wang Baol sped through the night for a long time. Only when he was completely far away from the sect and after observing that there were no other cultivators around did he use his previous method. He devoured the strange existences that were attracted to him in an instant. As he absorbed them, as the law of listening and desire in his body was once again sealed, the law of listening and desire was also nourished within. It was as if new musical notes were brewing. Days passed, and Wang Baol's devouring continued cautiously. The power of the law of listening deepened, and new musical notes formed in his body one after another. However, his expression grew uglier and uglier every day. A month and a half later, Wang Baol stood on a plain. As the large number of strange existences around him disappeared, he sensed that within his body. The 67th note appeared and numbly touched his divine thought with it. A familiar sound echoed in his mind. Wang Baol's face twitched. He was silent for a long time, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. It must be related to the main body since I can't perceive other notes. Then this one note isn't impossible. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed at the air beside him. Instantly, his hand felt wet and slippery, as if there was a fish-like creature. Although he couldn't see it, it was in his hand. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape from Wang Baol's palm. Wang Baol didn't bother with the object in his hand. At that moment, he activated a musical note in his body, causing it to emit a sound, forming the power of the law of listening. It was transmitted into the strange object in his hand. With a loud thud, the strange object in Wang Baol's hand shook violently. It seemed to freeze slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. This made Wang Baol's expression even uglier. Although this wasn't the first time he had tried out the power of the law of listening with his musical notes, he was still a little disappointed. During his time in the Chord sect, especially after his communication with Chun Ling, he had learned that other cultivators who had mastered the main musical note. Usually, the power of the law of listening and desire of a single musical note was enough to kill the strange object in his hands. However, for him, a single note was only enough to make the other party freeze for a moment. In silence, Wang Beol had given up on the fantasy of being able to comprehend the ideal of various musical notes. Instead, as a cold glint flashed in his eyes, he began to overlap and compress the 60-odd musical notes in his body. If one was not powerful enough, he would add one more. If that was not enough, he would add 10 more, 100 more. Wang Beol had completely given up on the normal path of melody. He wanted to see if there was only one musical note. If he added hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands more, he would be able to form an even purer explosive force. At the thought of this, the musical notes in Wang Beol's body instantly overlapped with 2 more, followed by 10 more. Very quickly, there were only 2 musical notes left in his body. One was gulp. The other was 66 similar notes that overlapped together to form a deformed note. Let's see how powerful it is now. Wang Beol narrowed his eyes and looked down at the strange, lively object in his hand. He gently touched the overlapping sound of the 66 notes in his body. Poof! It was still the same sound, but it seemed to contain an indescribable feeling. At the instant it spread out, Wang Beol could clearly see where the strange object, which he could only sense but could not see, was on his right hand. It instantly distorted. Vaguely, he seemed to really see an ugly black fish covered in eyes, caught in his hand. In the next instant, all the eyes of the fish widened, and in that instant, it exploded. The sound of the explosion was poof! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, Wang Beol's eyes shone with a strong light. Like 2 bolts of lightning, he stared at his right hand. In his eyes, there were traces of blue blood around his right hand. Other than that, there were also pieces of flesh in his hand. However, all of this only lasted for an instant before it disappeared. His right hand was still empty, and there was no change in his surroundings. He could only feel the wind blowing past. Wang Beol lowered his head and looked at his right hand. He was silent for a long time before he suddenly laughed. This is interesting. When I superimposed the 66 identical sounds, their power reached such a level. In that instant, they even broke through a certain barrier, allowing me to see the world I wanted to hear. Wang Beol didn't believe that his superimposed sound could reach the level of shattering the void. Based on his level, after some thought, he had an answer in his heart. Superimposed sound might be powerful, but it wasn't powerful enough to shatter the void. The reason why it had appeared before was that the superimposed sound had a certain attribute. Just like a person's talent, the attribute of superimposed sound should be the ability to shatter boundaries. If that's the case, then I'll use this as the core of my nomological path of listening. Wang Beol made a decision. The sound wasn't pleasant to hear, and it was completely different from the other cultivators in the Chord sect. In fact, Wang Beol guessed that it should be different from the other 2 great sections. However, it didn't matter. As long as the power was sufficient, it would be enough. After all, it was the law of listening. Even though the way it was displayed was different, as long as he could cultivate the law of listening and circulate it sufficiently, allowing the power of the law of listening to increase, it would be enough. It doesn't matter anymore. With that thought, Wang Beol subconsciously vibrated the superimposed sound in his body. He listened to the familiar puffing sound. The sound, which he thought was unpleasant to hear, seemed to be much more pleasant to the ear now. With that thought, Wang Beol's spirits were lifted slightly. His body swayed, and he continued to explore in the dark night. He continued to comprehend new notes and superimpose them. I wonder how powerful this sound will become after I superimpose hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of notes. Wang Beol was still filled with anticipation, because he had long discovered it. The law of listening and desire seemed to be extremely compatible with him. Other people often needed luck and time to comprehend a sound. On the other hand, he seemed to be able to comprehend a sound casually. Sometimes, even when he destroyed a strange object, the sound notes in his body would form one. Just like that, another month passed. If he counted the time, Wang Baol had been in Listening and Desire City for almost half a year. He had spent most of his time in the Chord sect, even during the day. He had tested it out a long time ago. As long as he stayed in his cave abode at the crack of dawn, he wouldn't be affected and would be teleported out. It was no longer night outside, but the cultivation environment inside the cave abode hadn't changed much. Therefore, he didn't spend much time in the restaurant he stayed in the city of Listening Desire. He didn't have much contact with the butler, much less his two neighbors. The butler of the restaurant wasn't surprised by this. It wasn't his first time dealing with disciples from the three great sections. He knew very well that these people were very withdrawn and didn't like to be disturbed by others. Even though he had less contact with them, his service didn't decrease in the slightest. He gave away all kinds of cultivation items one after another. He even obtained a piece of music score and gave it to Wang Baol and the other two cultivators whom he had never met before. Wang Baol was also very satisfied with the support from the butler and the owner behind him. Therefore, a few days later, when he left the cave abode during the day and returned to the restaurant in Listening Pleasure City, he didn't reject the butler's request for an audience. Soon, the butler of the restaurant arrived outside Wang Baol's house. He took a deep breath at the door and tidied up his clothes. After making sure that he wasn't dirty or messy, he knocked on the door respectfully. Wang Baol sat inside the house, holding a flask of wine in his hand. "Come in." The door opened, and the butler walked in with a respectful bow. He bowed deeply in front of Wang Baol. "Greetings, Exalted One." This was how the residents of the City of Desire addressed the cultivators of the three great sects. Of course, there were also those who addressed them as exalted immortals. Although most of the residents of the City of Desire were cultivators, the status of the three great sects was too high. The disciples of the three great sections. Naturally, they were superior to others. With that, the butler took out a storage bag from his robes and placed it on the table. Wang Baol glanced at the butler. He smiled and scanned the storage bag with his divine thought. There were some incomplete music scores in it. He had arranged for the butler to collect these incomplete music scores. As they were incomplete and they were all duplicates, the prices weren't too outrageous. After all, they didn't mean much to other cultivators. At most, they could only be used as a reference. Unless it wasn't a duplicated version, it could still give people the opportunity to comprehend musical notes on it. As for the duplicated version, it wasn't that they couldn't comprehend it, but it was just too difficult. However, to Wang Baol it wasn't like that. He had once traded similar items from his cave abode's neighbor, Ling, and had managed to comprehend musical notes from them. That was why he had arranged for the butler to collect them. It was because of that the butler had managed to collect quite a lot of the incomplete duplicated musical notes for Wang Baol. When he saw the smile on Wang Baol's face, the butler blinked and said softly, "Exalted One, the reason can collect so much, it is my boss there to contribute a lot of strength. I will consider the matter of the music servant carefully." Wang Baol nodded and said slowly, "The matter of the music servant is easy to say." The butler hesitated for a moment and then continued to speak. "My master would like to trouble you with something. In the world of the law of listening, there is a strange fish called Lan Lu. The blood of this fish is an excellent tonic for us murmurs. However, there aren't many of them, so I wonder if you can catch one in the future. The owner is willing to offer more incomplete music scores as payment." Lan Lu. Wang Baol blinked. "Yes, this fish looks very special. It gives people the feeling that it has eyes all over its body," the butler said hurriedly. "Is it very valuable?" Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. "It's not very valuable. It's only effective against noise. I don't dare lie to the exalted. However, the number of this fish is very small and its speed is extremely fast. It's very difficult to catch, so it's very valuable in the mortal world," the butler explained. Wang Baol thought for a moment. He recalled the first time he had tried to superimpose the sound of harmony and destroyed the fish. It seemed to be like this. He thought about the location where he had met the fish and nodded. The reason why he agreed was not entirely for the sake of the incomplete music score. Wang Baol had always felt that he was a person with principles, which was completely different from his original body. He felt that his original body was shameless and could not be compared to him. His principles were the reason for his continued existence, which was why he paid great attention to his principles. With such thoughts in mind, he recalled that he had been in the city of listening to music for a long time. Other than the Cord-Sex cave abode, he had also stayed in the hotel. The owner of the hotel, whom he had never met, had given him a lot from the beginning to the end. It could be said that his goodwill had always been released. Regardless of whether it was the initial upgrade of the room, the help he had given in terms of information, or the music score that was now incomplete, all of these were part of the other party's business strategy. He had intended to build a good relationship with the other party, but Wang Baol felt that, since he was comfortable, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to help out occasionally. If I were in my original form, I would probably reject it immediately. Even if I agreed, I would definitely be calculative. HMH, I don't care about what I do. Thinking of this, Wang Baol suddenly felt a sense of superiority. He lifted his chin proudly. The butler across from him saw Wang Baol's expression and was a little confused. He didn't understand why Wang Baol had such an expression, but he didn't dare ask. After realizing that Wang Baol had agreed, he suppressed the doubts in his heart. A grateful smile appeared on his face as he bowed deeply. "Thank you, Exalted One." As he spoke, he took out a scarlet storage bag. It was an item that was specially used to store strange existences. Wang Baol had one as well, but he had mostly eaten those strange things and didn't have the habit of capturing them. After placing the storage bag in front of Wang Baol, the butler stood for a while. When he saw that Wang Baol didn't have anything to ask, he respectfully took his leave. After walking out of the house, he even carefully closed the door. Wang Baol was even more satisfied with his attitude toward the details. "Then, I'll help them get some blue delight fish." Wang Baol closed his eyes and recalled the place where he had met the blue delight fish. After he had a rough idea, he silently waited for the sky to turn dark. Time passed and soon, a day passed. When the sun set and the dusk was swallowed by the darkness, the sky outside turned dark, and the bustling day in Listening Pleasure City turned completely silent. Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. He took out the Cord-Sec token and scanned it with his divine thoughts. In the next moment, his figure blurred and gradually disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Cord-Sec's mountain gate. He didn't enter the mountain gate. Wang Baol turned around and walked into the darkness. He emitted the glow of his musical notes and sped away like he was holding a torch. After a few months of exploration, he was very familiar with the dark area nearby. He didn't need to identify the location. He could move forward accurately based on his memory. The place he was heading to now was the area where he had discovered Lan Liu previously. That area is still some distance away from where I am. I'm not in a hurry to get there. Wang Baol sensed the musical notes in his body, causing them to emit light as he moved forward rapidly. Soon, he heard the sound of something rattling. It was the sound of strange existences in the world of listening and desire approaching. Wang Baol didn't have any reaction to it. He already had a good understanding of the world of listening and desire. To outsiders, once they found out about the world, danger lurked everywhere. However, to cultivators of the law of listening and desire, as long as the glow of their musical notes wasn't extinguished, danger wouldn't appear. Of course, if they encountered such a powerful and strange object, it would be a different story. However, up until now, Wang Baol had only encountered such a powerful and strange object that he didn't want to provoke on his way to Listening and Desire City. In the dark night of Listening and Desire City, he had only encountered them once. It was the blood-colored sedan chair. However, it was only that one time. In the months that followed, he had not seen the sedan chair appear again. At that moment, Wang Baol ignored the strange objects that were approaching him. He continued moving forward until he felt that the number of strange beings around him was increasing. He could even feel a cold wind blowing at the back of his neck, as if someone was lying there. As he blew at himself, Wang Baol blinked and checked his surroundings. After making sure that there was nothing wrong, he abruptly extinguished the light of his musical notes. Almost at the instant the light of the musical notes was extinguished, the strange things that were following him could no longer suppress their greed. They instantly erupted and pounced at Wang Baol. However, what awaited them was Wang Baol's hideous smile. The law of gluttony that was burning in his body suddenly split open the corners of his mouth to an exaggerated extent. He inhaled suddenly, and in an instant, amidst a series of shrill screams, all the strange things around him were swallowed by Wang Baol in one gulp. As he chewed, Wang Baol's body swayed. He ignited the light of his own musical notes and continued forward. The law of gluttony in his body slowly grew. The new musical notes that were formed indirectly in his body also made the law of gluttony grow stronger. It was like a cycle, causing Wang Baol to like this place even more. As he sped forward, time flowed by. Soon, more than 2 hours had passed. Wang Baol, who was sprinting, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked around and nodded to himself. This should be the place. This was the place where he had once discovered the blue delight fish. After arriving here, Wang Baol decided to use the light of his musical notes to the fullest extent. The light was like a torch, attracting all moths. Wang Baol didn't wait for long. His expression changed slightly. He quickly raised his right hand and grabbed towards his right side. A slippery feeling swept across his fingers. His right hand changed hand seals and grabbed once more. He grabbed the slippery object and brought it in front of him. Based on his senses, he could tell that the object he was grabbing was indeed a fish. It should be, since he couldn't see it, and Wang Baol didn't want to use his unpleasant sound, he didn't pay too much attention to it. He threw it into his storage bag and walked forward. Not long after, he felt a slippery feeling on his face. He grabbed another fish and threw it into his storage bag. Not long after, as he went deeper, he caught about 6 blue delight fish. He thought that it would be better to catch a few more to save him trouble in the future. Wang Baol felt that there were so many fish in this place, and it was a little strange, but he didn't care. His footsteps sped up, and the light of the musical notes in his body shone even brighter. However, as he ventured deeper into the area and sensed the 7th fish, he raised his right hand and grabbed it. Suddenly, in the dark night far away, a ball of intense light appeared. It was so bright. It far surpassed Wang Baol, and it was also rapidly approaching him. At the same time, a cold snort was heard. "Who is it?" "Ha!" Wang Baol raised his eyebrows and looked at the rapidly approaching ball of light. He was the first nomological cultivator of the law of listening that he had encountered in the dark. Almost at the same time that Wang Baol looked over, the huge ball of light approached with a loud bang. As it approached, waves of heat emanated from within the ball of light, causing much of the darkness and coldness in the night to dissipate, although it didn't reach the point of shattering the void. It allowed the naked eye or the divine sense to see the world of listening and desire, but its power was still astonishing. Even the Lanlu fish in Wang Baol's hand twitched a few times, as if it could not withstand the heat. Before Wang Baol could put it away, it shriveled with a bang, and its aura disappeared. Wang Baol frowned and threw away the dried corpse in his hand. He stared coldly at the blurry figure in the ball of fire that was approaching him. The figure looked like a male. His long hair seemed to be burning fiercely in the ball of fire. The ground cracked wherever he passed. All the strange objects seemed to be retreating rapidly. It was obvious that they were afraid of this person. The fact that he had been able to vaporize Lan Liu with the light of the musical notes was proof of how powerful this person was. Not only that, as he approached, Wang Baol heard the sounds of musical notes. There seemed to be dozens of them lined up together, forming a music that was filled with an ancient air. Ancient wind. Hengqin sect. Wang Baol had joined the Cord sect for some time now. As he communicated with his neighbors, he had gained some understanding of the other 2 sections. As he listened to the voice, he had more or less locked onto the other sect. At the same time, his background was quickly discovered by the cultivator from the Hengqin sect who was approaching. Cord sect. As he spoke, A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the figure in the incoming ball of fire. He walked a little faster, and the heat he emitted became much stronger. Even the voice that came from within his body. The tempo also sped up. He's a young expert who listens to the laws of nature. Wang Baol made a comparison. This person was much weaker than the spirit child he had met before, but overall he was several times stronger than his neighbor, Chunling. He already had his own melody. There were also some special attributes contained in the melody. The fiery feeling must have come from this. Wang Baol didn't pay much attention to this person. He felt that he was a person with principles. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't be able to take the initiative to bully them. Therefore, he coughed and retreated, choosing to dodge. "You want to leave?" Almost at the instant he retreated, the incoming fire approached and blocked Wang Baol's path of retreat. An illusory face appeared outside the ball of fire. It looked like a youth. He stared coldly at Wang Baol. "Other than you, who else from the Cord sect has come?" The young man's tone was harsh and filled with killing intent. He spoke in a cold and condescending manner. As his words reverberated, his divine thoughts spread out as he scanned his surroundings. After making sure that there were no other cultivators around and that there was only the person in front of him, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Oh!" Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. He could tell that the person was nervous, so he turned his head to look in the direction the person had come from. When he thought of how many blue joy fish had gathered here, he had an answer. It was obvious that either some treasures had appeared here, or that the person was up to something. He had been at the outer perimeter, so the person hadn't appeared. However, he had gone too far this time, which was why the person had appeared. With that thought, Wang Baol blinked and suddenly spoke. "It's just me. I also want to ask you, who else from the Hengqin sect has come?" The youth ignored Wang Baol. In his eyes, the person had only grasped the musical notes. A cultivator like that was no different from a reptile. Even though he appeared calm, he was confident that he could kill him instantly. What he cared about. The secret of this place, whether it had been discovered by outsiders or not. He scanned his surroundings with his divine thought. After confirming that he was the only person in front of him, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. "You saw something you shouldn't have. This is the cause of your death." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and waved it at Wang Baol. Immediately, the flames around his body expanded abruptly and engulfed Wang Baol. The sound of an ancient wind reverberated. With the power to disintegrate, it spread rapidly towards Wang Baol. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered and the surrounding darkness distorted. In that instant, Wang Baol was enveloped within. The youth, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face. In the blink of an eye, he was about to leave. It was as if he didn't even need to look at the ending. It was already destined that it couldn't be changed. "You haven't answered me. Are you the only person in the Hengqin sect here?" Just as the youth was about to leave, Wang Baol's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. The youth's expression changed. He turned around abruptly and stared at the area behind him that was engulfed by the flames. Their flames were burning. The ancient voice reverberated, containing the power to shatter everything. However, a figure was slowly walking out from within. Regardless of whether it was the flames or the ancient voice, they were unable to move it in the slightest. That was because there was a musical note in front of Wang Baol. It was glowing. Even though there was no sound, it was there. It seemed to be able to shake everything, preventing the flames and the ancient voice from getting any closer. This scene caused the young man's eyes to shrink. Without any hesitation, his body turned blurry and turned into an ancient wind melody. It carried an aura and concept that made one feel a high temperature, and it was filled with killing intent. It crashed into the musical note in front of Wang Baol. As it crashed into him, Wang Baol's musical note finally made a sound. The moment the sound was heard, the young man's ancient wind melody shook violently and instantly shattered into pieces. There was even a shrill scream. The shattered melody flew backwards rapidly, forming the young man's figure once again. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his expression was one of shock as he cried out involuntarily. "What kind of note is this?" Wang Bao's body actually felt a tingling pain as the melody collided with the ancient notes. This made him rather depressed. It wasn't the tingling pain that made him depressed, but he felt that the other party's melody was the law of listening. Why aren't my notes like this? Wang Bao was a little unhappy when he thought of his own notes. He swept his divine thoughts across and touched his main note once again. The sound was heard for the second time. Instantly, a sound wave appeared around him. The youth's eyes widened and his expression changed drastically. He retreated rapidly, but it was still too late. In the next instant, he was filled with the sound wave. His body could be seen with the naked eye. With a puffing sound, just like the fish from before, he collapsed. Instantly, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and his body and soul were destroyed. Everything fell silent. Wang Bao stood there and sighed. He felt that his path of listening to the law had been different from the start. Shaking his head, he walked to the spot where the Hengqin sect cultivator had been destroyed. He lowered his head to take a look. Suddenly, he let out a soft gasp and raised his right hand to grab. Immediately, other than the youth's storage bag, another musical note flew out from his shattered body and was grabbed by Wang Bao. With a gentle sweep, the musical note produced a long zither sound. Although the sound was simple, it was very pleasing to the ear. This caused Wang Bao's body to tremble violently. The sound of the zither! Wang Bao's eyes lit up. He brought the note in his hand before him and scanned it with his divine thought once again. When the melodious sound of the zither reverberated in his mind, he suddenly felt a little excited. This is the law of listening. Wang Bao had always felt that his sound was like a fart. It was very inelegant. Even though it was quite powerful when stacked together, compared to other cultivators who cultivated the law of listening, it was either elegant or melancholic. It was also nothing compared to music with other melodies. However, he had no other choice. In the past 6 months, all the notes that he had comprehended were puffing sounds. He had already given up on the idea of composing music. Now, as he looked at the notes in his hand, the flames in his heart burned once again. Could it be that the Hengqin sect is the most suitable sect for me? Wang Bao immediately integrated the notes in his hand into his body. Then he opened the youth's storage bag and rummaged through it. Other than miscellaneous items, there were 2 music scores, a jade slip, and a token. Wang Bao paid no attention to the token. He focused his attention on the jade slip. He took it out and scanned it with his divine thoughts. Wang Bao stood there and thought for a moment, his eyes shining. The Hengqin sect focuses on ancient music. It emphasizes on having an ancient intent in one's heart, and on having an ancient mark in one's Tao. Imagine yourself as a zither string. The cultivation technique isn't difficult. After all, the law of listening is based on everything and comprehension. The 3 great sects were just in different directions. Therefore, very quickly, Wang Bao grasped the basic cultivation techniques of the Hengqin sect. He took out the 2 music scores and looked at them carefully. These music scores were also of the ancient style. There were no words, only music. This was the unique characteristic of the Hengqin sect. What made Wang Bao even more excited was that the first note he comprehended from the 2 music scores was also a zither note. It was different from the previous ones. Even though he had returned to his old path after that and comprehended 5 puffs, that was already enough to make Wang Bao very satisfied. After casually superimposing the newly comprehended puffs onto the original notes, Wang Bao didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, he began to vibrate his 2 zither notes. Amidst the melodious melody, a smile appeared on Wang Bao's face. He walked towards the center of the area where Lan Liu was located, which was where the youth had arrived. He wanted to see what kind of secret was hidden here that made the cultivator from the Hengqin sect not hesitate to kill him to silence him. The 3 sects were very close to each other, and they were all of the same origin. Therefore, even though there were conflicts on a daily basis, it was rare for someone to kill someone. Wang Bao didn't believe that there were no secrets here. However, he didn't find any clues or anomalies after walking to the center of the area. If he had to say that it was different, there were more and more blue delight fish in the area. They swam around the area and didn't leave. This surprised Wang Baol. He searched carefully again, but still couldn't find any clues. He pondered for a moment, then decided to sit in the center and observe silently. Time passed and dawn soon arrived. Wang Baol, who hadn't gained much during the night, frowned. He was about to get up and leave, but just as the night was about to end and dawn arrived, suddenly, Wang Baol heard a sound. The sound made his eyes contract. It was the sound of music, like the sound of a chord or the sound of a zither. Wang Baol felt it carefully, as if it was the sound of all living things. This made Wang Baol's heart skip a beat, and he also felt the large number of blue delight fish that existed here. At that moment, they started swimming faster, as if they were circling around the area. Gradually, Wang Baol heard the sound. It was the sound of the blue delight fish as they swam around in groups. During the short period of time when night and day alternated, due to some strange changes, their bodies collided with each other, forming a sound. When it was dark, they would not collide with each other. However, at that moment, under the influence of the strange changes, their collision turned into a heavenly sound. The sound shocked Wang Baol. At the same time, his comprehension was sharper than ever. Musical notes began to form in his body. He didn't have the time to look at the musical notes he had comprehended. At that moment, Wang Baol was completely immersed in his comprehension. If someone could see through the world of the law of listening and desire, then looking at it now, they would definitely be able to see a beautiful scene. In the scene, Wang Baol sat cross-legged and meditated. As his hair fluttered in the wind, he seemed to be surrounded by blue seawater. In the seawater, there were groups of blue delight fish surrounding him. The white light from the sky was reflected off his body, causing all of this to appear gorgeous in the blue seawater. However, this kind of enlightenment could not last for long. Dawn was short, and dawn broke. In the next instant, as the night was replaced by day, Wang Baol's body and the school of fish around him disappeared together. When Wang Baol opened his eyes, he was at the eastern side of the City of Desire, near the city wall. There were traces of enlightenment in his eyes, and it took him a long time to regain consciousness. The moment he woke up, he saw the number of notes that he had comprehended in his body. Shock appeared on Wang Baol's face. 109 notes. Wang Baol's breathing quickened as he looked at the notes in his body in disbelief. Other than the 71 overlapping puffing sounds, there was also a gulping sound and 2 zither notes. Around the notes were 109 newly comprehended notes. This speed surpassed what Wang Baol had comprehended in half a year. It shocked him, and he finally understood why the cultivators from the transverse zither sect wanted to kill him. If he were in their shoes, he would definitely kill them to silence them. I didn't expect that the Blue Delight Fish School would be so strange. Wang Baol took a deep breath, stood up, and rushed towards the restaurant. Along the way, he scanned the notes with his divine thoughts to check their sounds. The familiar sounds made Wang Baol less excited. In the end, he was almost numb. After more than 100 PFFT sounds, the sound of the zither suddenly reverberated in his mind. The sound was pleasing to the ear, causing him, who had just stepped into the restaurant, to pause. He returned to his room, feeling satisfied. He felt the notes in his body and made some calculations. 108 puffs, 1 zither note. That's fine. I can't be too greedy. Wang Baol ignored the puffs and casually added them together with the previous ones. He didn't calculate too much. Instead, he carefully and treasured the zither note. He placed them beside the other 2 zither notes. As he looked at them, Wang Baol felt that his chances of composing music were getting closer and closer. Also, the location of the Blue Delight Fish School must not be discovered by anyone else. Whoever tries to snatch it from me will be destroyed. A cold glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. After making a decision, he began to consider if he should take away the Blue Delight fish. If he were to change the location, would the scene from before be the same? I'm afraid that won't do. Otherwise, the cultivators from the Hengqin sect would have done so long ago while Wang Baol was immersed in his 3 melodious notes. The notes formed from the 200 notes stacked together in his body formed a slight distortion in the surroundings. It was like a force field, very special. Wang Baol naturally noticed it as well. He took it out, looked at it and put it back. His focus now was on the 3 notes. The only regret was that there were too few notes, and he was unable to form a melody. It's all right. With my talent in comprehension, I'll be able to form the notes after a few more rounds of the Blue Music Fish School. Wang Baol's spirits rose when he thought of how his melody path was burning like a fire of hope. He had an inexplicable sense of confidence. When he had first come into contact with the red-dressed woman in his original form, Wang Baol's understanding of the law of listening was that of music. It was the same even after he had arrived at the chord sect. It was the same with what he had learned. Everyone was composing their own music. As everyone had different opportunities and experiences, their music was not the same. The uniqueness contained in such a variety of methods. It was a factor that deeply attracted Wang Baol. He himself did not even realize that this uniqueness was closely related to his desire to be independent as an avatar. To a certain extent, Wang Baol's clone wanted to prove that he was independent and had his own personality. He was completely different from his original self. That was the real reason why he was so fond of music. He also wanted to know what kind of melody would be played in the music that he had created. With such an ideal, Wang Baol didn't immediately send Lan Liu to the butler. After all, he had caught so many of them in one day. This would easily lead to a series of conjectures and conjectures. This wasn't what Wang Baol was planning to do next. Therefore, he silently waited until night fell again before disappearing into the distance at the entrance of the chord sect. Along the way, he carefully avoided all possible scouting. Only when he was certain that there was no one following him did he fly at top speed towards the location of the Lan Lu Fish School. This time, his speed was astonishing, so he arrived very quickly. However, out of caution, he did not stop after arriving. Instead, he flew far away before disappearing from his original spot and reappearing in another direction. He returned slowly at a speed that was neither fast nor easy to detect. Such caution could also be seen how much importance Wang Baol placed on the Blue Delight Fish School area. Along the way, he was not in the mood to pay attention to the strange things that followed him until he reached the Blue Delight Fish School area. He sat cross-legged at the spot where he had meditated the day before. He restrained all his aura and waited silently. After a long while, he felt that it was still a little risky. He simply dug a hole and sat inside. He then added more soil to make himself completely hidden. Only then did he wait for dawn with anticipation. There was nothing unusual that night. After all, the night was very dark. Most of the cultivators from the 3 sects were in seclusion alone. Even those who went out would find it difficult to meet each other in the vast night. During this period of time, Wang Baol had only met the Hengqin sect cultivator the day before. Therefore, Wang Baol successfully waited until dawn. As the fish shoals became active, the sounds of music and nature rang out once again. Wang Baol, who was in the mud, immediately broke out of the ground, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend. Musical notes slowly appeared in his mind as the beautiful sounds of nature reverberated. It made Wang Baol feel happy, and unknowingly, the rules of his joy began to slowly grow. Time passed once again, and a month passed. During this month, Wang Baol spent almost every day at dawn trying to gain enlightenment in the area. He had tried to migrate the school of fish, but it was to no avail. During this month, there were also people who passed by and discovered the school of Blue Delight Fish. However, they did not wait until dawn, so they did not discover the secret of this place. Other than that, there were also cultivators from the Hengqin sect who came twice. After some thought, Wang Baol didn't make a move. After all, it would be fine if one Hengqin sect cultivator died. But if a few more died, it would be difficult to keep the secret of this place a secret. Therefore, in the past month, even though there had been dangers, it was still considered smooth sailing in the end. The number of ancient tunes Wang Baol had played had finally reached nearly 40. With so many ancient tunes, he could already arrange them and create his own melody. In reality, he had indeed done so. With his hard work, he had already completed a melody. He had even managed to make his body dissipate as he revolved the melody, fusing with the zither notes. The The zither notes were impassioned with a desire for freedom that contained Wang Bao's persistence. He even had a dream. He wanted to perfect the melody to the point where it could contain his own laws of listening and turn it into a music score. I've already thought of a name. I'll call it Freedom. Wang Bao looked forward to that day. As for the Puin, Wang Bao didn't calculate it in detail. It was basically an increase of about 100 a day. Now, there were about 3,000 of them, they were all stacked together. As for its power, he focused on the sound of the zither, and no one fought with him, so there was no way to test it out. At the same time, a month passed. The school of Blue Delight fish seemed to have reached the end of their gathering, and they began to die. It was as if their lives were for the sound of nature, and the sound of nature for a month had exhausted all of them. In the end, every collision with each other represented death. It was cruel, but at the same time, the sound was so pleasing to the ear. It was contradictory and cruel. That night, when Wang Bao arrived at the area where the Blue Delight fish had once been, he didn't see a single fish. He knew that this opportunity had come to an end. The world of the law of listening is very strange. Wang Bao felt the empty space around him. He was filled with emotion. He searched again, and after confirming that there were no Blue Delight fish, Wang Bao shook his head and was about to leave. However, at that moment, he heard the faint sound of music. The voice was filled with bitterness, coldness, and a hint of unwillingness. It was like a woman from ancient times who was about to marry someone she didn't like. On the bridal sedan, the emotions in her heart turned into a melody that reverberated in all directions. As the music reached him, Wang Bao immediately narrowed his eyes. When he turned his head to look, he saw the red sedan that he had seen before. It was being carried slowly by 4 dried-up figures. As he got closer, Wang Bao suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He remembered that the sedan that he had seen before was a right hand that stretched out of the curtain and swayed irregularly. At that moment, the thing that stretched out of the curtain was the left hand. The same jade-like fingers, the same blood-colored fingernails, and the same demonic look. Slowly it arrived. Isn't it the same sedan chair? A dark glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes as he stared at the blood-colored sedan chair that was slowly approaching from afar. He looked at the irregular, undulating left hand that extended from the inner curtain of the sedan chair. Thoughts filled his mind. While he was deep in thought, the blood-colored sedan chair slowly arrived and stuck to Wang Bao's side, as if it was about to pass by. Wang Bao stood there and looked coldly. Then his body swayed, and he took the initiative to avoid it. To him, the dangerous aura emanating from the blood-colored sedan constantly shook his mind. Wang Bao knew very well that the sedan was very dangerous. Even though he wasn't ordinary, Wang Bao didn't want to easily step into such unnecessary danger. Therefore, he chose to avoid it. However, his avoidance was useless. Even though he retreated a few hundred feet, the blood-colored sedan seemed to have locked onto him and changed its direction. Still arrived. That made Wang Bao raise his eyebrows. He retreated a little. After realizing that it was ineffective and that he was still locked onto, he simply stood where he was and stopped retreating. The coldness in his eyes grew colder and colder. The sedan was the same as the first one he had encountered. When Wang Bao stopped, it blurred for a moment before appearing in front of Wang Bao. It didn't stop, only when it was about to cross paths with Wang Bao did it stop abruptly. This time, it stopped on Wang Bao's right, where the left hand of the sedan chair was extended. The moment it stopped, the distance between the left hand under the curtain and Wang Bao was the width of a person. Such close proximity caused Wang Bao to smell a slight scent of blood. This was slightly different from the first sedan chair he had encountered. Upon closer inspection, he could even see fresh blood seeping out from the wooden crevices at the edge of the blood-colored sedan. When he looked past the sedan, he could see that on the way over, there would occasionally be fresh blood dripping onto the ground, forming a line. Perhaps it was the existence within the sedan, its own blood, or perhaps it had swallowed the cultivators who had seen it on the way over from the bridge and spilled its blood. As the sedan came to a halt, the coldness in Wang Bao's eyes intensified. He retreated again, trying to pull away. However, the area he was in seemed to be distorted and affected. No matter how much he retreated, the distance between him and the sedan didn't change in the slightest. It's pestering me? Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. He decided not to retreat anymore. Instead, he spread out his divine thoughts to cover his surroundings. After making sure that there was no one around, he stared at the sedan beside him. The dangerous look in his eyes grew stronger. At the same time, the left hand under the curtain of the blood-colored sedan chair that had stopped moving slowly stopped moving. Instead, it placed its index finger in front of it and gently approached the center of Wang Bail's brows, as if it wanted to touch it. During this process, a strange power seemed to spread out from the palm. Wang Bail instantly felt that the law of listening notes in his body had been suppressed. It was as if it had lost its intelligence in that instant. It was as if they were about to fall into a deep sleep. That was why, when he had first encountered the blood-colored sedan chair, the law of listening notes in his body had been diluted. It wasn't as strong as it was now, so he couldn't feel it clearly. However, at that moment the feeling was very strong. It was as if the other party had the ability to restrain the law of listening. Wang Bail seemed to be deep in thought, but his gaze remained cold. The seal of the law of listening notes in his body was suddenly released, and the corners of his mouth began to crack in an exaggerated manner. From afar, as the finger drew closer, the blood-colored fingernails on it began to emit a demonic glow. The corners of Wang Bail's mouth split open even wider. The moment the two of them were extremely close, Wang Bail suddenly opened his mouth wide, and in that instant, his mouth was extremely exaggerated, to the extent that it could devour the entire blood-colored sedan chair. He swallowed the entire blood-colored sedan chair. Almost at the instant he swallowed it, the blood-colored finger and Wang Bail's body collided. Without a sound, Wang Bail's body trembled. He felt a fatal curse. As the finger touched him, it rushed into his body without any hindrance, wanting to completely destroy his soul and everything. However, Wang Bail had already cultivated the law of appetite to the level of the glutton lord. He had also cultivated it for so long. Even though he wasn't as strong as the glutton lord, his existence was already above all the glutton lords. Furthermore, he had the status of his main body. Even though it was extremely deadly and powerful, it was unrealistic for him to destroy Wang Bail in an instant. Therefore, even if the deadly curse rushed into Wang Bail's body and exploded, it would only cause Wang Bail to fall back and spit out a mouthful of black blood. That black blood was the curse. As he fell back, Wang Bail raised his head abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot, and they flashed intensely as he looked at the blood-colored sedan chair. The sedan chair was also shaking. Some of the wood on it had signs of cracking, and it had caved in. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the caved-in areas were connected together. It was a tooth mark. As if sensing that Wang Bail was difficult to deal with, the fingers outside the curtain slowly retracted. The sedan chair that had stopped there was lifted again and floated into the distance. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes and stared at the sedan chair that was disappearing into the distance. After a few breaths of silence, he had made his decision. His body swayed, but he didn't leave. Instead, he chased after it. However, as he chased after it, his appearance changed rapidly. Soon, his entire person and aura changed completely. This was to prevent the cultivators from the three great sects from seeing him during the chase. The reason why he chose to pursue was partly due to the peculiarity of the blood-colored sedan chair. More importantly, when the fatal curse erupted in Wang Bail's body, he sensed a sliver of the law of happiness within him. It suddenly became active, as if it was reflecting the light. It can suppress the law of listening. It can cause the sliver of the law of happiness within me to become active. It's not a sedan chair, and the limbs inside are different. When all of this is put together, the answer is already locked onto a limited number of answers, and no matter which answer it is, it must be related to the joyous lord. Wang Bail remembered clearly, when his original body had just arrived in the second level, the elder of the joyous tribe had told him about the joyous lord. The Joy Lord had been affected by the law of listening, so he had been targeted by the Joy Lord. The main force that had destroyed the Joy tribe had been the law of listening. The Joy Lord of the 7 emotions had been suppressed by the Joy Lord in the Joy Listening City. No one knew exactly where he had been suppressed or how he had been suppressed. However, what was certain was that as the Joy Lord was suppressed, the law of joy gradually faded away. To Wang Baol, the 6 desires in the second level of the world had good intentions, such as the Lord of Appetite and the Lord of Malice. However, no matter what, the common enemy of the 6 desires was the 7 emotions. Therefore, in Wang Baol's judgment, coming into contact with the 7 emotions would greatly help him understand the world. At the same time, it would also advance his ultimate goal. 7 emotions and 6 desires. Wang Baol muttered to himself. He sped up and sped toward the blood-colored sedan. He wanted to see where the other party was going, and he also wanted to find out. Was what was suppressed inside related to the joyous Lord? Time passed slowly. In the dark night, perhaps due to the strangeness of the blood-colored sedan, Wang Baol did not encounter any strange objects in the world of listening and desire. It was as if those strange objects, after sensing the blood-colored sedan from afar, they retreated, not daring to get any closer. At the same time, the speed of the blood-colored sedan had also reached an astonishing level. In the blink of an eye, it would cover an extremely long distance. If not for Wang Baol's extraordinary speed, he would not have been able to follow it. Even though his speed was astonishing, it was still extremely difficult for him to catch up. All he could do was not throw it away and follow it from afar. The blood-colored sedan did not stop even halfway through the night. It gave Wang Baol the feeling that it was moving aimlessly. He could sense that it was in the same area. The blood-colored sedan had passed by more than once. It seemed to be going in circles. This made Wang Baol think about his own judgment. As he followed and thought, suddenly Wang Baol's eyes focused. He saw. On the other side of the blood-colored sedan, in the darkness of nothingness, a ray of red light appeared. Soon, as the red light shone and became clear, a second blood-colored sedan appeared. However, unlike the left-handed sedan, this sedan did not have any limbs at the curtain. However, as the bridge rose and fell, and Wang Baol focused his gaze, he soon saw a leg in the sedan as the curtain moved with the wind. It was a woman's leg. It should have been very sinister, but the moment he looked at it, Wang Baol's heart was filled with boundless beauty. It was as if the leg contained boundless charm, causing everyone who saw it to be unable to resist approaching it. Thankfully, the laws of appetite and hearing, coupled with the status of the original body, allowed Wang Baol to quickly recover, but his breathing quickened. That was because the appearance of the sedan chair had confirmed Wang Baol's judgment. He stared at the second sedan chair, watching its blurry shadow as it crossed with the first sedan chair and disappeared into the distance. In silence, he continued to follow the first sedan chair. Just like that, an hour later, Wang Baol saw the third sedan chair. It was the same blood-red color, the same dried corpse carrying the sedan chair. The difference was that another thigh had appeared in the sedan chair. This scene made Wang Baol's eyes contract. He continued to follow the sedan chair until he saw the fourth and fifth sedan chair. In the fourth sedan chair was his right hand, while the fifth sedan chair was a torso wearing a blood-red dress. There was no head. There must be a head. There should be 6 sedan chairs. Wang Baol's expression was complicated. After coming into contact with the blood-red sedan chairs, he felt the joy in his body become more active. He had already given up on many of the answers he had come up with previously. There was only one left. The person in the sedan chair is the 7 emotions joy Lord. She fought with the desire to listen Lord. As she belonged to the 7 emotions, she possessed an indestructible nature. Therefore, she was split into 6 parts by the desire to listen Lord. Each part was placed in the blood-colored sedan chair. That's because the blood-colored sedan chair itself should be an extremely powerful sealed object. With this method, the Joy Lord was completely suppressed. Therefore, its limbs can suppress the law of listening. Therefore, its limbs can activate the aura of the law of joy. This is the answer, Wang Baol muttered to himself. This answer was in line with all logic. Until now, Wang Bail felt that it was the closest to the truth. In other words, it was a guess of the truth, as the blood-colored sedan chair only appeared in the dark, and the dark belonged to the law of listening. The 7 emotions and the Lord of Joy were both suppressed. The suppression of the world of listening and the suppression of the blood-colored sedan chair. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for the other party to escape. As outsiders were unable to sense the law of listening and desire, it was difficult for them to enter. Even if they forcefully broke through the void and entered, it would be difficult for them to fight against cultivators who cultivated the law of listening and desire in the world of the law of listening and desire. The joy of the 7 emotions. If they are suppressed here, I wonder where the other 7 emotions are now. Wang Bail shook his head. It was less than an hour before daybreak, so Wang Bail decided to continue following. He was prepared to see if the other party would stop somewhere at daybreak. Furthermore, Wang Bail had yet to see the 6th blood-colored sedan. In his judgment, the 6th blood-colored sedan, which contained the head, was the true focus. Just like that, with Wang Bail following, the last hour gradually passed. Just as the night was about to disappear, the dawn had already spread in all directions, and dawn was about to destroy everything. Wang Bail finally saw the 6th blood-colored sedan chair. The 6th blood-colored sedan chair walked out of thin air. The people carrying the sedan chair were not dried corpses, but living people with blank eyes. They wore long black robes and carried the sedan chair as they walked over silently. With every step they took, the 4 living people's bodies would wither slightly. It was as if their lives were being sucked away by the sedan chair and turned into nutrients for suppression. What was even more different from the other sedan chairs was that on the 6th sedan chair, there was a cultivator sitting cross-legged. A cultivator dressed in a black and white Taoist robe that Wang Bail had seen before. Xianxia. He was one of the 2 great Tao children of the Cord sect, a mighty figure of the law of listening who was at the same level as Lingzi. He looked middle-aged. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged, but there was a wound on his right wrist. From the looks of the wound, it didn't look like it had been injured by an outsider. It looked like it had been cut open on its own accord. Drops of blood slowly dripped down. They merged into the blood-colored sedan, making the sedan darker in color and more bewitching. It was as if he was dyeing the sedan. The moment he saw Xianxia, Wang Bail's pupils constricted. The scene from a few months ago surfaced in his mind. It was the first time he had seen him. Xianxia was covered in wounds inside the mountain gate, but his aura was thick and powerful. He walked through the mountain gate with astonishing music and stepped onto the mountain peak. On the way, he was greeted by all the Cord sect disciples who lowered their heads. Xianxia. Wang Bail stopped in his tracks. On the 6th blood-colored sedan chair, Xianxia, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Bail coldly. Dawn was about to break. Dawn was about to break. As Xianxia opened his eyes, the 6th blood-colored sedan chair came to a halt. The 4 cultivators who were carrying the sedan chair also raised their heads. Their lifeless eyes stared numbly at Wang Bail. Wang Bail didn't move either. His gaze met Xianxia's, and his heart was filled with wariness. He knew very well that Xianxia's law of listening had reached a shocking level. In the entire Cord sect, other than Lingzi and the mysterious sect lord, no one was his match. Even Lingzi was only on par with him. If he were to compare Xianxia to the system in the City of Appetite, he should be at the level of a glutton. Wang Bail might have a strong law of appetite, but he knew very well that once he attacked, if he was unable to kill Xianxia instantly, his identity would be exposed. Even though he had changed his appearance and changed his clothes, the fact that he could enter the night of the law of listening and desire would cause him some trouble. After all, he was fighting against a powerful cultivator of the law of listening and desire, not an ordinary cultivator. Most importantly, dawn was about to break. Looking at the time, it would be difficult for Wang Bail to kill him instantly. Therefore, the encounter this time was out of Wang Bail's expectations, and he had no intention of attacking. Therefore, under Lingzi's pressuring gaze, Wang Bail chose to retreat. He didn't want to fight with Lingzi at this moment, even if he could. However, just as Wang Bail retreated, Lingzi, who was on the 6th blood-colored sedan chair, suddenly spoke. Smearing the blood on the sedan chair is not enough. Since you came with the sedan chair, why don't you give me some blood? It will save me a lot of effort. Lingzi looked at Wang Bail as if he was looking at a dead person. To him, the identity of the person in front of him was not important. Regardless of which sect the cultivator was from, if they met him, who was protecting the array formation of the blood-colored sedan chair, it would be fine if they avoided him from afar. However, if they followed him regardless of whether they had other motives, he had the power to kill. This was a rule set by all of the Tao children of the 3 great sects in the city of listening desire. The blood-colored sedan was used to suppress the celebratory lord. Naturally, he knew about this. In fact, the 6 Tao children of the 3 great sects all knew about this. They also knew that the celebratory lord had personally refined and suppressed the sedan, and that it was used to protect the spell formation. The 6 Tao children of the 3 great sects would take turns to do so. If they wanted to suppress the celebratory lord for a long period of time, they would need to take turns to inspect and maintain the sedan. They would need to smear the sedan with blood to ensure that it remained bright red. This time it was his turn. Originally, he had been very reluctant to sacrifice his own blood, but now that he was on the verge of breaking through, he suddenly encountered someone who seemed to have an ulterior motive. He wouldn't let go of someone who had hidden his identity. As soon as he said those words, he waved his hand, and music floated out. The music was filled with killing intent, and the moment it spread out, it caused the surrounding night to distort and ripple in all directions. The heavens and earth seemed to be affected and changed at that moment. The music of the Chord sect had lyrics. However, at the level of Lingzi, his words were like lyrics. His voice reverberated and fused perfectly with the music, forming countless echoes in the surroundings. It was like an accompaniment, forming a storm that charged towards Wang Bail. As it neared, a weapon seemed to materialize within the storm. The shape of the weapon was like a long sword. At that moment, the music was like the chime of a sword. As it killed, it also contained a strong intent to chant the sword. This song is called Chanting the Sword. Almost at the moment the long sword was formed, Wang Bail's expression was solemn. Compared to his opponent, the melody of the Hengqin sect cultivator that he had killed was as insignificant as a firefly. However, the song of the spirit child before him, not only was it complete, it had also formed its own style. As the power to kill erupted, a storm swept toward Wang Bail. The sword formed from the music stabbed directly into Wang Bail's chest. All of this happened too quickly. Wang Bail's body trembled as he retreated abruptly. His clothes were torn. The law of gluttony in his body spread rapidly throughout his body, before dissipating in an instant. As he fought against the sword, his physical body also helped to neutralize it. That was why he didn't sustain too many injuries as he retreated. Instead, he used the force of the impact to accelerate his retreat. At that moment, the sky began to turn white. Dawn was about to break, and Wang Bail's law of gluttony was released and sealed too quickly. So Lingzi didn't notice it too carefully. However, when he saw that Wang Bail was actually resisting his chanting sword, Lingzi let out a soft gasp, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Interesting. As he said that, he waved his hand again. Instantly, the song of the chanting sword reverberated, and the second song accompanied it. There was no conflict between them, and the second song was even more shocking. It even took the shape of a long saber. The second song, Ode to the Saber. Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. As he retreated, he finally understood what the movement of the law of listening and desire was. The movement of the law of listening and desire was composed of many complete pieces of music. Although these pieces of music were different, they had the same source of meaning. That was why after they formed the movement, they would appear one after another. Their power would also reach an earth-shattering level. This is my direction. Wang Bail's eyes shone. He noticed that the sky was turning white and that the night had begun to dissipate. With a thought, he decided to create some fog for the other party to hide his identity. At the same time, he wanted to verify his own music. As he retreated, he waved his hand and released the melody of freedom, which was composed of dozens of ancient organ notes. Xianxia sect. The moment the ancient wind melody appeared, the spirit child immediately noticed it. A look of disdain appeared on his face. He left the blood-colored sedan chair and walked toward Wang Baol. The song of the ode to the saber that he released. It exploded with a loud bang and collided with the ancient wind melody that Wang Baol released. Amidst the song of the ode to the saber, Wang Baol's ancient wind melody was extremely fragile. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into pieces and became out of tune. This scene caused Wang Baol's expression to turn ugly. The following words that Sure Spirit Child said made his expression. It's getting gloomier. How dare you make a fool of yourself with a mere mortal voice? As he spoke, Xianxia took a step forward and waved the chanting sword and ode saber in his hand. These two complete pieces of music intersected with each other, forming a larger storm that was about to envelop Wang Baol. It was as if the saber and sword were about to destroy his form and soul. And although the sky is white, although the night begins to dissipate, but in the movement of the sun of the hour, like the dissipation of this area, are also affected. It seemed like a crisis, but Wang Baol didn't feel that there was any danger to his life. Instead, it was the other party's disdain and words towards his melody that made him feel as if his dream had been trampled on. After all, the free melody was his proudest work. At that moment, he was rather embarrassed and angry. Mortal music. I'll let you see what mortal music is. Wang Baol was furious. He formed a seal, and the notes formed from the 3,000+ runic symbols in his body began to play. The sound of the puffs didn't have much power to begin with. At most, it gave off a feeling as if gas was being spewed out. However, when the sound was amplified to the extreme, everything was different. One had to know that the overlapping of more than 60 puffs previously already possessed a certain amount of power to shatter the void. Now, with the overlapping of more than 3,000 puffs, even Wang Baol himself didn't know how powerful it was. That was because he was a person with a dream. His focus was on the melody of his ancient organ. He wanted to create his own complete piece of music and even combine it into a vast movement. Therefore, as he immersed himself in this dream, he naturally didn't pay too much attention to the puffs of the rufus. This allowed Xianxia to truly become a cultivator who could sense the notes. After all, even though the Xianxia sect cultivator from before had also collapsed under the puffs, the notes at that time was far from what it was now. Therefore, as the sky turned white and the surrounding night was distorted by Xianxia, barely holding on, Wang Baol, embarrassed, activated the musical note in his body. In the next moment, the sound of the musical note was heard. It looked like one, but in reality it was more than 3,000 of them combined. The moment it appeared, the night between Wang Baol and Xianxia was instantly torn apart. The impact was so great that it spread to 1,000 feet in an instant. It was still spreading. As for how long it would last, the darkness in the other regions was dissipating, so it was impossible to tell. However, the shock of the scene caused Xianxia's eyes to constrict. Before he could do anything, the world seemed to collapse with the sound of the sword chanting and the ode saber bearing the brunt of the impact. In an instant, the image of the sword chanting formed by the music shattered with a loud bang. It was the same with Song Dao. The moment it was affected, it shattered into pieces. The sound wave was far from over. It charged straight for Xianxia, causing his body to tremble violently. Not only did his eyes narrow, but his expression changed. He retreated rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, transforming into the music. He wanted to use his illusory body to avoid the terrifying music notes. However, just as he was retreating, the sound wave swept over. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth changed, and wind and clouds swirled. Xianxia, who had merged into the music, was instantly crushed. It was as if his body had been forced out. He was once again formed, and his expression was one of shock. He couldn't control himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt as if an enormous ball of air had exploded against his face, and his body was being pushed back. This. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. He had never encountered such a situation before. After all, there had been people who had intentionally broken the state of his musical form. However, they had mostly relied on external forces, techniques to change his form, or even a more complete musical form to suppress him. However, to be blown away by a musical note was the first time in his life. However, Wang Bao's embarrassment didn't end there. As he growled, Wang Bao scanned his musical note with his divine thoughts once again. The next moment there was another pop. Xianxia's expression changed completely. He felt a strong sense of life and death danger. This sense of danger made him feel unfamiliar and incredulous. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and pieces of music erupted at the same time. As someone who had reached the music score realm, he had only used 2 songs to attack Wang Bao previously. In reality, there were a total of 10 songs contained in his music score. Under the threat of death, he unleashed all of them without hesitation. Instantly, the sound of the music grew louder. Different pieces of music formed different weapons, charging straight at Wang Bao. However, the moment the 2 sides clashed, the music collapsed. However, Xianxia had reached an extremely deep level in the law of listening. Even though his music score was destroyed, it still neutralized the power of Wang Bao's musical notes. However, Wang Bao's musical notes would naturally not only be heard once or twice. Again, Wang Bao roared, and the musical notes were heard for the 3rd time. Pooh! Xianxia, who had shattered all the music, trembled violently. Blood spurted out of his mouth once again. The impact of having his face crushed by the airball made his eyes turn red. It was true. Even though the destructive power of the music note was great, it was still inferior to its humiliation. Its humiliation had reached an unprecedented level. All of this was not over yet. The night was being torn apart and was about to be completely replaced by the day. Both Xianxia and Wang Bao had the intention of teleporting. Just as they were about to be forcibly teleported away, Wang Bao simply disregarded his dignity and erupted completely. "I'll kill you!" Wang Bao roared. Then, on the 4th, 5th, until the 8th poof, a series of explosions erupted. PFFT, 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 eft. When the spirit child could not dodge, the 4th puff came and made him spurt out blood. However, the redness in his eyes made him roar and rush towards Wang Bao. However, in midair, the 5th and 6th puffs met him. His body was instantly thrown backward, and his clothes were torn apart. His hair was disheveled, and he had gone mad. He displayed his music and was about to charge forward again. However, the arrival of the 7th and 8th puffs shattered everything about him. Xianxia spurted out blood one after another, and his body was like a kite with a broken string. He was sent flying thousands of feet away. Ah! He finally managed to stop himself from retreating. As he panted, Xianxia was in an extremely sorry state. His internal organs were shattered, and his breathing was much weaker. However, his killing intent and anger were exceptionally strong. He was so impulsive that he wanted to sacrifice his life at all costs. He wanted to use the trump card he had hidden for so many years to fight for the first Dao child. However, there was no time left. The night where he and Wang Bao were at was enveloped by the rising sun. Nothing could exist. As they were forcefully wiped away, their figures disappeared completely. After they disappeared, in the city of listening desire at dawn, in a luxurious courtyard in the northern district of the city, far away from the restaurant where Wang Bao was, a maniacal and extremely sullen roar could be heard. "No matter who you are, I will find you and kill you." The voice came from the courtyard and immediately enveloped the entire city of listening desire, causing countless people in the city to hear it. Many people's expressions changed as they looked in the direction of the voice. Some of them recognized Xianxia's identity through the voice. Their faces were filled with shock. What's wrong with Xianxia? He's so crazy, and he even feels a bit aggrieved. This is something rarely seen on Xianxia. Most of the people who could identify Xianxia were Dao children and experts from the other two sections. All of them were quite puzzled. At the same time, a woman's figure appeared in a tall building in the western district of the City of Desire. This woman was peerlessly beautiful. She wore a long purple dress and had a cold expression on her face. However, her facial features were quite delicate and pretty, giving her an otherworldly beauty. This woman was one of the two great Dao children of the Harmony sect, Xianxia. Her attainments in the law of listening surpassed Xianxia, and was worthy of being called an expert of the Harmony sect that was second only to the sect master. She looked in the direction of Xianxia's roar and frowned, confusion appearing in her eyes. Why is this person crazy? At the same time, the two Dao children of the Hengqin sect also raised their heads to look in the direction where Xianxia's roar had come from. They were both men, and both were extraordinarily handsome. If they were dressed in women's clothing, many female cultivators would probably feel ashamed of their inferiority. However, their relationship was very harmonious, and was very different from that of the other Taoists from the other sects. In fact, most of the time they existed together in the eyes of the world. Currently, the two of them were sitting in one of the buildings in the city. One of them was playing the zither, and the other was sitting off to the side, propping up his chin with one hand. He stared intently at the person in front of him, completely engrossed in listening. However, when Xianxia's roar rang out, the sound of the zither was disrupted, causing the person playing the zither to frown. As for the other person, when he saw the other person playing the zither, he frowned, and his expression turned cold. He stood up and was about to leave. "Where are you going?" the person playing the zither asked softly. "I'm going to beat him up." At the same time, in another location in the City of Listening Desire, a middle-aged cultivator in a long gray robe was sitting in the courtyard of his house. He was holding a piece of wood in his hand, and he was knocking on the porcelain in front of him. Around him, broken porcelain was everywhere. Although the pieces were scattered all over the ground, there weren't many complete porcelain pieces left. However, he didn't care. He continued to smash a complete porcelain piece, and his expression was one of enlightenment. He listened to the sound of the porcelain breaking, as if he was trying to engrave the musical note in his heart. However, Xianxia's roar seemed to have affected him a little, causing displeasure to appear on the middle-aged man's face. This person was one of the two Dao sons of the Dao of music. His name was Xianxia. He was the most well-known Dao son of the Dao of music to the outside world. As for the other Dao son, he had been in seclusion all year round. He didn't know much about the Hengqin sect and the Chord sect. Even the Dao of music itself knew very little about the other Dao son. The only thing they knew was that the other Dao child was named Xianxia. At that moment, as the cultivators from the three great sects in Listening Pleasure City were alarmed by Xianxia's voice, Webnovel, who had teleported back, naturally heard all of this. The location where he had teleported back wasn't fixed. He had appeared randomly, so he wasn't very close to Xianxia. Therefore, he quickly changed his clothes and returned to his original appearance. He walked calmly on the streets. It seemed like he did not care about Xianxia's roars, but deep down, he was snorting coldly. "What are you screaming for? Next time, I'll let you experience the mortal voice again." Webnovel was not in a good mood. The melody that he had worked so hard to create was being trampled on. This feeling was like a child that he had raised. It was like being despised by outsiders. However, he had to admit that, in terms of the law of listening, he was indeed inferior to Xianxia. The level of the music score that Xianxia had reached was already one of the origins of the law of listening. More than 3,000 puffs. "If I can't kill you with a bang, I'll give you 30,000. A vicious look appeared in Webnovel's eyes as he sped toward the restaurant. Soon, he arrived at the restaurant. He summoned the butler and gave the blue delight fish that he had reserved to Xianxia. The blue delight fish in his storage bag were no longer very active. Many of them had already died, but there were still dozens of them left. As for the butler, he used a special dermic artifact to sense the number of blue delight fish in his storage bag, and he was completely shocked. "This so many." Ignoring the butler's flabbergasted look, Webnovel spoke with a gloomy expression. Tell your boss that I want the incomplete music score. The more, the better. The butler's heart raced. He knew very well the value of so many blue delight fish. At the same time, he also understood that to be able to obtain all of these represented the strength of the cultivator before him. After all, blue delight fish were not easy to catch. Therefore, after hearing Wang Bao's request, he immediately nodded his head. He quickly bade farewell and left, reporting to his boss. Very quickly, the boss behind the hotel activated his own connections. He collected incomplete music scores for Wang Bao throughout the entire Lust for Listening City. Just like that, when night was about to fall, the first batch of incomplete music scores were sent over. For the first time, Wang Bao did not head to the mountain gate in the dark. Instead, he stayed in his room and looked at the incomplete music scores. He began to comprehend them crazily. His talent in the law of listening was also revealed at that moment. Although it was not as good as the blue music fish, as long as there were enough music scores with Wang Bao's comprehension, he would be able to gain even more. Of course, the prerequisite was that there were enough incomplete music scores. Just like that, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During that half a month, Wang Bao was practically in the restaurant and did not go to the sect. As he continued to comprehend, his musical notes began to form one after another. In the end, as thousands of incomplete music scores were sent over every day, Wang Bao's pop music notes increased at an alarming rate. Now, the number of overlapping notes was no longer more than 3,000, but more than 8,000. As for the music notes, perhaps it was because the music score was incomplete, or perhaps it was not heavenly music, so none of them were formed. Wang Bao was depressed, but when he thought about how he was going to kill Xianxia, he suppressed his obsession with his own music and focused on the overlaps. At the same time, during this half a month, a wanted poster was sent out from the Cord sect under the name of Xianxia. The wanted poster was very simple. There was a portrait in it that depicted Wang Bao, who had changed his appearance. His drawing skills were extremely exquisite, and his expression was perfectly displayed. There was even a piece of information that stated that this person was skilled in vulgar but strange mortal music. If anyone encountered him, they would inform Xianxia that he would be given the right to personally create music scores for him. This qualification immediately caused a stir among countless cultivators from the three sections. After all, it was a great opportunity for the cultivators from the three sects that Daochild had personally created music scores. Therefore, during this half a month, many cultivators from the three sects no longer went into seclusion. Instead, they went into the night to search for the person wanted by Xianxia, especially the Hengqin sect. Xianxia had even made a killing a few days ago. They wanted to search for Wang Bao. However, they were stopped, causing a very unpleasant scene. Regardless, Wang Bao's avatar was already famous among the mortals of the three great sects and even in the music city. As countless people searched for it, Wang Bao finally ended his comprehension of the incomplete music score. 20 days of comprehension had cost him nearly 100,000 incomplete music scores. In exchange, the number of overlapping musical notes in Wang Bao's body had reached 15,000. This level of overlapping had even changed the shape of the musical notes. Originally, the musical notes seemed to be floating in the dantian of Wang Bao's body, but now, their shape had turned into mist. In the midst of the blurriness, one could not even tell the characteristics of the musical notes at first glance. However, this was indeed the formation of the musical note. What was even more terrifying was that the stacked musical note had also left Wang Bao's dantian and appeared in his mind, as if it really did not exist. However, as long as Wang Bao willed it, the musical note would instantly take shape again. This was not what Wang Bao found unbelievable. What was truly unbelievable was that after the musical note that had turned into fog merged with his mind, even during the day, distortions that were invisible to outsiders would appear around Wang Bao. The distortions seemed to be caused by the compression of different spaces. Under Wang Bao's research, he realized that this distortion was caused by the law of listening. It seemed to have formed an intersecting point in his world. That was to say, if he wanted to, he could enter the world of the law of listening during the day. However, he restrained his impulse and didn't try it easily. However, he did an experiment. That was when he spread out the power of the superimposed sound during the day, causing the surroundings to distort intensely. He seemed to exist, but in reality, in the eyes of others, he had already disappeared. Wang Baol tried this with the butler, but the butler didn't notice it at all. Wang Baol was even tempted and went to the other two houses. Then he was shocked to discover the cultivators in the two houses next door didn't notice it at all. The meaning behind this scene was what shocked Wang Baol the most. That was because, once he did this in the dark, it meant that he was different from the other law of listening cultivators. He could no longer only sense things, but he could actually walk into them. Wang Baol had walked in the dark previously. All he had gained from the law of listening was his perception and hearing. Other than that, he could not see anything else. It was as if there was a veil separating him from the world. That was why he could only walk outside. However, the strange stacking of notes made Wang Baol's heart beat faster after realizing that. He had already realized that if he could do the same in the dark, then, to a certain extent, he was no longer a cultivator. Instead, he was a strange object in the world of the law of listening. What kind of musical note is this? Can it really do that? It makes me turn into a strange object. Wang Baol found it unbelievable. This was because the cultivators from the three great sects that he knew could disappear after reaching a certain level of cultivation. They could disappear from their real bodies and transform into music. However, that kind of existence was clearly different from the strange thing that was the law of listening and desire. The former was more of a part of the sound, could be seen as an effort to fuse with the law of listening and desire. However, in the final analysis, it was an external force. It was an attempt to adapt to the law of listening and desire, slowly approaching it and continuously fusing into it. Then it would reach a level where it could be used. As for the latter, it had become the law of listening and desire itself. After entering the Cord sect and understanding it, Wang Baol had learned that the so-called world that only the law of listening and desire could sense was actually the world that was formed by the law of listening and desire itself. It was the sect of the three great sects. It was embedded in the law. The reason why all the strange things in that world had a chance to make cultivators understand the notes was because those strange things were a part of the law of listening and desire itself. The former was the integration of external forces, while the latter was the law of listening itself. Wang Baol had already realized that for some unknown reason, as he cultivated, he was actually on the path of cultivating himself into the law of listening. Even though he was only at the early stages, he had clearly surpassed everyone in that direction. Once he succeeded in the end, then the law of listening would be him. As for the life and death of the owner of listening, it would be within his thoughts. This discovery shocked Wang Baol. He raised his head and looked outside, waiting for the night to come to confirm his guess. There had never been a time when Wang Baol had been so eager for the night to come. He felt that the day passed too slowly. As he waited anxiously, as the dusk faded, the night finally descended upon the land. After drowning out all the light, Wang Baol was excited at once. He didn't activate the teleportation jade slip. Instead, he activated the musical notes in his mind the instant the night filled the air. He didn't let it make a sound. Instead, he didn't restrain the distortion power it emitted. In the next moment, Wang Baol's entire body trembled. His eyes widened and he froze. That was because the world in front of him had changed. The entire world had become faint. The layout of the room hadn't changed, but all the materials had turned into lines in Wang Baol's eyes. There were many gaps between the lines, and there seemed to be a layer of separation in those gaps. There seemed to be some hindrance, but it didn't affect his vision. As he raised his head, Wang Baol saw that outside the restaurant, the entire city had turned into lines, and they were magnified countless times. It was as if the area of the city had become the limit, and above the lines of the city, there were many strange beings. Wang Baol saw a figure that was several thousand feet tall. He held his head with long hair in his hands and walked into the distance. He also saw a group of creatures that looked like centipedes, but had human faces on their backs. They were climbing in groups outside and moving quickly. Other than that, there were also creatures that looked like ghosts. They were floating in large numbers in all directions. Sometimes they floated outside some buildings. They knocked on the windows as if they wanted to break in, but they were blocked. There were all sorts of strange things that appeared before Wang Bao's eyes. It took him a long while before he took a deep breath in excitement. He knew that his guess was correct. Then, the final layer of verification will come next. As he muttered, Wang Bao's body swayed. He pushed open the window and flew out. When he flew out, there was a spirit-like existence outside the window. Ignoring Wang Bao, he was about to enter through the window, but Wang Bao grabbed him and crushed him with a bang. As he was crushed, the other strange objects around him turned a blind eye to everything. Wang Bao licked his lips, his eyes glowing. He sped up once again, flying into the air. When he looked around, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a ball of light moving at high speed in the distance. In this world, the existence of this ball of light was extremely eye-catching. It attracted many strange objects around him, and they scrambled to get closer. A cultivator? Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and got closer. Wherever he passed, some of the strange objects couldn't dodge in time and were crushed by him. As he got closer, Wang Bao finally saw the ball of light clearly. He saw that it was a cultivator. He was dressed in clothes that belonged to the Hengqin sect. Xianxia grew up in the city of listening desire. He was born there and grew up there. Because of his extraordinary talent, he successfully entered the Hengqin sect. Perhaps it was because of his smooth growth that he developed his arrogant personality. However, although his cultivation speed in the Hengqin sect was not slow, there were many people who were faster than him. As a result, he felt the pressure and had no choice but to speed up his cultivation. However, even though he had worked extremely hard, there was still a gap between them. The most important thing was that no one was helping him perfect his style. Therefore, after hearing that Dao child from the Cord sect was on the wanted list, he decided to go out of seclusion and try his luck. If he could find the person on the wanted list, it would be a great opportunity for him. Although many people had such thoughts, Song Zhao's actions were the most persistent. During this time, he would go out every night to observe all the cultivators he encountered. For example, when the sky turned dark, he had already rushed out of the place where he lived. In the darkness, he ignited his own musical notes, causing the strange objects in the world of the law of listening and desire to not attack him. Having cultivated to the level of melody, he was already able to ignore many strange objects. After all, he had enough musical notes, and they were bright enough to ensure that he would not be harmed. These strange objects are really annoying. Although they won't pounce on me, they're clearly following me around. It's disgusting. Song Zhao's face was expressionless, and he grumbled inwardly. In truth, it had taken him a long time to get used to this sensation. He had gotten used to it. However, what he didn't know was that amidst the strange things around him, there was a special being among them, observing him. This being was naturally Wang Bao. He was sitting on a strange object that only had fish bones left, and he was curiously sizing up the cultivator before him. He was now certain that the other party could no longer see him. It seems like I've really cultivated myself into something strange. Wang Bao blinked and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He patted the fish bone beneath him. The fish trembled and obediently listened to Wang Bao's telepathic thoughts. It leaped forward and swept past Song Zhao. Perhaps it was the wind that was stirred up, or perhaps it was the corner of Wang Bao's clothes. Song Zhao was clearly stunned. He subconsciously raised his hand and touched his face. Feels like something touched my face. Feels like my clothes? Song Zhao was in disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. At that moment, he felt that his perception must have been wrong. He put his hand down, but in the next moment, he lowered his head abruptly. His pupils constricted, and his expression was one of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. My bag of holding? It's gone. Song Zhao felt as if he had just been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze for a long moment, then looked up. His expression was twisted, and his anger burned. It can't be something strange. First of all, they don't dare to get close. Second of all, even if they did, I've never heard of anyone taking someone else's bag of holding. There must be some other cultivator who rushed over with incredible speed and snatched my bag of holding. That's right. The feeling from the corner of my clothes is evidence Xianxia was burning with rage. However, in the next moment he broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that since the other party had such speed and had taken his storage bag without him noticing, it was obvious. If the other party had stabbed him in the throat, he wouldn't have noticed it either. This thought made Xianxia shudder. He looked around with fear in his eyes. He felt that it was too dangerous outside. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned and ran towards the sect. He didn't plan to look for the wanted person. He only wanted to return to the sect as soon as possible and continue his seclusion. The same thing happened that night. It wasn't just one place in the world of the law of listening. Wangbao's departure and his arrest had resulted in a large number of cultivators from the three sects coming out of seclusion. Therefore, the chances of meeting each other were high. Furthermore, Wangbao, who had turned into a strange object, was like a torch in the dark night. He could feel it from afar, and he even realized that. There were many times when he did not need to see them. It was as if he could sense them just by sensing them. Therefore, if he wanted to kill someone, Wangbao could easily turn the place into a river of blood overnight. However, there were no grudges between them, so Wangbao did not do so. However, since these people were looking for him with malice, he did not mind taking away their storage pouches. As for Xianxia, he was the main target that Wangbao was looking for. Throughout the night, he was searching for traces of the other party. At the same time, Wangbao was pleasantly surprised to discover that most of the strange things in this world did not have any consciousness. They would only wander around in a daze. When they encountered cultivators, they would instinctively try to devour them. However, not only did these strange things not attack Wangbao, they even obeyed his divine thoughts, appearing very obedient. This allowed Wangbao's search to become smoother. However, it was possible that Xianxia had not gone out that night, which was why Wangbao had never found her. Even though he had found the blood-colored sedan, he still had not seen Xianxia. The blood-colored sedan, in this world of the law of listening, looked different from what Wangbao had seen previously. That wasn't a sedan, it was a blood-colored iron cage. There were a large number of imprints on the suppressed limbs inside. Each of the imprints was shining, and as they shone, musical notes were emitted. The imprints intersected and shone, forming a melody. Looking at the blood-colored cage, Wangbao was silent. After a long while, he shook his head and was about to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, a soft voice suddenly reverberated in his ears. "You have my aura on you?" Wangbao stopped in his tracks. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the cage. After a long while, he retracted his gaze and looked around. That was because the words that he had just said seemed to come from within the blood-colored cage, as well as from other directions. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like 6 voices had fused together and reverberated in the air. "Happy Lord." Wangbao hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. "I am the joy of 7 emotions. You are very special. You are the first person in my life who can step into the world of listening with his real body." The faint voice reverberated once again. "Even the one who listens to desire cannot?" Wangbao raised his eyebrows. It became the carrier of the law of listening to desire because it was afraid of death. It can no longer be described as a person. "What about you? Aren't you also in this world?" Wangbao thought for a moment and asked. "My consciousness is here, but my physical body is outside. Haven't you seen it before?" The faint voice continued. "Heave-ho, I want to challenge the 6 chapters tomorrow and see if I can succeed. I've seen it before." Wangbao mumbled to himself. He had seen all of the other party's limbs, torso, and head. It was just that the way he looked at it was a little strange. "Then, what are you trying to tell me by communicating with your consciousness now?" Wangbao gathered his thoughts and spoke slowly. Based on his judgment, the 7 emotions Joy Lord's appearance was definitely not without reason. There must be something that he needed to communicate with him. "I saw a cultivator who had stepped into the realm of listening by chance. I was curious, so I sent my divine thoughts over. There was nothing special. The seven emotions Joy Lord responded to Wang Baol with his usual faint voice. Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. Even though the first law he had come into contact with after arriving in the second level was the law of joy, if the other party had concealed his words, his lack of intimacy wouldn't have been enough to support his patience. Therefore, after hearing the seven emotions joyous Lord's words, Wang Baol smiled. His body swayed, and his figure in the world of listening gradually blurred, as if he was about to leave the place. Since the joyous Lord only came out of curiosity, we'll have more time to chat later. As he spoke, Wang Baol's figure blurred, as if he was about to leave the world. The seven emotions joyous Lord remained silent, and not a single sound was heard until Wang Baol's figure completely disappeared. Wang Baol, who had returned to the night, had a puzzled look in his eyes. Could it be that he really came here out of curiosity? Wang Baol thought to himself, suppressing the matter in his heart. The night passed slowly as Wang Baol transformed into a strange object and merged into the listening realm. Not long after he returned to the night, the horizon in the distance had turned white. Soon, the night was replaced by day, and Wang Baol's figure had also been teleported away. When he reappeared, he was already in the city of listening desire. He returned to the restaurant with a calm expression. Even though he had not found Lingzi that night, his gains were astonishing. First, he had confirmed the direction of the law of listening desire. He knew what abilities he possessed now, and he had gained a deep understanding of the strange things in the world of listening. As for the celebrant, Wang Baol had a premonition that her appearance was definitely not just out of curiosity. There must be something else going on. She's not in a hurry, so naturally, I'm not in a hurry either. Wang Baol did not pay too much attention to this matter. On one hand, he had the butler of the restaurant continue to collect the incomplete music scores. On the other hand, he opened the storage bags he had obtained one by one and started rummaging through them. As he opened up the storage pouches one after another, Wang Baol's expression grew more and more pleasantly surprised. These storage pouches came from the cultivators of the three sects, and each cultivator's storage pouches contained some of their belongings. For example, Wang Baol had obtained 13 complete music scores. As for the incomplete music scores, there were many of them. Most of them were original and not imprinted. Other than that, there were dermic artifacts, pills, and the like. There were all kinds of them, and Wang Baol was very excited when he saw them. He immediately took out the music scores and began to comprehend the notes. Just like that, days passed day by day until 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, every night, Wang Baol would transform into a strange person and appear in the outside world. All the cultivators he met would be unable to escape the calamity of having their storage bags taken away by him. There were even a few who were his old customers. While his gains were astonishing, among the disciples of the three sects, there was a rumor about a terrifying bandit in the dark night that swept through the three sects like a storm. Many people even knew about it in the city of listening. There was a lot of discussion. Have you heard? Recently, a deranged person has appeared. This person's cultivation is extremely high, but he's only targeting his storage pouches. Everyone, be careful. It hasn't been peaceful these days. There have been bandits. I heard that more than half of the cultivators from the three sects have encountered that bandit. Since this bandit has such a high cultivation, why is he targeting the storage bag? During the day, Wang Baol could hear the discussions of the crowd in the restaurant. At night, in his own sect, he could hear similar conversations. Every time that happened, his expression would remain the same, as if the person he was talking about was not him at all. When he met his neighbor in the cave abode, Wang Baol even sighed after the other party informed him of the incident. Saying that he had encountered the same thing, it was met with a wave of sympathy. Perhaps it was because of the incident with the bandits, or perhaps it was because the popularity of the wanted posters had decreased. The number of cultivators from the three sects who went out slowly at night had also decreased significantly. Most of the disciples from the three sects had returned to their previous lives of seclusion and enlightenment. This caused Wang Baol's plundering to come to a halt. Sometimes, he would spend a long night looking for his incarnation in a strange manner. At most, he would encounter 3 to 5 people. As a result, his gains were naturally greatly reduced. However, Wang Baol was already very satisfied. That was because during this period of time, he had plundered more than 50 music scores in his storage bag. The number of missing music scores was even more shocking. The number of music notes that he had comprehended had exceeded 15,000, reaching more than 20,000. Most importantly, every time he transformed into a strange object in the night and entered the listening realm, he could faintly sense that a gaze was focused on him. The owner of that gaze was no stranger to Wang Baol. He didn't hide it either. It was the 7 Emotions' Joyous Lord. However, other than the first day, the Joyous Lord had never communicated with Wang Baol. That day, when Wang Baol transformed into a strange object and wandered around the listening realm for a long time without seeing a single cultivator's flame, the voice of the 7 Emotions' Joyous Lord, which had been separated for a long time, suddenly reverberated in his mind. To the east of you, within the area of an incense stick's worth of time at your speed, there is a disciple of the Tao of music. Wang Baol scanned his surroundings when he heard that. He left instantly and headed in the direction that the other party had pointed. After an incense stick's worth of time, he saw a dim ball of light moving carefully, as if afraid of being noticed. Unfortunately, as a gust of wind swept past and Wang Baol left, the expression of the disciple of the Tao of music suddenly changed. He touched his chest and took a deep breath. The storage bag that he had hidden in his chest was gone. The joy of working together for the first time deepened the relationship between Wang Baol and the Joyous Lord. Therefore, the frequency of the Joyous Lord's words increased as well. However, every time, she would inform Wang Baol of the location of the disciples of the 3 sections. Wang Baol was not in a hurry. He followed the other party's instructions and gradually gained more. However, it was clear that such acts, which were akin to the act of losing a family, would not last long. After another half a month had passed, there were not many disciples of the 3 sects left. They appeared in the dark of the night. This made Wang Baol feel a little regretful. At the same time, he was curious as to why he hadn't met any spirit sons during this period of time. Even the Tao sons from the other sects hadn't appeared. It was as if these Tao sons had all disappeared. The 7 Emotions' Joyous Lord, who seemed to have guessed Wang Baol's doubts, spoke again. The Tao children of the 3 sects, as well as those outstanding disciples, are all in seclusion, preparing for the upcoming trials that are of utmost importance to them. Trials? Wang Baol sat on the fish bone from before and raised his head to ask his surroundings. A trial that will drive the Tao children of the 3 sects and the extraordinary disciples crazy. 7 Emotions' Joy Lord said calmly. Oh. Wang Baol didn't say much and didn't ask. 7 Emotions' Joy Lord waited for a long time. When he realized that Wang Baol was still sitting on the fishbone and didn't seem too curious, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you curious about the content and purpose of the trial?" "I'm not curious." Wang Baol lowered his head and knocked on the fishbone. As he listened to the banging sounds coming from within, he sensed that another musical note had appeared in his body. He casually added it and replied casually. The 7 Emotions' Joyous Lord was silent. After a long while, she couldn't help but sigh when she saw Wang Baol pat the fishbone and make it move faster, as if he was looking for more inspiration in the surroundings. "Do you want to know the secret of listening to Desire Lord? If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then stop trying to seduce me." Wang Baol grabbed a strange object that looked like a toad with a slap. He pinched it, causing it to let out a whimpering sound. He spoke nonchalantly. The 7 Emotions' Joyous Lord clearly had his dignity. Seeing Wang Baol's attitude, he fell silent and didn't speak again. Wang Baol didn't ask. Time passed just like that. There was still an hour before the night was over. The 7 Emotions' Joyous Lord spoke helplessly. The person who listens isn't one. In reality, she is made up of 3 clones. Do you want to know who these 3 clones are? It seemed like the way the 7 Emotions' Joyous Lord spoke was to seduce others into asking questions. It was a pity that he had met Wang Baol. The Joyous Lord, who already had some understanding of Wang Bail's speaking habits, spoke the same way this time. However, without waiting for Wang Bail's response, he continued speaking. You must want to know. They are. It's fine if you don't want to, Wang Bail replied, but the joyous lord ignored him. They are the 3 sect masters of listening Pleasure City. As soon as he said that, Wang Bail's heart skipped a beat. However, he remained nonchalant on the surface and responded with an OH. The 7 emotions joy lord ignored Wang Bail's attitude and continued to speak. The 3 sect lords of Listening Desire City are the 3 great incarnations of Listening Desire Lord. The Listening Desire Lord doesn't have a real body. When her 3 incarnations fuse together, they become her real body. However, due to the restrictions and curses from the past, her incarnations will never be able to fuse together. As she said that, the 7 emotions joy lord paused. However, she didn't seem to want to hear Wang Bail's voice, so she forcefully changed her habits. She continued speaking quickly. However, it is also due to the restrictions and curses. Although her true body will not appear, her incarnation is, to a certain extent, an immortal existence. This is because her incarnation has a certain ability, and it is called reincarnation. It is similar to possession, but it is more domineering than possession. Therefore, Wang Bail's eyes were deep in thought as he spoke subconsciously. As soon as he spoke, he regretted it. However, he had to admit that the news that the other party had told him had indeed surprised him. His regret was correct. That was because the joy of the 7 emotions had stopped speaking after hearing Wang Bail's words. Even after the night had passed and Wang Bail had left, there wasn't a single sound. That made Wang Bail, who had disappeared and returned to the restaurant, feel a little helpless. He felt that there was something wrong with the joy of the 7 emotions. The more one paid attention to her, the more aloof she became. When dealing with such a person, I have to act as if I don't care. I can't be too attentive to her and let her see me. Wang Bail thought for a moment and laughed coldly. He thought to himself that his main body could do such things when he was young. His main body was even more powerful than his main body, and he could do it at birth. There are some people who should be left out. Wang Bail didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he took out the music score and continued to comprehend it until late at night. However, he didn't go to the mountain gate, nor did he leave the restaurant. He also didn't integrate into the listening realm. This was the first time in more than a month that Wang Bail didn't step into the listening realm. When there was a first time, there would naturally be a second time. Therefore, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, 8 days passed. During these 8 days, Wang Bail never stepped into the listening realm. He was completely immersed in the comprehension of the music score, and the number of notes in his body finally broke through 20,000, reaching 30,000. It was only when the night of the 8th day was about to pass that Wang Bail opened his eyes. He walked lazily, turning into something strange and merging into the listening realm. The moment he entered the listening realm, he immediately felt a divine thought gathering from all directions. It spread anxiously around him. After sensing this, Wang Bail snorted in his heart and called out to his beloved fishbone. Soon, the fishbone swam rapidly from afar and landed on Wang Bail's butt, allowing him to sit comfortably on it. Almost at the same time that Wang Bail sat down, the divine thoughts in the surroundings began to fluctuate. After a long while, a faint sound reverberated. Therefore, after the battle with the gluttonous lord, the music Tao incarnation of the Lord of Desire was severely injured and failed to repair itself. Therefore, I judged that there was a high probability that it would choose to possess. The target of this possession was naturally the most outstanding disciple in the 3 sects. That was also the purpose of this trial. However, none of the disciples in the 3 sects know about this secret. This time, the 7 emotions joyous lord changed his previous style of speaking. He told Wang Bail all the answers he wanted to know in one breath. He even felt as if he was afraid that Wang Bail would leave immediately after he finished speaking. As expected, even if it's the 7 emotions joyous lord, as long as the gender is female, the method is pretty much the same. Wang Bail coughed. After muttering to himself, he thought carefully about the other party's words. Very quickly, he came to the conclusion that most likely it was true. That was because he thought of the female actress in white from Desire City that his main body had met back then. She actually had a Dao seed in her body. There was also Yu Lingzi from the Cord sect. Wang Baol had sensed the aura of a Dao seed back then. Now that he thought about it, sure Lingzi should have felt the same. The Dao seed was definitely not an ordinary item. Normally speaking, it wouldn't exist in so many people. Therefore, if it really existed, there must be a problem. Wang Baol already had the answer to that question. The following words from the Seven Emotions Delight Lord also proved Wang Baol's judgment. The Dao children from the three great sects, as well as the prodigies who are only second to the Dao children, are actually the candidate cauldrons for the listening Lord. Upon hearing this, Wang Baol's eyes narrowed. Even though it was in line with his judgment, he was still shaken by the truth of the matter. Since they were cauldrons, they were in fact mere vessels. Furthermore, each of them had been nurtured into an appearance that was most suitable for the listener. This was equivalent to nurturing a lot of bodies. It didn't matter if the incarnation was severely injured, they could just change to another one. Furthermore, according to Wang Baol's judgment, the number of cultivators with such qualifications in the three sects might not be many, but it was definitely not limited to only the Dao children and the 6 of them. There are at least 10 of them. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. His first thought was to not let the listener succeed in healing his injuries. Once the other party's incarnation succeeded in possession, the power of the 3 great incarnations, he would be able to instantly discover his identity. Once that happened, he would be in a complete passive position. At the same time, he could vaguely guess the reason why the Joyous Lord had told him all this. After all, he and the Joyous Lord were on the same side when it came to a common enemy. Wang Baol didn't want the listener to recover. The 7 Emotions Joyous Lord obviously didn't want to either. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Wang Baol spoke with a solemn expression. "Good Lord, what plans do you have?" Perhaps it was because he had been communicating with Wang Baol for more than a month that the 7 Emotions Good Lord had gotten to know him better. Or perhaps it was because his habits had changed after so many days. Or perhaps he had been affected by Wang Baol's deep and solemn voice. This time, the 7 Emotions Good Lord's voice was solemn as well. "I hope that you will participate in the trial and become first place. And then be possessed by the wielder of the will to listen?" Wang Baol asked calmly. "Of course not. As long as you are chosen, I can help you. The moment the wielder of the will to listen tries to possess you, I can reverse the spell and make you devour the wielder of the will to listen," the 7 Emotions Delight Lord said quickly. "Once you succeed, you will be able to plunder 30% of the wielder's power of the law of the will to listen. You will become an existence that is second only to the wielder of the will to listen in terms of the law of the will to listen. Plus you can step into the sense of hearing, the incarnation is strange. Then at that time, listen to Desire God also cannot do anything to you." Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. The content of the other party's words had indeed moved him. This was a shortcut that would allow him to obtain the power of the law of listening as quickly as possible. At that time, his law of appetite would also advance by leaps and bounds. With their mutual cooperation, they would be able to reach an astonishing level. However, behind this beautiful scene, there was clearly a lot of uncertainty. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Wang Baol spoke slowly. 3 questions first. I don't have a Dao seed. Even if I become number 1, it will be difficult for the music Dao embodiment of the listening to Desire Master to choose me. How can you be sure that he will choose me and not another disciple with a Dao seed too? You said that you would help me so that I can reverse the devouring process. How can you prove that it is true and not use my body to achieve your goal 3? I want to know what your true goal is. After saying that, Wang Baol looked into the distant void. At that moment, it was already white and was sweeping over rapidly. Wherever it passed, the night was dissipating. Please consider it carefully, my good lord. I am not in a hurry for your answer. However, your answer will determine whether I agree to this matter or not. Wang Baol stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared from the realm of listening. It was only after he had left that a tired sigh came from the realm of listening. The sigh came from the good Lord. She knew very well that it would be very difficult to convince Wang Beol. That was why she didn't tell him everything immediately. Instead, she delayed it for more than a month, continuously trying to arouse Wang Beol's curiosity. She wanted him to take the initiative to find out. However, all of these methods were working normally now, especially the 8 days when Wang Beol suddenly disappeared. She admitted that she was a little flustered. She didn't want this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to slip away just like that. After all, if Wang Beol cooperated, the chances of her goal being achieved would be close to 90%. However, if Wang Beol didn't participate, then everything would be 50-50. Therefore, Wang Beol's words before he left caused the 7 emotions to sink into deep thought after a sigh. She was weighing. Wang Beol, who had returned to the restaurant, was also weighing and thinking. This matter was too big. Wang Beol had to think more thoroughly before he could determine the authenticity of the other party's next answer. Therefore, he didn't immediately head to the listening realm the next night. Instead, he pondered for a few days, after confirming that he had already considered perfecting it to the greatest extent possible. He chose to step into the listening realm late on the 5th night. Almost at the instant, he transformed into a strange form and stepped into the listening realm. His voice reverberated in Wang Beol's mind as the 7 emotions Joy Sovereign's divine thought spread. First, as long as you obtain first place, you will definitely be rewarded with a nomological pill. This has happened before, so I am very certain that if you weren't rewarded, you wouldn't have to face possession. Our deal can be cancelled. Second, as for how to prove it, I can first tell you the magic formula. You can study it yourself. With your comprehension and experience, it should not be difficult. At the same time, I know that this alone is not sincere enough. Therefore, in 7 days I will guide you to a place. There, I will give you the proof you want. Third, my goal is very simple. I want to escape. Listen to Desire Master has suppressed and sealed me for many years. I have never had the chance to break out of this prison. However, now that her Tao of Music incarnation is weak, this gives me a good opportunity. If you help me, I can let Listen to Desire Master's internal and external problems erupt, making it easier for me to break out of this prison. Everything I've said to you is true. Furthermore, even though I've used you, you still have great benefits. Therefore, I can't say that I'm using you. This is a deal between us. 7 Emotions Delight Master said slowly. There was sincerity in his voice. Then, he gathered his divine thoughts and formed an illusory jade slip in front of Wang Beol, floating in front of him. Wang Beol frowned as he looked at the jade slip. He wasn't very satisfied with the answer that the other party had given him. It could be said that there was no risk to the Joy Lord himself, but he was facing everything. First, if he failed to reverse the possession, he would die. Second, even if the reverse possession was a success, the other 2 avatars of the Blessed Lord would definitely stop him. Once they appeared, he would attract all the danger. As for the Blessed Lord, he would be able to escape easily. Wang Beol shook his head and didn't say anything else. He turned around and was about to leave. Just as he was about to leave, the jade slip that had been floating at his position chased after him at high speed. At the same time, the voice of the joyous Lord echoed once again. I'll give you sufficient sincerity in 7 days. You can decide when the time comes. Okay? The teleportation was activated, and the night dissipated. The joyous Lord didn't wait for Wang Beol's reply. However, she believed that he would wait, as the crisis was unavoidable. Unless he left now, if he didn't actively deal with it, the outcome could be predicted. As long as the issue of sincerity and trust between them was resolved, everything that followed would be a win-win situation. Wang Beol returned to the restaurant and sat down cross-legged. He was deep in thought. He seemed to have rejected the offer outright, but that wasn't the case. It was just that the risk he had taken was too great. If it was just this small gain, he felt that it wasn't a match. The most important thing was trust. He didn't believe in God. However, there was a limit to what he could do in this matter. This caused Wang Beol's time to think to lengthen. He even thought of leaving. After all, although he hadn't fully mastered the law of listening and desire, the power of the primary note was already astonishing. Even if he left this place, he could continue cultivating in the outside world. If he was given some time, he could still cultivate the law of listening and desire. He could cultivate it to an extremely deep level. However, the opportunity to soar to the heavens was right in front of him. The temptation of devouring an incarnation of the god of listening and desire was too great. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Wang Baol decided to wait for 7 days to see the sincerity the 7 emotions joyous Lord had mentioned before making a final decision. If the sincerity isn't enough, then I won't take the gamble. Instead, I'll leave the city of listening and desire as soon as possible. After making a decision, Wang Baol no longer worried about this matter. Instead, he seized the time to comprehend the music notes. Soon 7 days passed. It was the day he had agreed to meet Wang Baol before the wedding. It was dusk. Wang Baol opened his eyes early, and they shone brightly. The gains he made tonight would determine whether he would stay or go. Therefore, Wang Baol took this matter very seriously. He weighed it in his heart silently. After making sure that he hadn't missed anything, he crushed the teleportation jade slip the moment night fell. He went to the cave abode at the entrance of the Cord sect and took the items inside before leaving. He sped through the night. After a long while, after making sure that no one was following him, Wang Baol turned into a strange form and stepped into the realm of listening. However, at that moment his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the blood-colored sedan chair that had appeared in the dark night ahead. The sedan chair seemed to have come specifically to look for Wang Baol. It was still far away at first glance, but in the next moment, it had already arrived in front of Wang Baol. At the cover of the sedan chair was the right hand of the joyous owner. It waved slightly at Wang Baol. Then, the blood-colored prodigy continued to leave into the distance. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He thought for a moment and decided to follow. He followed for 2 hours. Wang Baol frowned slowly. However, just as he was getting impatient, suddenly, a wooden house appeared in the dark night in front of the sedan chair. A wooden house? Wang Baol's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had seen a building in the dark night. One had to know that the city of desire would be magnified in the dark night, but in reality, one could not see the building from the outside. Only when one transformed into something strange would one be able to see the lines. Therefore, this was the first time Wang Baol had seen a wooden house in the boundless dark without any strange incarnations. The bridal sedan stopped beside the wooden house for a moment. The right hand under the curtain pointed at the wooden house. Then, it continued forward and slowly disappeared into the night. It seemed like it had appeared to bring Wang Baol here. Looking at the wooden house, Wang Baol thought for a moment and walked over. When he reached the door of the wooden house, his eyes shone brightly. He raised his hand and gently touched it. With a creak, the door of the wooden house was pushed open, revealing the scene inside the house. Inside the house, there was a table. Beside the table sat 2 people. They were 2 women. Other than them, there was a man walking around the room. One of the 2 women was dressed in a long blue dress. She was beautiful and had a graceful figure. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, and the aura that emanated from her body was the same. The other woman had her head lowered. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but there was a dark and cold aura that was especially strong on her. The man who was walking around was very tall. It was as if he would feel sullen inside the wooden house. He couldn't suppress his anger as he walked, and as his footsteps landed, it could erupt at any moment. The moment he saw the 3 of them, Wang Baol's pupils constricted. The law of appetite in his body was instantly unsealed, and the 30,000 music notes stacked on top of each other were about to be activated. The reason for this was that the moment Wang Baol saw the 3 of them, the 3 of them turned their heads and looked at Wang Baol. The tall man stopped pacing. His eyes were red, and his eyes were burning with anger. He stared at Wang Baol, as if he was about to explode in the next moment. Once he did, his anger would surge to the skies. This kind of emotion seemed to have infected Wang Baol. It made Wang Baol even more furious. The moment the woman in the long blue dress turned to look at Wang Baol, the impact on Wang Baol was as intense. Sorrow surfaced in his heart. It was like an ocean that was about to drown him. Other than that, the strangest thing was the woman who had her head lowered. The moment she raised her head and looked at Wang Baol's heart thumped. A strong sense of resentment rose within him. It spread out uncontrollably from his body. Resentment, 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 and other thoughts were like strands of silk that entangled him. The eruption of these three emotions made Wang Baol feel as if he had turned into three parts. His breathing quickened, and it was as if he was about to be split apart. Fortunately, his original identity was extraordinary, and just as he was about to collapse, Wang Baol unhesitatingly spread it out. With a loud bang, it formed a confrontation with the three of them. The moment the aura of the person appeared, the three people in the house were somewhat surprised. They restrained their emotions slightly and acknowledged Wang Baol's identity. As for Wang Baol, he stood outside the house and stared at the three of them. He had already guessed their identities. That was because those who could cause the aura of the original body to emanate and be able to fight must be experts at the fifth step. With such strong emotions, there was no need to guess their identities at the fifth step. That was why Wang Baol spoke slowly. 7 emotions: wrath lord, sorrowful lord, resentful lord. The gathering of the 7 emotions and 3 lords was something that even Wang Baol hadn't expected. At that moment, he finally understood the source of the Joy Lord's determination to escape from his predicament. When the embodiment of the Tao of Melody of the Joy Lord was severely injured, if the 3 masters of 7 emotions suddenly appeared and attacked, then even if the Joy Lord had a trump card and trump card, the chances of the Joy Lord being successfully rescued would still be extremely high. This was the Joy Lord's sincerity. He didn't hesitate to expose his 3 emotions to Wang Baol to prove himself. The reason why it was said to be sincere was that the 3 emotions did not dare to make a move in the dark. Once they made a move, the listener would definitely sense it. Therefore, this seemingly dangerous meeting was not dangerous to Wang Baol. In reality, even if he did not have the status of the main body, he could still avoid the emotions when he stepped into the listening realm just now. Wang Baol, who was standing outside the house, didn't choose to step in. He could already tell that the inside and outside of the wooden house were like 2 different worlds. It was obvious that the 3 of them had created it and forcefully descended into the night. It was extremely well hidden, so that the listener wouldn't be able to detect it. However, once he entered the wooden house, it was equivalent to stepping into the domain of the 3 of them. Is it just a clone? As a clone, are you sad? Interesting. So, the glutton god is fighting the Lord of Listening for your sake. Sigh. 3 voices came from the mouths of the 3 people in the house, landing in Wang Baol's mind. However, under the aura of the original body, and because the 3 of them restrained themselves, they didn't create the same emotional disturbance as before. What a grand gesture, Wang Baol said slowly. He had already confirmed a part of the answer to the 3rd question from the Joyous Lord. Perhaps the Joyous Lord had other motives, but one of them was definitely to escape. Wang Baol had also studied the Jade Slip given to him by the Joyous Lord over the past 7 days. He had to admit that the cultivation technique in the Jade Slip was indeed exquisite, and there was a possibility that it could reverse the devouring process. Clearly, the Joyous Lord was able to guess Wang Baol's concerns. The 7 emotions and 3 lords were naturally aware of it as well. Therefore, the Furious Lord looked at Wang Baol and spoke again. If you have any questions, we can answer them. Wang Baol's expression was solemn as he looked at the 3 of them. He knew very well that cultivators at such a realm disdained lies. The Tao of the 3 of them also conflicted with lies. However, everything wasn't absolute. After a moment of silence, Wang Baol spoke slowly. With the 3 of you's abilities, your sudden arrival and the opportunity to rescue the Joyous Lord should be highly probable. Why do you need my help? The Joyous Lord's physical body is in the night, and his consciousness is in the realm of listening. If it's the former, we do have a 100% chance of success, but if it's the latter, the 2 incarnations of the desire to listen will be the main force in the realm of listening. That means that I will be suppressed and weakened there. I only have a 50% chance of success, the angry lord said slowly. Originally, we had planned to forcefully push this matter forward. Whether it succeeds or not, we just have to do our best. The Joy Lord himself had thought this way, but your appearance has shown us the hope of absolute success. Therefore, we need you to devour the Desire Lord's music Dao avatar, and not just let you stall for time. The latter isn't very effective, but as for the former, compared to fighting us and not letting the Joy Lord's consciousness escape, the Desire Lord is more concerned about the gains and losses of his own authority. Therefore, if you participate, we are confident that we will definitely succeed. The last sentence was said by the Lord of Sorrow. How can we guarantee that I will succeed in devouring the avatar of the Lord of Desire to Listen? Wang Baol asked again. First, if the Lord of Desire to Listen takes over your body, once it has fully recovered, even if we succeed in rescuing the Lord of Desire, we will still have to face the situation of being hunted down by him. This is very disadvantageous to us, and it is not what we wish for. Therefore, to ensure that you successfully devour the Joyous Lord and permanently weaken the eavesdropper is something that we must do. This is not for you but for ourselves. Therefore, the situation has changed. It is no longer the eavesdropper coming to stop us from rescuing the Joyous Lord. Instead, it is us stopping her 2 incarnations from interrupting your devouring. As for how to prove it, we can swear on our own Tao. The angry Lord's voice reverberated like thunder, forming an echo in the wooden house. Wang Baol fell silent. After some thought, he spoke again. How do we ensure the feasibility of reversing the cultivation technique? When we reverse the cultivation technique, you won't be the only one to make a move. We'll do it together? As the anger lord spoke, he raised his right hand and grabbed at his own forehead. As if he was tugging at it, he pulled out a wisp of an aura that was filled with overwhelming anger. He pulled it out forcefully and turned it into a Tao seed in his hand. At the same time, the sorrowful lord and the resentful lord did the same. They each took out a portion of their own laws and formed a Tao seed. The 3 of them cut off the connection between themselves and the Tao seed right in front of Wang Baol. They even wiped away their own imprints on the Tao seed. They turned the 3 Tao seeds into pure and ownerless objects. Anyone who obtained them would instantly possess the power of the 3 laws. That wasn't the end. In the next moment, the Wrath Lord waved his hand again, and another Tao seed flew out, emitting a strong sense of joy. It was the Tao seed of joy. The 4 Tao seeds will be given to you to fuse. That way, when you perform the reverse possession and devour, you will be able to suppress the heavily injured voice Tao avatar without being disturbed. You will definitely succeed. Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly. He had studied the reverse cultivation technique, so he knew very well that with the laws of the 4 Tao seeds, coupled with his own law of appetite and law of listening, and with the support of the 6 laws, there was almost no chance of failure against a severely injured embodiment of listening. He would definitely succeed. At this point, the answer and sincerity given by the other party was sufficient. The scales in Wang Baol's heart began to tilt. However, he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before speaking again. Last question. Since the listening desire master has so many cauldrons, why didn't he possess them in advance? Why did he wait until the first place appeared in the trial before possessing them? Wouldn't it be superfluous to do so? This was the core of the question, and it was also something that Wang Baol didn't understand previously. This is a curse that the god has given to the mistress of desire to possess the strongest disciple of the 3 sects that she has created. It will be like this forever, humiliating her for once choosing to bow down to the god in order to protect her own disciple. The god likes to do this. In the eyes of the god, he appreciates those who do not submit, but he prefers to see the eternal pain of those who submit. For example, the eavesdropper chose to betray her ally and bow down to the god in order to protect her disciple. Then, the god believes that she should endure the heart-burning pain of having to devour the soul and life of the disciple she wants to protect every time she is injured for countless years. This is the curse. To shatter your beauty, to shatter your conscience. That is what a god is. Therefore, once you appear and become number 1, the listener will definitely choose you to devour. That is because In the previous lives of the other Tao children, they were all disciples that she had sacrificed her life to protect. There were very few such disciples left, and she had eaten a lot of them over the years. Hearing that, Wang Bail's body trembled. The angry lord's words made Wang Bail think of the giant cauldron where the main body of the appetites was. It was the same as the appetites' listening lord. They were clearly suffering under the curse. They had lived for countless lifetimes, and even now, they were unable to escape. And the source of all this is the emperor. Wang Bail was silent, a complicated look in his eyes. Combined with the secrets he had found in the first level of the world, some answers were already on the table. Once, the 108 combat generals in the sky of the Origin Universe Tao had engaged in an intense battle with the Supreme Emperor. The Supreme Emperor had won, and out of the 108 combat generals, most of them had been suppressed in the first level and turned into a battery-like existence. They had to feed the Supreme Emperor at all times, becoming his source of healing. And a small number of the former generals had no choice but to abandon their allies and bow to the emperor for various reasons. But what awaited them wasn't the same as what others had done, but it wasn't much better, although they lived in the second world, and there wasn't much of a limit to it, but what awaited them was the curse from the emperor. The curse continued to devour their consciousnesses, as if it was buried in their souls. Day and night, every moment, it was nibbling away at them, causing them to suffer unspeakable pain. Perhaps it was exactly what the angry lord had said. Gods admire those who refuse to submit, but they prefer to see the eternal pain of those who submit. Wang Bail slowly raised his head and looked up into the sky. He thought of the guardian in the first level. From the beginning to the end, he had never truly met the guardian. However, after the few times they had fought, he had more or less formed some guesses in his heart. After a long while, Wang Bail sighed softly. He suddenly wanted to destroy this world. It wasn't just because of the karma between his main body and the emperor. He also had his own intentions. He felt that such a world shouldn't exist. These are the answers we have given you. Then, give us your answers. The Wrath Lord stared at Wang Bail from within the wooden house and spoke in a low voice. The sorrowful lord and the resentful lord also raised their heads and looked at Wang Bail. Wang Bail was silent for a moment. He suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed towards the wooden house. Immediately, the 4 nomological Tao seeds before the Wrath Lord, whose wills and imprints had been wiped away, charged towards him. During the process, the angry lord narrowed his eyes, but he didn't stop them. The sorrowful lord and the resentful lord did the same. They continued to look at Wang Bail. When the 4 Tao seeds flew out of the wooden house and were grabbed by Wang Bail examined them carefully. He put them away and spoke slowly. Deal. As he spoke, the angry lord nodded. With a wave of his hand, the entire wooden house became blurry. In the next moment, it seemed to have been wiped away. It disappeared piece by piece. After a few breaths, the wooden house, along with the 7 emotions and 3 masters within it, they completely disappeared into the night. Wang Bail stood there, silent for a long time. When he turned around, his body turned into a strange state and disappeared from where he was. The night was silent. As the night slowly passed and dawn broke, Wang Bail's figure appeared in the room of the restaurant he was staying in when the sun raised its head in the distant sky. The light swept across the land and dispelled the darkness. The reason for his accuracy was that after Wang Bail's strange transformation, no one could enter the world he was in. In that world, he could accurately find his location and find the restaurant he was staying in. As his figure appeared, Wang Bail narrowed his eyes. He walked to the window and pushed it open, looking at the street outside that was already bright. After a long while, he closed the window and retreated. He sat cross-legged in meditation and raised his right hand. Immediately, waves of restrictive powers appeared around him, preventing the aura from spreading out. He took a deep breath and took out the Tao seed of joy from the 4 Tao seeds of 7 emotions that he had obtained. The moment he took it out, the Tao seed of law emitted a shocking aura, causing Wang Bail's heart to involuntarily fill with joy. He didn't absorb it immediately, but instead examined it carefully. When he was certain that there were no problems, he spread out the power of his original body's position to suppress it. He examined it several times and found nothing out of the ordinary. Then he squeezed it forcefully. Immediately, the Tao seed of 7 emotions and joy fused into Wang Bao's palm. After fusing with his flesh and blood, the aura of joy erupted within Wang Bao's body. It exploded with a loud bang. Fortunately, his laws of appetite and hearing were already extraordinary. Furthermore, his physical body had a suppressive effect. Most importantly, there was not a single mark of joy in the Tao seed. It was extremely pure. It also allowed Wang Bao to absorb it without any hindrance. This Tao seed without a mark was a part of the laws of joy. Anyone who obtained it could perfectly absorb it without any risk. Furthermore, Wang Bao himself possessed some of the aura and comprehension of the law of happiness. Therefore, there were no twists and turns in the fusion. Soon as he absorbed it, a special mark appeared in his sea of consciousness. The shape of the mark was that of a smiling face. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to tell that the smiling face was Wang Bao. This was the difference between the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The latter was different from the mark, while the former was a human face. The only difference was that their expressions were different, and their reactions were different. As the smiling face was formed, Wang Bao's body began to rumble. His law of appetite seemed to have broken through the shackles and exploded. The same was true for the law of listening. It was as if the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It was as if the 7 emotions could complement each other. Even though the improvement wasn't that great, Wang Bao could feel that the improvement was continuous. Every moment it was slowly improving. This made Wang Bao's eyes shine brightly. After a moment of silence, he took out the second Tao seed of 7 emotions. It was the Tao seed of sorrow. He examined it carefully until he was sure that there were no problems. Without any hesitation, Wang Bao fused it into his body, just like the Tao seed of joy. Soon, as his entire body shook, a mark that looked like a crying face appeared in his consciousness. The enhancement that followed was similar to that of a small explosion. Continued to increase. Wang Bao took a deep breath. Next, he absorbed and fused the Tao seed of resentment and the Tao seed of anger into his body. When the 4 different marks of faces shone in his consciousness, Wang Bao's law of appetite seemed to have broken through a certain limit. It seems to have broken some kind of boundary to an astonishing degree. Even though Wang Bao did not have the opportunity to display his body of laws, he could feel that it was at least 10,000 feet beyond that. As for the law of listening, Wang Bao felt that it had increased significantly, but there was no change in performance. This surprised Wang Bao. After some thought, he put away the restrictions around him and walked out of the house. The moment he walked out of the house and heard the noise in the restaurant, Wang Bao's eyes widened. Then his breathing quickened slightly. In a flash, he left the restaurant. When he appeared on the streets of listening Desire City and heard the sounds of bustling activity, Wang Bao's body rumbled. Musical notes formed one after another within his body at an exaggerated speed. 10, 100, 1,000. Wang Bao, who was in a state of shock, had also realized that the amplification of the law of lust for listening was mainly reflected in one's ability to comprehend, or rather in one's cultivation aptitude. This is my cultivation aptitude really that good? Wang Bao, who had always been proud, now had a rare doubt about himself. He had no choice but to doubt it. In that short period of time, the number of musical notes in his body had increased by nearly 10,000, causing the number of overlapping musical notes in his body to reach nearly 30,000. He had thought about this before, but it required him to continuously comprehend it in order to obtain it. But now he was just standing there, listening to the noise in the city, and the notes in his body were like beans that kept popping out. Even he was deeply shocked by this scene. This feeling was similar to when he was on Earth, before he was admitted to Ethereal Tao College. When he was studying in his hometown, he was confident that as long as he learned it, he would definitely be able to get 100 marks. However, with the arrival of the examination, he did not have the time to study. However, when the examination papers were placed in front of him, the answers actually popped out of his mind. It was as if he was the one who came up with the examination questions. As Wang Bail thought of this, his body suddenly trembled. A glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. It's as if I came up with the examination questions myself. Wang Bail thought of the powerful figure that he had seen in the first level of the world during the hunting feast. He had seen the look of hatred and madness on the other party's face when he saw him. At the same time, he also thought of the appearance under the Emperor's spirit masks. The guesses that had once surfaced in his mind, which he had suppressed, resurfaced once again. Impossible, the thought had barely surfaced when it was forcefully cut off by Wang Bail. He stood on the street and remained silent for a long time before silently walking back to the restaurant. In his room in the restaurant, he opened the window, allowing the sounds from outside to continuously enter. As a result, the number of musical notes in his body continued to increase. It was only when the total number reached more than 40,000 that the frequency of the increase gradually decreased. It was only at dusk that it completely stopped, and the total number of musical notes stacked together reached 50,000. Wang Bail himself wasn't sure how powerful the 50,000 musical notes stacked together would be. However, he could sense that at this moment, his overall combat strength had reached a shocking level. Even though he was still inferior to his actual body, at that moment, due to the increase in the laws and his understanding of them, he was confident that he would be able to protect himself against any attack from the possessor. If I continue cultivating like this, if one day I manage to grasp the laws of the 7 emotions and 6 desires and reach the same level, what will happen to me then? Wang Bail closed his eyes in silence. He waited for the sky to turn dark. Before long, dusk was enveloped by darkness. The entire city of listening comprehension turned dark. Wang Bail opened his eyes. His body gradually disappeared, turning into something strange as he stepped into the listening realm. As he stepped in, the buildings around him became more orderly. As he walked out of the house, the countless strange things that were swimming in the darkness outside trembled. Those beings that looked different were all within the area. After sensing Wang Bail, they all lowered their heads towards him. It was as if the aura on Wang Bail's body made them want to submit. This scene made Wang Bail's eyes light up, and he walked out expressionlessly. As he walked in the realm of listening, all the strange things along the way were the same. It also proved the terror of the 50,000 notes stacked together in Wang Bail's body. Wang Bail was deep in thought. At that moment, the air in front of him distorted, and there was a strange turtle-shaped thing. Its body was 10,000 feet large, and it walked slowly. It seemed to have sensed Wang Bail, and its body froze, lying on the ground. It didn't dare move. Wang Bail looked at the strange turtle-shaped thing. In the past, when he saw such an existence, he had wanted to avoid it. But now, it seemed like his aura was enough to make the other party respect him. In silence, Wang Bail pondered in his mind. Based on his previous situation, he could at most make these strange creatures get close to him, but he could control them to a certain extent. However, at this moment he seemed to have grasped a switch. As his thoughts moved, the huge turtle-shaped creature in front of him, which was covered in pustules, instantly became blurry. Without a sound, it seemed to have been erased. Throughout the entire process, the strange creature lay there, not daring to move. Wang Bail thought about it again. Immediately, the strange thing that was about to be wiped out began to reverse and recover. Wang Bail seemed to be deep in thought. As he walked forward, he waved his hand. Immediately, the turtle-shaped creature seemed to have received a dermic decree and immediately ran away. I seem to be able to control this place. Wang Bail tried a few more times. In the end, after coming to a conclusion, he left the listening realm. He appeared in the dark night and walked towards the sect. He no longer merged with the realm of listening and moved forward in the dark night. His body didn't light up with any musical notes and flames, but the strangeness that existed in the realm of listening didn't pounce on him like before. Instead, it was the same as in the realm of listening. He avoided it from afar. Interesting. Wang Bail smiled and sped forward, gradually approaching the volcano of the Cord sect. Wang Bail's development in the Origin Universe Dao space could be said to be very smooth. His true form was buried deep underground, hiding all his presences. His clone was outside, cultivating the laws of 7 emotions and 6 desires one after another. Even now, the Imperial King had yet to awaken, and the Guardian had yet to find Wang Baol. He had befriended many lovers, and he had made a deal with the Appetite Lord. Could be said that, to a certain extent, Wang Baol had gained a firm foothold in the sky of the Origin Universe Tao. At the same time, in the stone tablet realm in his body, his former lover, friends, and cultivation had all increased. To them, even though Wang Baol had left, his will had already transformed into the heavenly Tao of the stone tablet realm. With the support of the heavenly Tao, his master's cultivation had broken through. Zhao Yaming, Zhou Xiaoya, and many others were improving as well. However, compared to the danger Wang Baol was facing now, they were unable to help him. It was a similar situation on the Immortal Dipper continent. Wang Yi's father was able to help, but he had no reason to. He only paid attention to the situation. Other supremacies were also paying attention to the situation. Wang Yi was one of the 2 people on the Immortal Dipper continent who were most concerned about Wang Baol. She would look at the heavenly bridge almost every day, as if she could use the bridge to do so. As she looked at Wang Baol, who was in the depths of the vast sea of stars, images and conversations of Wang Baol's departure kept appearing in her mind. "Promise me that you'll come back. I promise you." The other person was Chun Qingzi. Chun Qingzi's memories from his previous life had slowly awakened. As his disciple Situ, he would often look at the sky bridge at the end of the sky. He knew that Wang Baol had used the bridge to search for the source of everything. He wanted to help, however, he was unable to do so. Therefore, he could only mutter to himself, "Junior brother, when can we meet again?" In the dark, the volcano of the Cord sect was extremely dazzling. It was like a lighthouse in the shape of a triangle compared to the mountains of the other 2 sections. It allowed the disciples of the 3 sects to see it from a great distance. For ordinary disciples, all the strangeness that existed in the dark would disappear when they approached the sect. It was as if there was no strangeness that allowed them to enter the range of the volcanoes of the 3 sections. This was practically a law. Up until now, the disciples of the 3 sects hadn't discovered any strange things breaking into the sect gates. There weren't even records of such things in the ancient records of the 3 sections. It was as if the existence of the 3 sects was a strange forbidden zone in the night. Wang Baol was aware of this as well. That was why he didn't step into the Cord sect's volcano as soon as he approached it. Instead, he stood there and stared at the Cord sect's sect gates. "I wonder what the 3 sects look like in the realm of listening." Wang Baol was a little hesitant. When his incarnation had been strange, he had never been near the 3 sects volcano. At that moment he had an impulse. As he pondered, he noticed that there was nothing unusual around him. Wang Baol's body instantly disappeared without a trace. It seemed like he didn't exist anymore, but in reality he was still standing there. However, the world beneath his feet had changed. It was no longer night, but he had stepped into the realm of listening. The moment he stepped into the listening realm, Wang Baol finally saw the true appearance of the Cord sect's volcano. This appearance made Wang Baol's body in the listening realm tremble violently. That wasn't a volcano. It was a huge coffin. The coffin was completely black. The lid of the coffin had been lifted in half. It was placed there, filled with a sinister and devouring power. From afar, the Hengqin sect and the volcano of the Tao of Music were the same. They were both black stone coffins. There were more than 100,000 spots of light in the coffin. Some of them were extremely bright, while others were much dimmer. Each spot of light represented a cultivator. Wang Baol was deeply shocked by this scene. He also saw in the depths of the coffins of the Cord sect and Hengqin sect, there were 2 huge balls of light. Upon closer inspection, Wang Baol could see that the dots of light within the coffins were actually all surrounding the balls of light. They were inextricably linked to each other, as if the balls of light were the true source. At the same time, Wang Baol could also vaguely see that within the 2 balls of light, there seemed to be a figure sitting cross-legged in meditation. "Listen to Desire Master. Wang Baol was on high alert. He thought of the secret that the good Lord had told him about the Listen to Desire Master. Listening to Desire Master itself was incomplete. It was divided into 3 parts, forming 3 clones that formed the sect lords of the 3 sects. It seemed to correspond to what the joyous Lord had said. When Wang Baol looked at the distant Melody Dao coffin, he could only see a large number of light spots inside, but he didn't see any light blobs. However, after careful observation, he could vaguely sense that there was still a light blob at the center of those light spots. It was just too dim, making it difficult for him to detect it. Even the figure within was extremely dim, as if its aura was extremely weak. Despite that, through careful observation, Wang Baol was still able to confirm that the figure sitting cross-legged and meditating was the same person who had appeared in the City of Appetites to battle the Lord of Appetites. The 7 emotions didn't lie to me. Wang Baol was observing when a sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. He sensed that the figures within the 2 gigantic light sources within the coffins of the Cord sect and the Hengqin sect had raised their heads slightly. This scene made Wang Baol instantly alert. He retracted his gaze and retreated instantly. At the same time, 2 powerful divine thoughts that could only be sensed by Wang Baol, who had transformed into a strange entity, spread out from the Hengqin sect and the Cord sect. They didn't seem to have locked onto Wang Baol, so the spread was a sweeping sweep across the entire area. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. Wang Baol, who was retreating, didn't have the time or the ability to dodge. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. At the critical moment, his expression froze, and his body changed. He turned into a strange existence that was no different from the world of listening. He allowed the divine thought to sweep past him. After a long while, the owner of the divine thought did not notice much. However, soon, figures flew out from the volcanoes of the 2 sections. They rushed out of the mountain gates, seemingly searching for Wang Baol. Wang Baol was not too far away from the Cord sect, so he immediately saw the figures of Yulingzi and Shilingzi. The former frowned and flew far away from the other direction. Shilingzi, on the other hand, flew in Wang Baol's direction. Wang Baol snorted in his heart when he saw the look on Shilingzi's face. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that it wasn't convenient for me to make a move right now, I would definitely let you know how powerful you are. Wang Baol restrained his thoughts of making a move. He ignored Shilingzi and pretended to be attracted to him. He followed him in a daze for a period of time, until the palpitation from the volcanoes of the 2 great sects dissipated. Wang Baol hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he decided to release Shilingzi today. Therefore, he left the listening realm and returned to the dark night. He pondered for a long time before returning to the Cord sect before daybreak. With caution and caution, Wang Baol walked into the range of the volcano. When he stepped into the mountain gate, the sense of danger that he had felt previously did not appear again. Only then did Wang Baol heave a sigh of relief. He felt that he had been a little rash just now. The desire to listen was, after all, the embodiment of the law of the desire to listen. Even though he had entered the listening realm and the embodiment was strange, there was still a huge gap between him and it. Therefore, he took a deep breath and felt that he had stacked more than 70,000 notes. He was still too weak. I need to continue working hard. Wang Baol made up his mind. As he walked towards the cave abode, the array formation behind him buzzed. Soon a figure charged in. As he stepped in, the sound of music filled the air like sword chi. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. When he turned around, he saw Shilingzi, who had a dark expression on his face, flying toward the mountaintop. Shilingzi had clearly noticed Wang Baol's gaze. However, in his eyes, Wang Baol and the other disciples were all ants. He didn't even look at them and chose to ignore them as he charged forward. The sound waves that were stirred up rolled onto Wang Baol, causing him to feel even more uncomfortable when he saw Shilingzi. Wait for me to find an opportunity to let you know how powerful I am. Wang Baol snorted coldly in his heart. He retracted his gaze from Shilingzi and returned to his cave abode. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the notes while waiting for the 7 emotions to speak, the trial that was about to begin in the 3 sects. Time passed slowly, and 7 days passed. During these 7 days, Wang Bail hardly left his cave abode. His musical notes also increased significantly in his comprehension. Wang Bail realized that as he integrated the 4 emotions laws, his comprehension became even more exaggerated. His stack of runes broke through 70,000, reaching more than 80,000. At the same time, a notice regarding the trial was transmitted to everyone's minds through the jade slips of the disciples on the 8th day. The news spread throughout the 3 great sects, and it was about a trial by fire. The trial by fire immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Some of the cultivators who had been in secluded meditation for years were moved and chose to leave. That was because this was no ordinary trial by fire. This was the trial by fire of the desire to hear Lord. The Lord of desire to hear had chosen to take first place in the trial by fire. He would accept him as a disciple and become a direct disciple. In all the years that had passed since then, the high and mighty Lord of desire to hear had only taken part in 3 trials by fire. Of the 3 direct disciples, all of them had been the focus of attention in the city of desire to hear. In the end, because of their enlightenment of the great Tao of desire to hear, they had chosen to remain in secluded meditation until now. Their deeds had been remembered by all of the cultivators in the city of desire to hear, had always been remembered by the cultivators of the city of listening desire. To any cultivator of the 3 sects, becoming a disciple of the master of listening desire was a supreme honor. Therefore, when the purpose of this trial by fire was announced, the enthusiasm of the 3 sects soared. Anyone who felt that they were qualified to fight for it was filled with fighting spirit. At the same time, in this trial by fire, only the first place would be accepted as a disciple by the master of listening desire. However, the second and third places also had shocking rewards. The following rankings were also the same. It could be said that as long as one was in the top 10, the benefits would be enormous. It would be more than 10 times more than if one went into seclusion. As a result, even the cultivators who were not qualified to fight for first place were filled with anticipation. However, just as the announcement spread throughout the 3 sects and countless cultivators went crazy over it, Wang Bail, who was meditating in his cave abode, opened his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the jade slip in his hand. The contents of the announcement reverberated in his mind. After a long while, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. If not for the 7 emotions joyous Lord's announcement, Wang Bail would have had to admit that he wouldn't have been able to get too many clues from the trial. However, things were different now. With the words of the joyous Lord in front of him, Wang Bail seemed to have the qualifications to peel away the fog. He saw the cruelty hidden behind the fog of the trial. The first place winner was taken in as a disciple by the master of listening desire, but in reality, he possessed me. From the looks of it, the first 3 times the master of listening desire took in disciples over the years should have been the same. That's why the first 3 personal disciples went into seclusion to conceal their identity. In reality, the 3 of them have already become the 3 avatars of the master of listening desire, which is also the sect masters of the 3 great sections. Wang Bail shook his head slightly, but the desire to fight slowly rose in his heart. It was different from what others wanted. What he wanted was not only the first place but also 30% of the law of listening. What he wanted was the moment the music Tao avatar possessed him. He wanted to reverse everything, plunder everything from the other party, and make it a great tonic for himself. Once I do that, then even though I'm still inferior to the law of listening to desire, even if the music Tao avatar personally makes a move, he still won't be able to do anything to me, because our differences in the law of listening are no longer so great. There seemed to be a flame burning in Wang Bail's eyes. The flame had a name: ambition. In the midst of his wild ambitions, Wang Bail closed his eyes and continued to comprehend his own notes, silently waiting for time to pass. According to the notice, the trial would officially begin in half a month's time. At the same time, Yu Lingzi from the Cord sect, who was extremely beautiful, felt a wave of emotions in her heart. She was not completely confident that she would be able to defeat everyone in this trial and become number 1. Other than the older generation cultivators who had been in seclusion for many years and had reached an unknown level, the most important opponent for me is Xianxia from the Tao of Music. There were two Tao children of the Tao of Music. One was named Xianxia, and the other was In11. The former was obsessed with music and was extraordinary in his own right. He was very famous, and the latter was extremely mysterious and low-key. Outsiders only knew his name and rarely saw him face to face. To Yu Lingzi, the Tao children of the other two sects, including Shi Lingzi of her own sect, were all people she was confident of defeating. Only Xianxia. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Yu Lingzi gently pulled out an incomplete music score. Her eyes flickered with hesitation. At the same time, Shi Lingzi was preparing for the trial by fire. However, compared to Yu Lingzi's determination to get first place, Shi Lingzi was doing his best to support him. He felt that perhaps this was a chance to find his enemy. Based on his memories of his enemy, he felt that this fellow was very powerful and was qualified to fight for the top 10. Unless he held back this time, he would definitely be able to find him. If I find you, you bastard, I'll make you regret humiliating me. Shi Lingzi snorted coldly. However, he also knew that there was a high possibility that he wouldn't be able to see him. If he really held back and didn't participate in the trial by fire, then he would be very happy. After all, he was qualified to participate in the trial by fire, but because of him, he couldn't. That loss was a source of happiness for Shi Lingzi. Tao children from the other two sects were also making preparations. Whether it was the two handsome male cultivators from the Zither sect or the music-obsessed Xianxia, they were all doing everything they could to improve themselves. Other than that, the older generation of cultivators from the three sects were also doing the same thing. They were grinding their fists, as if they wanted to shock everyone in the trial by fire. Time passed, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When the day of the trial by fire arrived, the sound of a bell tolling echoed out through the three sections. At the same time, the identity medallions of the disciples of the three sects began to shine with brilliant light. The light was filled with the power of teleportation. Any disciples who wished to participate in the trial by fire did not need to register. They only needed to send their divine sense into the jade slip, and they would be teleported to the trial by fire. The form of the trial was unknown to the trial takers before they entered. In the past 3 trials, some had entered the mystic realm, while others had gone through multiple trials. However, no one knew what was going to happen this time. However, to Wang Baol, these weren't important. He looked at the jade slip in his hand and felt the 100,000 notes that had been stacked in his body, as well as the complete ancient tune that he had finally created over the past few days. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately infused his divine thoughts into the jade slip. His figure disappeared in the next instant. At the same time, in the depths of the 3 volcanoes that represented the Tao of Music in the dark night, a figure sat cross-legged amidst the black flames. The figure's aura was very weak, and his expression was one of pain. His entire body was filled with cracks and rot, and he was on the verge of collapse. He seemed to be doing his best to maintain his body so that it did not fall apart. As he struggled for his last breath, the figure opened his eyes. There was no longer any black in them, and they were covered with a layer of white paste. It was as if even the act of opening his eyes caused the figure to feel incomparable pain. However, the figure still tried his best to open his eyes and look forward. In front of the figure, which seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any moment, black flames rose up to form countless tiny cells. These cells were like beehives, densely packed together. Each of these cells seemed to have a large internal area. What appeared in front of the figure was only a miniature version of itself. However, if you looked closely, you would still be able to see that within each of these tiny cells. There were 2 cultivators from the 3 sections. The trial this time was a battle in the arena. As the figure, who was on the verge of collapse, stared at the countless small cells, Wang Baol's figure appeared in one of the small cells. The moment he appeared, Wang Baol spread out his divine thoughts and looked around. There was a glint in his eyes. He didn't know the method of the trial this time, and he didn't understand it now. However, as he reflected everything around him in his mind, Wang Baol had an answer in his heart. An arena battle with no terrain restrictions? Wang Baol muttered to himself. He was in a mountain range. It looked huge, but in reality it was only the size of Ethereal City. To mortals it might be huge, but to cultivators they could reach any location in an instant. With such an area, it was impossible for it to be a free-for-all battle. Therefore, there was only one answer. From the looks of it, it's a battle of layers and layers, and the final winner will be decided. Wang Baol could imagine that there were countless battlefields, and every one of them had battles. There are so many battlefields, so there must be a mix of fish and dragons. I wonder who my first opponent will be. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, and with a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. Turning into a melodious tune, he drifted away from the mountain range. There were 4 peaks in the area, and between the 4 peaks was a forest. In the forest, a gust of wind blew past, causing a large number of leaves to sway, producing rustling sounds. Amidst the rustling sounds, it was difficult to notice that there was a tune that was extremely similar to it. It lingered in the forest, causing the entire forest to appear normal. However, in reality, the swaying of each leaf seemed to amplify the intensity of the tune, seemed to increase the intensity of the rustling sound. My luck is pretty good. The first battle actually gave me such a suitable battlefield. As the rustling sound echoed in the air, an invisible figure fused into the sound. He flew through the forest at high speed. This person came from the Tao of music. He was a cultivator of the older generation. He had been quite strong in the past, and now that he had been in secluded meditation for a long time, he was naturally even stronger. In truth, cultivators like him were the majority of the people in this trial by fire. I've been in secluded meditation for many years, and now that I've mastered the Tao of music, I'm going to take on a new master for the trial by fire. All of this seems like a coincidence, but in truth, it's a sign that my good fortune is about to arrive. This time, I'll definitely rise to prominence, and everyone will be shocked. The murmuring voice merged into the rustling sound, and as it became more and more excited, the invisible figure began to move faster and faster. Now we wait for the opponent to arrive. Once he steps into this forest, he will definitely be defeated. Furthermore, the sound of my music will not be detected here. As he sped up, more leaves swayed, and the wind seemed to grow stronger. However, no matter how the person sped up, how violent the wind was, and how the rustling sound became more and more soul-stirring, he still did not meet his opponent. That was because, at that moment, Wang Baol was not in the forest. The melody formed by his figure had been circling around a nearby mountain peak for a long time. The figure hidden in the melody was curiously sizing up the forest below. It's said that the Tao of music cultivates the sound of all things. Now that I see it, it seems like it's true. There's actually someone who can form the sound of leaves swaying. Wang Baol was very interested in this, which was why he did not go over immediately. Instead, he listened for a while. No one could see the figure of the Tao of music cultivator, but Wang Baol's existence was very strange. Perhaps it was because he could transform into something strange, which allowed him to see clearly in the forest when he looked, the figure that was moving rapidly. Even though the figure was integrated into the melody, it was still very clear to Wang Baol. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wang Baol seemed to have had enough and was about to head over. However, at that moment, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation of surprise. He noticed that there were now dozens of additional symbols in his body. This works too. Wang Baol blinked his eyes. Although he was still heading over, he did not get too close. Instead, he stopped outside the forest. Soon, his mind was filled with surprise and joy. That was because, at such a distance, he realized that the speed at which the runes in his body were increasing was getting faster and faster. In almost every breath, one would form. The frequency was almost the same as when he was comprehending the blue delight fish. Therefore, in the midst of his pleasant surprise, Wang Baol didn't attack immediately. Instead, he focused on listening and comprehending the runes. 2 hours passed quickly like that. The Tao of music cultivator was already very impatient. The notes that he had gathered in the forest were like a storm, causing him to snort coldly. It seems like he's hiding and doesn't dare come out. But What's the use of that? The Tao of Music cultivator thought disdainfully. It would have been fine if the other party had appeared earlier, but now that he had given himself a chance to gather his strength, even if he were to hide, he was confident that he could find the other party. With that thought in mind, the storm of musical notes that had gathered in the forest suddenly spread out like a huge wave. With the forest as the center, it spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield. Let me see where you're hiding. The music cultivator laughed viciously as his divine sense spread out along with the musical notes. However, in the next moment his expression turned suspicious. That was because he didn't sense anything strange within the range of the music notes. It was as if his opponent really didn't exist. The cultivator from the Tao of Music couldn't help but hesitate. After carefully examining the area again, he still found nothing. This caused many speculations to arise in his heart. Is it because I'm hiding too deeply? Or do I have no opponent? He searched carefully for a long time, but he still didn't find anything. He didn't encounter any danger either. Even though the music Tao cultivator found it unbelievable, he still couldn't help but be at a loss. Am I really left empty-handed? No opponents have appeared here? With such thoughts in mind, his notes became lighter than before because there was no subsequent wind blowing. The rustling of leaves began to decrease. To him, this was nothing. However, to Wang Baol, who was sitting not too far away, the Tao of Music cultivator did not notice it. It was as if he could not see it. The decrease in rustling meant that his comprehension had decreased. Cough, fellow Taoist. I'm just a little bit away from perfection. Do you want to run another lap? Wang Baol felt that he was a reasonable person. Therefore, even though he was not satisfied, he still coughed and tried to console him. Who is it? The cultivator from the Tao of Music felt as if his scalp was about to explode. His expression changed drastically, and he turned his head abruptly. However, there was nothing in sight. However, the coughing and the words he had said earlier were real, and it caused a huge wave in his mind. The reason why the other party couldn't see him wasn't because Wang Baol was special. It was because, to a certain extent, when he was comprehending the other party's music, his body had become one with the music. It was as if he himself had become a part of the other party's music. This caused the music Tao cultivator to unleash his full power. The music covered all directions, but he was unable to detect that Wang Baol was not far away. At that moment, as Wang Baol spoke, the music Tao cultivator's expression changed, and his heart was filled with shock. However, he had studied the law of listening for many years, and his attainments in music were extraordinary. Therefore, almost instantly, he sensed the problem, and his body retreated without hesitation. He quickly retracted the music that had spread in all directions. That made Wang Baol slightly more obvious. If it had been any other time, the Tao of Music cultivator might not have been able to detect the music that was similar to his own, but now that he was fully focused, he gradually saw through the clues. So, he's hiding here. As he spoke, the Tao of Music cultivator felt a little embarrassed. As he retreated, he raised his right hand and pointed at the spot where Wang Baol was hiding. Immediately, the music around him made an astonishing rustling sound. Even the trees in the forest began to shake violently, forming a sonic boom that crashed towards Wang Baol. Wherever it passed, the air distorted. The sound carried a sense of destruction, as if it wanted to destroy Wang Baol and turn him into ashes. Seeing the sonic boom approaching, not only did Wang Baol not dodge, his eyes even lit up. He realized that the speed at which the music notes gathered in his body had reached its peak. 3, 5, 10, 20, one after another, the runes continued to condense, shocking even Wang Baol himself. What is going on? Although it was shocking, it was more of a pleasant surprise. Therefore, despite the arrival of the sonic boom, Wang Baol sat there motionlessly, allowing the sonic boom to envelop him in an instant. From afar, the boundless music had already materialized into the shape of a leaf. Wang Baol, on the other hand, was in the center of the leaf, wrapped and crushed. It might seem like that, but in reality, Wang Bail was overjoyed to the extreme. His breathing quickened, afraid that he would expose his strength and scare the other party away from helping him with his cultivation. Therefore, Wang Bail quickly put on a pained expression, as if he was barely holding on in the sonic boom. He looked like he was about to collapse. That's all there is to it. The Tao of Music cultivator heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He snorted coldly. He had been in seclusion for many years, and he was different from before. His opponent might have been hiding strangely. However, under his attack he would still be defeated. A sense of pride surfaced in his heart. The Tao of Music cultivator looked coldly at Wang Bail, who seemed to be in pain, and spoke calmly. At most 10 breaths you will die without a doubt. If you beg for mercy now, I might still be able to give you a way out. His words touched Wang Bail. At the same time, he blamed himself. After all, even though the other party seemed to be insufferably arrogant, there was a hint in his words that he was not trying to kill him. Forget it. Since he has a good cause, I'll give him a good result. Wang Bail thought as he continued to immerse himself in his own thoughts. Just like that, 10 breaths passed. As Wang Bail showed signs of struggling again, the Tao of Music cultivator furrowed his brows. He felt that something wasn't right. Normally speaking, the person in front of him right now should not have been able to withstand it. However, the other party had managed to hold on until now. This made the Tao of Music cultivator's eyes shine. He hadn't been willing to increase his strength previously, not because he didn't want to kill, but because he didn't want to expend too much of his own strength. After all, his goal was to strive for the top 10 and strive for first place. However, now, seeing that Wang Bail was still holding on, he, who was worried that things would change if he waited too long, snorted coldly as his eyes shone. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. As he spoke, the Tao of Music cultivator raised his right hand and grabbed at Wang Bail across the air. With that grab, the illusory image of the leaves formed by the music surrounding Wang Bail instantly appeared. It suddenly bent and wrapped tightly around Wang Bail. As he exerted force, it was as if he was about to crush him. The Tao of Music cultivator grinned hideously and exerted force. However, his eyes slowly widened, and his pupils constricted. After a while, he instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His breathing quickened, and his expression changed from disbelief to shock. It was impossible for him not to be shocked. He hadn't felt it deeply before, but now that he had integrated his divine thoughts into the music and controlled the crushing force of the music, he could clearly feel that the leaf that he had transformed into. It was as if it had wrapped itself around a piece of iron, and there was no pressure at all. He even had the feeling that if his leaf had collapsed, the other party would probably be fine as well. That was indeed the case. The leaf that the music law had transformed into looked ferocious, but to Wang Bail, it was completely useless. However, since things had come to this, he could no longer hide it. Therefore, he raised his head and looked helplessly at the pale-faced music law cultivator. That glance seemed to crush the last bit of strength that he had left in his heart. The music law cultivator panted as he retreated rapidly. He didn't even look back as he fled. His heart was trembling. He had realized that he might have met a hidden powerhouse from the 3 sections. I've always heard that there are people in the 3 sects who like to hide their strength. Damn it! How did I meet them? The Tao of Music cultivator was even faster. As for Wang Bail, he sighed at that moment. The melody has decreased too much. Wang Bail shook his head. He only wanted to focus on comprehending the notes in peace. As he sighed, his body swayed slightly, and with a cracking sound, the music tree leaves outside his body collapsed instantly. He raised his head and looked in the direction that the Tao of Music cultivator had fled. Wang Bail waved his hand casually, and the 100,000 music notes that had been stacked on top of his body did not explode completely. They only moved slightly, and instantly, the void in front of him collapsed with a loud boom. It was as if the arena world was about to collapse, forming a shocking crack that looked like a black python. It charged toward the Tao of Music cultivator in the distance, spreading with a loud boom. This scene caused the Tao of Music cultivator's expression to completely change. From what he could see, The world of the arena was about to be torn apart, and the black python that was tearing everything apart was right in front of him. I admit defeat. At this critical moment, the Tao of Music cultivator let out a sharp cry. He was afraid that if he spoke too slowly, he would be instantly torn apart like the void. Almost at the instant, the shrill voice of the Tao of Music cultivator rang out. The black python that had torn through the void came to a halt. The spot where it stopped was less than 3 meters away from the cultivator. To a cultivator, this distance was not much different from being face to face. That was why the Tao of Music cultivator felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his back was wet. His face was pale and his body slowly blurred. In the next instant, he disappeared from the arena. If he admitted defeat, he could leave the battlefield. That was one of the rules of this trial. In reality, even if he didn't admit defeat, Wang Baol wouldn't have killed him. After all, he was a reasonable and principled person. Since the other party hadn't used any killing moves in the beginning, he naturally wouldn't have done so. He only felt that it was a pity that his insights had been interrupted just like that. This person is too timid. I had originally planned to have a talk with him. Could he cooperate and let me cultivate a little? At most, I could give him some benefits. Wang Baol shook his head regretfully. He looked at the surrounding mountain ranges that were slowly turning blurry. In the next moment, the ground changed and turned into a sea. The mountain range disappeared. What replaced it were isolated islands and seabirds flying high in the sky. The battlefield had changed. Wang Baol didn't even have time to look around. The moment his body appeared, all the seabirds in the sky lowered their heads and let out shrill cries as they charged toward Wang Baol. Not only that, the sea was also churning violently. A gigantic sea fish broke out of the sea beneath Wang Baol and lunged toward him to devour him. From afar, the head of the sea fish was the size of thousands of Wang Baol. Therefore, the feeling of its devouring was rather shocking. The number of sea birds in the sky numbered in the hundreds, each one as sharp as a blade. They sealed off all areas where Wang Baol could dodge. The second battle of the trial began. At the same time, at the mouth of each volcano of the three sects, gathered all the cultivators who had not participated in the trial and who had failed in the first battle. They all looked towards the mouth of the volcano, because there was a giant screen of light that looked like a beehive. Inside each of the cubicles were different battlefields. The number of cubicles was clearly reduced by about half. The remaining ones were magnified on their own, allowing the disciples of the three sects to see everything clearly. However, even though the number of cubicles was reduced by half, the number was still shocking. Therefore, Wang Baol, who was in one of the cubicles, didn't attract much attention. After all, there were so many cubicles for people to choose to view. Then, fame would naturally be the basis for attracting everyone's attention. Therefore, the squares where the Tao children of the three sects and some of the older disciples were the focus of everyone's attention. The voices of discussion rose and fell, spreading throughout the three sections. In this trial, I am certain that it will be a battle between Yu Lingzi and Zhong Hengzi in the end. That's right. Look at Yu Lingzi. Her law of listening has reached a level where it can shake the space and distort the image. I'm afraid you've forgotten about the mysterious Tao child Xianxia from the Tao of Music. Xianxia is the scariest person. Look at his battlefield. Every time he takes a step forward, he immediately wins. And sometimes, Lingzi isn't ordinary either. Amidst the discussions of the people from the three sects, the person who had fought with Wang Baol stood beside the volcano where the Tao of Music was located. He had an ugly expression on his face. After he had been sent out, there had been quite a number of gazes around him. It made him feel a little embarrassed. However, when he thought about the monster he had encountered, he couldn't help but feel relieved. That was especially so when he realized that no one else around him seemed to be paying attention to the monster he had encountered. The Tao of Music cultivator suddenly took a deep breath. His expression was a little ferocious. This is a super dark horse. Anyone who meets him must die. With the thought that if he couldn't do it himself, no one else could, the music theory cultivator looked at the grid differently from the others. He ignored the other grids and stared at Wang Baol without blinking. When he saw Wang Baol being swallowed by the big fish and hissing by the seabirds, he laughed coldly in disdain. No matter who is attacking, this person will know what despair is. Perhaps it was in response to his words. As soon as the music Dao cultivator spoke, the fish in Wang Baol's cubicle, which had swallowed him, trembled violently before it even landed on the surface of the sea. It exploded with a boom, and blood splattered everywhere. It dyed half of the sky and the surface of the sea red, causing the seabirds to disintegrate as well. It was as if an astonishing power had exploded in an instant. The screen on the grid flashed rapidly. However, the flash was so fast that it would be hard to notice if one wasn't staring intently at it. After the flash, Wang Baol's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the sea. With that grab, music spread, and the song of freedom that he had created spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, the sea water stirred and split apart, revealing a panicked figure. It was a male cultivator. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. Blood continued to spurt out uncontrollably. He had suffered an unprecedented backlash. As the first battle had ended relatively early, he had waited for a long time on the battlefield of the second battle. He had had enough time to create a large fish and seabirds with his music. He had thought that this would be an ambush and preparation. His chances of victory would increase greatly. However, he had never expected that. It had seemed as if everything had ended. However, in the next moment the giant fish and seabirds had collapsed. The backlash was even more shocking. It had destroyed more than half of his natal notes. Seeing that he was unable to escape, the cultivator was about to speak. However, before he could finish his sentence, the expressionless Wang Baol in midair suddenly waved his hand. In the next instant, the sea that had been separated suddenly turned inward. With immense force, it smashed directly toward the cultivator who had been exposed. It smashed toward him. With a loud boom, the words that the cultivator hadn't spoken were drowned in the seawater forever. That was because the seawater that had been swept away contained Wang Baol's music. Its power was so great that it could shatter everything. I hate sneak attacks the most. Wang Baol snorted coldly. Everything around him slowly became blurry. The cultivator on the mountaintop of the Tao of music sucked in a deep breath. His body trembled slightly, and the feeling of having survived the disaster grew stronger. It's a good thing I didn't sneak attack him earlier. The cultivator rejoiced, but he was also a little excited. He recognized his own judgment more and more. This is definitely a dark horse. The arena battle was still ongoing. As there were too many participants, the scene after each battle would change very frequently. At the same time, the rules of this trial were clearly seen by outsiders. In the cubicle where each participant was, there were some numbers. These numbers represented the number of people that had been defeated. And this seemingly endless arena battle actually determined the rankings. These were the numbers. The loser would be eliminated, and the winner would have the numbers. As the number of people decreased and the cells began to disappear, the number of people who remained reached several hundred. The two most eye-catching people were Dao Child Xianxia of the music path and Yulingzi of the chord sect. Xianxia's number had reached more than 1,700, followed closely by Yulingzi, who had also reached more than 1,500. As for the Dao children of the other three sects, most of them were around 1,000. There were also two old disciples who had also reached the 1,000 number. These 8 people attracted the attention of countless disciples. On Wang Baol's side, although he had also experienced many arenas, up until now he had only met. None of them were powerful. That was why he had only accumulated 300 figures. However, compared to the 8 prodigies, Wang Baol's numbers were very small. However, those who had been defeated by him would be like the first cultivator after they returned. They would grit their teeth in anger. They also desperately hoped that more cultivators would either be punished by Wang Baol or be punished on their behalf. As for Wang Baol, he didn't know what his number was, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. As long as I keep on winning, I'll naturally be able to enter the final battle, Wang Baol thought to himself. He shuttled through various environments. Basically, every time he arrived at a location, he would turn into a melody and drift past. Perhaps it was due to his good luck, or perhaps it was due to the fact that most of the people in the trial were ordinary. Therefore, in the dozens of battles that followed, Wang Beol resolved everything in an instant. At the same time, he gradually realized that the cultivators of the three sects were good at concealing themselves. The opponents he encountered were almost always like this, and he even chose to hide himself. He also subconsciously entered a new arena environment and chose to hide. The number on his body gradually increased to more than 500 in the eyes of the people he had defeated in the outside world. However, compared to the other prodigies, it was still not very eye-catching. Just like that, as time passed, unknowingly, Wang Beol could not remember how many scenes he had passed through. He was also used to the scenes from before. Every time he appeared, he basically could not see his enemies. This time, when Wang Beol reappeared in an arena environment, the moment he raised his head and looked around, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Finally, someone is here. A feminine voice came from in front of Wang Beol. It was a handsome man dressed in a long crimson robe that looked like blood. The environment that appeared before Wang Beol was clearly out of place with this man. The environment here was the ruins of an ancient civilization. Desolation, deathly stillness, and grayish-black seemed to be the main theme of the place. This highlighted the uniqueness of the man in red. He had long hair and was sitting cross-legged on a half-broken piece of dead wood. His black hair swayed in the wind. He held a white bone flute in his hand. He was looking up at Wang Beol. In an instant, his gaze and Wang Beol's eyes met. His peerlessly beautiful face, which looked like that of a man, was more like that of a woman's feminine beauty. The eye-piercing beauty of the red was the first thought that surfaced in Wang Beol's mind after he saw the man clearly. Then, Wang Beol's gaze swept across the person and landed on the bone flute in his hand. He then moved his gaze away. With just a glance, he already had an answer in his heart. This flute was very special. This was a musical instrument that was made from the bones of the strange existence in the world of listening. It was a musical instrument that was made exclusively for cultivators of the law of listening. One had to know that the strange existence in the world of listening was almost invisible. This also made the bone flute itself possess an invisible attribute. To be able to make such a musical instrument if one were to look across the entire city of listening. Wang Beol could step into the world of listening, so he could. Other than him, the only other thing he could do was listen to the owner of the music. I have the musical instrument created by the owner of the music. Wang Beol muttered to himself. He had already guessed the identity of this person. Dao Child, Wang Beol said slowly. The man in red was one of the Dao children of the Hengqin sect. His expression was the same as ever as he fiddled with the flute in his hand. He didn't notice that Wang Beol was able to see the flute. Instead, he looked calmly at Wang Beol. Then he closed his eyes and spoke slowly. Admit defeat and get lost. Wang Beol raised his eyebrows. With a wave of his hand, his body became illusory. The sound of music rose and spread towards the red-dressed man. At the same time, the battle between him and the red-dressed man had attracted a lot of attention. Many cultivators from the three sects were watching the battle. When they saw that Wang Beol had actually met the Dao Child, they still dared to take the initiative to step forward. They all shook their heads. This person doesn't know his own situation. The Red Devil Dao Child from the Hengqin sect has reached an extremely high level in the law of listening. I heard that he created an ancient tune of blood that can summon strange spirits and kill people in an invisible manner. There is no suspense in this battle. As the crowd shook their heads and discussed, the cultivators who had lost to Wang Beol earlier were all excited. Even though they had lost, they didn't think that Wang Beol was strong enough to fight against the Dao Child. Only, the cultivator who had lost to Wang Beol first had his eyes wide open. He stared fixedly at the small cubicle on the battlefield, and his breathing quickened. Whether or not he's a dark horse will depend on this battle. If he loses, it will naturally end. However, if he wins, then a truly heaven-defying horse will appear in this trial. As the cultivators watched with anticipation, the melody formed by Wang Baol in the Ruins world where Wang Baol and the Red Devil Dao Child was approaching the Red Devil Dao Child. Since you overestimate yourself, the Red Devil Dao Child's phoenix eyes suddenly opened, revealing a cold glint and killing intent. He waved his hands slightly, and instantly, sounds rang out from all around him. There were more than 10,000 of these sounds. When they connected together, they formed a shocking ripple that messed up the air in all directions. It was like a huge whirlpool that instantly covered the melody that Wang Baol had described. Then I'll let you end your Dao here. Red Devil's calm voice reverberated. He didn't even look at the melody that was covered. He stood up and was about to leave. From what he knew, even though it was just a casual attack, with his listening skills, it was impossible for his opponent to survive. However, the moment he turned around, a strong sense of danger erupted in his heart. Almost at the moment the sense of danger erupted, a wave of sound surged from behind the Red Devil man. It formed an extremely aggressive melody, as if it was a violent struggle between life and death, a madness that wanted to rise from death. This was the secondary part of the Song of Freedom. It was also the highest part of the complete song that Wang Baol had created. Its lethality was clearly extraordinary. Even though the Red Devil man was the Dao child of the Hengqin sect, his casual attack, it was still unable to suppress the passionate part of Wang Baol's Song of Freedom. In the next moment, the song that the Red Devil man waved his hand was like a huge net that had been torn open. The passionate melody rose, turning into a long spear that shot towards the Red Devil man. All of this took time to describe, but it actually happened in a split second. The Red Devil man, who had been arrogant previously, narrowed his eyes. The moment the long spear pierced through him, his body turned blurry. It turned into an even more majestic piece of music that reverberated in all directions. This piece of music was no longer just one piece, but a movement formed from multiple pieces. As the music spread, the world where the arena was located turned blood red. This was the power of the Red Devil man's music movement, and its name was Blood Sacrifice. A monstrous red color and endless blood-red light formed a blood-red fog that blocked and drowned everything. The small cubicle where they had fought immediately attracted the attention of even more disciples from the three sections. As they watched, the long spear formed by Wang Baol's music clashed directly with the blood-red fog. With a loud boom, the long spear collapsed, turning into countless musical notes that tumbled backwards. The figure of the Red Devil man appeared in the red fog. He stared coldly at Wang Baol and spoke darkly. "You're courting death." As he spoke, the blood-red fog around him surged and erupted once again. It spun with it as the center, forming a huge vortex. The entire arena world was distorted, as if it was about to reach its limit. As the vortex spun, countless blood-colored branches spread out, turning into hands that grabbed at Wang Baol. It was a shocking scene, but if one looked closely, one could see that whether it was the large blood-colored hand, the blood-colored fog, or the vortex were actually formed from a large number of musical notes. These musical notes had the power of the laws, which was why they could materialize like this. As for their power, it was displayed to the maximum by the Red Devil man, and they unleashed the absolute power that belonged to his Dao child. An intense pressure also descended in all directions. Wang Baol's figure was about to be drowned in blood, about to be torn apart by the countless blood-colored hands. He was about to be suppressed by the music score here. The cultivators from the three sects who were watching the battle in the small cubicle from the outside didn't take their eyes off him. On one hand, Wang Baol's desperate counterattack had exceeded their expectations. After all, there weren't many people in the three sects who could break the music score and use their own killing moves under the Dao Child's attack. Anyone who could do that could be considered an elite. Wang Baol, on the other hand, was a stranger, so the impression he gave everyone was even more different. On the other hand, they also wanted to see just how powerful the Red Devil Dao Child was. In the previous battles, the Red Devil Dao Child had never reached his current level. Usually, when his opponent saw the Red Devil, he would either admit defeat immediately or be overwhelmed by the wave of the Red Devil Dao Child's hand. Therefore, the number of people paying attention to him had obviously increased. However, Few people thought that Wang Baol would be able to successfully fight against the Red Devil. After all, the impression that the two sides had was too different. However, if this fellow Taoist doesn't die in this battle, he will be considered famous. It's a pity that he is a little unfamiliar. I don't know his name. It doesn't matter. The cultivators of the three sects are mostly reclusive. If we want everyone to know, we can only strive for the upper echelons. As the disciples of the three sects discussed, the first cultivator to lose to Wang Baol held his breath and stared fixedly at the small cubicle. Following his gaze, one could see that the battle within the cubicle was extremely intense. As the color of blood permeated the air, Wang Baol saw that the blood hands were about to envelop him. At this critical moment, a strong glow appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He knew that he was very powerful, but to what extent exactly? He had only come into contact with the law of listening recently. Other than his brief battle with Xianxia, he had never fought with any other Dao children. Therefore, he wasn't very clear about his position. In this battle, the Dao child before him gave him the feeling that he was on par with Xianxia. It was obvious that he had more tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, Wang Baol was very curious to know what level he was at now. There was another reason, which was that the other party had destroyed his free melody. This made Wang Baol a little angry. As his eyes shone, the moment the blood-colored hands and the whirlpool engulfed him, Wang Baol fiddled with it gently. Within his body, there were 100,000 overlapping musical notes. Let's show half of it first. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He controlled it and touched it slightly. In an instant, as the musical notes vibrated, a special sound rang out around Wang Baol in 3 dimensions. Pop! It was just a sound, but the moment it appeared, all the giant blood-colored hands that were charging at Wang Baol trembled instantly. In the next moment, they collapsed with a loud boom. They turned into countless drops of blood and then collapsed again, until they turned into musical notes. However, it was not the end. They collapsed again. Not only that, the vortex formed by the blood-colored fog that was about to envelop Wang Baol was also the same. Before it could get close, it was instantly touched by the power formed by the sound. Collapsed with a loud boom. It was torn into pieces and then collapsed again. The cycle repeated itself. With Wang Baol as the center, the violent power swept in all directions, directly drowning the Red Devil Dao child. The Red Devil Dao child's expression changed drastically. He revealed a look of shock and quickly raised the bone flute in his hand. It was as if he was playing. However, even though the flute was special and the sound it emitted was also very special, it was still instantly covered by the power of Wang Baol's musical notes. The entire small cubicle reached its limit in that instant. With a boom, without waiting for the audience outside to see the result, the arena shattered. As it shattered, the cultivators from the 3 sects were dumbfounded. This? What's going on? What's going on? The cultivators of the 3 sects' minds were reeling. All they could see was Red Devil Daozi, who was now completely submerged in the small cell. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. What they couldn't see was that the bone flute in Red Devil Daozi's hand had already shattered into pieces. It was at this point that the battered, weak figure in the Music Dao volcano suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the shattered figure in the countless squares in front of him.